Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'd like to welcome Dean Sonobe, Professor Edward Barbe, and distinguished participants to this very important and timely conference on climate smart agriculture's adoptions, impact, and implications for sustainable development. As you know, climate is both the victim as well as perpetrator to climate change. Therefore, the agriculture sector needs to contribute to GHG mitigations on one hand, at the same time, put in place strategies to cope with climate risks that is ever increasing. So I think it's very, very timely, very important conference. So with this, I'd like to welcome you all once again and give you background on these today's schedules. First, I would like to give you some technical guidance. House rules for the speakers: turn off your video and mic before and after your presentations. Type answers in Q&A box at the bottom of the Zoom. For those who are the participants, you can raise your hands if you want to discuss something directly with the host. House rules for audience. So audience can put in their questions in Q&A box that you can see on at the bottom of the Zoom. Consent to use without permissions or compensations. The event may be photographed, streamlined, or video recorded. By attending, accepting connections, or continuing participations in the event, participants thereby consent to the possible use of their name, likeness, voice, spoken or written, comments, or paper presentations in whatever form in all media publications, video sharing website, recording, disseminations, or other external affair purpose for the Institute without compensations or permission. Disclaimer for presentations: the view expressed in the presentations are the views of the authors and do not necessarily reflect the views or policy of the Asian Development Bank Institute, the Asian Development Bank, its boards of directors, or the government they represent. ADBI does not guarantee the accuracy of the data included in presentations and accepts no responsibility for any consequences of their use. Terminology used may not necessarily be consistent with ADB official terms. Now, we'd like to invite all of you to join for the group photo sessions. Please put on your camera and give a big smile. Rod-san.
Okay, everyone, thank you very much for turning on your camera. So on the count from 1 to 3, we will take a photo. So let's start. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rod-san. Now, I would like to move on to invite Dean Sonobe to give his keynote speech, his opening remarks. Dean Sonobe, he is the Dean and CEO of Asian Development Bank Institute, the Tokyo-based think tank of Asian Development Bank that promotes the realizations of a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific through policy research and capacity building. Dean Sonobe obtained his PhD in economics from Yale University and BA in economics from University of Tokyo. Before joining ADBI in April 2020, Dean Sonobe served for 6 years as the Vice President of the National Graduate Institute for Policy Study, GRIPS, in Tokyo, and taught economics for 30 years at Tokyo Metropolitan University and GRIPS. Dean Sonobe is the recipient of Nikkei Book Publication Prize. And with this, I'd like to pass on the floor to Dean. Floor is yours.
Thank you, dear. Good morning, everyone from Tokyo. I'm very delighted to provide some welcome and opening remarks for this important and timely online conference. Agriculture contributes to about a quarter of global greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, it is the most vulnerable sector to climate change because climate change reduces agricultural productivity and leads to a greater instability in crop production. The resulting global food supply disruption may cause food and nutritional insecurity. To prevent such insecurity, an agricultural transformation toward climate-resilient practices is urgently needed. An approach called climate-smart agriculture guides farmers' actions to transform agri-food systems toward building the agricultural sector's resilience to climate change based on 3 pillars. First, increasing farm productivity and income. Second, enhancing the resilience of livelihood and the ecosystem. And third, reducing and removing greenhouse gas emissions from the atmosphere. Promoting the adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices is crucial to improving the capacity of smallholder farmers to adapt to climate change and mitigate its impact, as well as help achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This conference seeks to expand our understanding of the associations between climate-smart agriculture and sustainable agricultural development. In particular, the conference is expected to help us find out what the climate-smart agriculture practices and the technologies are currently adopted by smallholder farming systems. And we also expect the conference help us find what barriers and the challenges are impeding or delaying the promotion of climate-smart agricultural practices. What are the drivers of the promotion of the spread or diffusion of such practices? And what the impact of adopting these practices are? Answers to these questions will help devise appropriate solutions for promoting sustainable agriculture production and rural development. In the following 2 days, researchers from across the world will present their papers on climate-smart agriculture. The research presented at the conference will provide insights for policymakers to design appropriate policy instruments to develop agricultural practices and technologies, and promote them to enhance the farm sector's resilience to climate change and increase their productivity. Our call for papers received 66 papers from 21 developing countries. The editors carefully reviewed them and selected 20 papers and invited the authors to present the selected papers at this conference. The authors will further brush up the papers to be included in the special issue of mitigation and adaptation strategies for global change. Thank you, editors Wang-Lin and Dil, for your hard work. And I hope the presenters can receive helpful comments and suggestions from the other authors, moderators, and keynote speakers, and improve their manuscripts further. I also hope all participants will benefit from knowledge exchanges at the conference. I haven't read any paper yet, but from the titles, I believe this conference will be a very high quality one. So I'd like to thank the organizing team consisting of Dil, Wang Ling, Mami Nomoto, Mami Yoshida, and Raja, and Paharov. And thank you also to the moderators, Anita, Janjun, Alan, and Skanna. Thank you very much. And finally, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the keynote speakers, Professors Edward Barbia and Tatsuyo Saijo. Thank you, Professor Barbia, for providing remarks at late night. I really appreciate it. So enjoy your conference. Thank you very much. I conclude my opening and welcome remark here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dean. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to invite Professor Edward Barbe to give his keynote. But before handing over the floor to him, I'd like to give the title of this keynote. The title is "A Policy Strategies for Climate Smart Agriculture for Sustainable Rural Development." And let me give you, I know, I mean, like all of you know Professor Edward Barbe. I mean, like he has been doing extensive amount of work on climate, but I'd like to give a brief background about Professor Edward Barbe. Professor Edward Barbe is a university distinguished professor in the Department of Economics, Colorado State University, and a senior scholar in the School of Global Environmental Sustainability. His main expertise is environmental and resource economics, as well as international environmental policies. He has consulted for variety of national, internationals, and non-governmental agencies, including many UN organizations, the World Bank, and the OECD. He has authored over 300 peer-reviewed journal articles and book chapters, written or edited 27 books, and published in popular journals and social media. Professor Barbe is a fellow of Association of Environmental and Resource Economists and is highly cited scholar on global environmental and sustainability issues. His latest book is Economics for Fragile Planet, Cambridge University Press. We are very honored and delighted to have you, Professor Edward Barbe, and we are very thankful that you always make time for us for ADBI's event. Thank you so much. With this, let me hand over the floor to you, Professor Barbe.
Thank you so much, Dil. I'm absolutely delighted to be here at this conference. It's a topic that's very important and I think very timely. It's also something that I have tried over the years to think about. I do apologize, there isn't a single paper that goes along with this keynote address, but I will at the end have a list of references, including a few of mine that may be relevant to this topic. So before I get into what I mean by a policy strategy for climate smart agriculture, I want to talk a little bit about climate smart agriculture. I personally like the World Bank's definition that climate smart agriculture is an integrated approach to managing landscapes, everything from cropland to livestock to forest and fisheries. And as Dean Sonobe pointed out, it is aimed at the two challenges of food security and accelerated climate change, which are areas that are particularly important right now for emerging market and developing economies. I would also add that I would extend climate smart agriculture to include nature-based solutions, which are actions to conserve and sustainably manage and restore natural or modified ecosystems, also to enhance their ability to absorb more carbon. And the reason I would include nature-based solutions is because many of these solutions, particularly in the poorer economies, most of the employment in nature-based solutions are all in agriculture and the forestry sector. So they're very much part of the sector that's the focus of climate smart agriculture and landscapes. And even in upper middle income countries, the sector, the agriculture and forestry sector share is quite large for employment and nature-based solutions. But most importantly, climate-smart agriculture, including nature-based solutions, are incredibly important for sustainable development. In 2019, even before the pandemic, we knew that 750 million people, or nearly 1 in 10 people in the world, are exposed to severe levels of food insecurity. Since the pandemic, and since, of course, the war in Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine, and the disruption to global food supplies, we know the situation is worse and getting worse all the time. In addition, the rural areas of the developing world is where most of the poor live. Around 3/4 of the poor live in rural areas, and they mainly rely on agriculture and related primary production for their livelihoods. And then finally, land use change, principally deforestation for agriculture, contributes to a large share and a growing share of global greenhouse gas emissions. But nonetheless, when we talk about climate smart agriculture and nature-based solutions, they are currently a major policy challenge for emerging market and developing economies. On the one hand, we know that many climate-smart agriculture practices are relatively low cost and can deliver multiple benefits. However, they will also require some degree of sustained national investments, particularly in poor economies. Equally, nature-based solutions are often cited as being a very cost-effective and relatively inexpensive way of reducing land use change in the tropics. But once again, governments and private individuals will need to invest some money in these solutions to make them realizable. To give you some idea of the magnitudes involved, Tom Rutherford and colleagues recently did a study and saw that to achieve climate and food security goals would require, just in terms of additional agriculture research and development investments, around $6.5 billion a year just for research and development in climate smart agriculture. That's on top of what's already being done in agriculture R&D. And that's just for the research and development. To actually get the techniques and the practices to the farmers, we will need hundreds of billions of dollars in complementary extension as well as infrastructure investment to realize some of these investments. In terms of nature-based solutions, I've also calculated that in tropical emerging market and developing economies, the amount of money required, if you add up all the sums, is probably about $600 billion per year. Now, international finance can serve as an important catalyst for much of the additional domestic public and private sector investment, but it can't come up with those sums of monies on its own. Additional national funding is necessary by governments if they want to implement climate smart agriculture and nature-based solutions. And just to put these numbers in perspective, entire world globally, including rich countries and poor countries, governments spend around $250 billion per year on agriculture. So the money I'm talking about for climate smart agriculture, based on the recent estimates, and for nature-based solutions, is a huge magnitude beyond that $250 billion per year. The most likely source of international public finance to catalyze national investments in emerging market and developing economies is going to come from the Green Climate Fund. But that fund at the moment has about $12 to $13 billion. It just simply is not going to generate the annual funds for developing countries. It will be important as a source of funds, but there's some additional funding that has to be made. And so the big question I want to address here, and the big focus of the policy strategy that I will highlight to you, is how can emerging market and developing economies fund the additional money that they need domestically in order to make climate smart agriculture practices a reality, and also nature-based solutions. So I'll give you the outline of what I think is a reasonable strategy or an approach that would be both affordable as well as could be implemented pretty quickly. And then I'll get into the details. And let me just say that this task is not trivial. Given what emerging market and developing economies are dealing with, coming out of the pandemic, rising debt, higher inflation, growing food insecurity, I think if we want to talk about a policy strategy for climate smart agriculture, we have to figure out a way of tackling the additional funding that developing countries need. And so this is what I think could be the element of that strategy. First, what developing countries could do, and I'll outline in a minute why I think it's feasible, is that they could rationalize or lower or reduce environmentally harmful agriculture, forestry, and fishing subsidies, and recycle some of those funds for the increased investments, including infrastructure investments that might be necessary for climate smart agriculture. The second thing they could do is reduce fossil fuel consumption subsidies and possibly, in some cases, impose a small fossil fuel import levy, and again, use those revenues for the additional investments that are needed for nature-based solutions. So let me go through each of these in turn and explain why I think it's possible and why I think it's a viable strategy. Let's start with environmentally harmful agricultural subsidies. What I mean by these are the market price support and payments based on commodity output produced or variable inputs used in agriculture, which lead to damaging environmental impacts from farming practices and production. And this could be anything from fertilizer overuse leading to eutrophication. It could be pesticide use leading to health risks, and so on and so forth. These environmentally harmful subsidies are also a major factor behind unsustainable agricultural development globally, including the land use change we're seeing at an alarming rate in many tropical regions. Now, the OECD has been keeping track of environmentally harmful agricultural subsidies, and they track it for about 50 large producers in the world, many of which are within the OECD, but about 11 of them are emerging market economies. And what their efforts show is that in OECD economies, environmentally harmful agricultural subsidies have been declining. They're still high at around $100 billion, $115 billion per year currently. But it's really in the 11 emerging market developing economies where we're seeing an increased use of these subsidies. And then right now, they outstrip OECD economies by about $161 billion per year. So a significant amount of money is being spent on environmentally harmful agricultural subsidies, and those subsidies are quite significant and growing in emerging market developing economies. 11 of them, as I said, are in this particular study. We think, and anecdotal evidence and some selective evidence suggests that the total for all emerging market developing economies is likely to be even higher. One study suggests that they could be over $500 billion per year globally, and many of those are likely to be in poorer countries. So environmentally harmful agricultural subsidies are quite significant. Other types of such subsidies do exist. One of the ones that I think is incredibly important are irrigation subsidies, which are right now contributing to the inefficient and sustainable use of water in agriculture in many emerging market and developing economies. And what is probably an undesirable feature is that many of these subsidies are allocated by land holding area. And so they actually are increasing inequality among communities and within countries. So one way in which these subsidies work is that irrigation is often priced below its cost of supply and may not even cover the operation and maintenance costs of irrigation systems. So the subsidies are not just leading to overuse of water, they're actually leading to poor maintenance and poor efficiency within the irrigation systems themselves, many of which are suffering badly and are leaking water, so forth. Now, it's very hard to estimate these subsidies in emerging market development economies. One study suggests they're around $30 billion per year. That's, again, probably a selective group of countries. And also, it doesn't take into account another very important way in which irrigation subsidies take place in many low and middle income countries, which is that they often occur through cross subsidies from power generation, where buyers of hydroelectricity pay for the dam and for the infrastructure and even the development of the reservoir, but the stored water is then allocated to irrigation with limited or no cost recovery. Nobody has any idea how much of this cross subsidy is going on and how much it's costing, but it's considered to be quite significant. In addition to irrigation subsidies and agricultural environmentally harmful subsidies, we know that they're also prevalent in two other major sectors. One is in forestry, where the numbers could be as much as $155 billion per year. How much of that's going in developing countries, I do not know, but one's to suspect that it's fairly large. In marine fisheries as well, particularly for trawling, subsidies that are environmentally harmful are around $50 billion per year. All in all, if you look at agriculture, irrigation subsidies, forestry, marine fisheries, even with just the numbers that I have, that's at least $400 billion per year. And that's a minimum estimate that's being put through into these into these sectors that are causing environmental harm. So what could we do? Well, one of the things we could do is to rationalize, rationalize or lower such subsidies, which would on the one hand improve the efficiency of agriculture, fishery, and forestry production, boost the competitiveness of smaller producers and even poorer economies, obviously reduce environmental degradation and protecting, but would also protect natural habitats, biodiversity, and reduce water extraction. So just removing these subsidies on their own could have beneficial environmental impacts, including on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. But we could do more. We could recycle the revenues saved to meet several critical and underfunded climate smart agriculture investment needs within developing countries. The first one is the one that I started with, the one that Rutherford and colleagues pointed to, which is that we desperately need a boost to agriculture R&D dedicated towards developing and disseminating ideas on climate smart agriculture within developing countries. Too much of the agriculture R&D is going towards richer countries. We need to have a dedicated amount within developing countries to how to develop climate smart agriculture that's suitable for the farming systems as well as to the conditions in developing countries. I also mentioned there's quite a lot of money that needs to be done to invest on complementary rural infrastructure within developing countries. Some of this can be catalyzed by international funds, but a great deal of the bill is going to land on the doorsteps of national governments. And we're talking about investments in things like roads, credit facilities, post-harvest storage, and also to support the adoption and impact of new technologies, climate smart agriculture, the research and extension and dissemination that I talked about earlier. And this is particularly important to aim this at not the large farmers, but at the smallholders and the smallholders that are in remote regions or further from markets in order to get them involved and get the technologies to them. So this is a major expenditure which removing or lowering environmentally harmful subsidies could be reallocated to rural infrastructure investments that complement the dissemination and adoption of climate smart agriculture. There's also growing literature that shows that a lot of rural populations are concentrated in poverty hotspots, which are often characterized by very poor agricultural potential. They have no irrigation, they have steep slopes, they have poor topsoils, they're prone to degradation. In addition, many of these hotspots are located either far from market access, or the market facilities and markets are very poor. And they're also, of course, highly susceptible to drought and climate change. In a study I looked at, and the numbers are in the hundreds of millions of people, probably 600, maybe as many as 1.2 billion people are located in such poverty hotspots across the world. If we want climate smart agriculture to work, we have to figure out a way of targeting investments to these poverty hotspots in order to improve their resiliency to climate change, to improve the livelihoods, agricultural systems, and also food security. And so I think these are the three major investment needs where removing or lowering environmentally harmful subsidies and recycling them to these investments is where I think that there's a critical path forward. I now want to switch to the other element of the strategy. We know that in 2021, according to the International Energy Agency, fossil fuel consumption subsidies were well over 500, maybe 600 billion annually, of which 80% are actually in 30 emerging market developing economies. So within these economies, they averaged about $261 per capita, or about 5% of GDP. That's the average across these 30 countries when I look at this, at the figures. Now, these are just 30 emerging market developing economies. We know from evidence that significant fossil fuel consumption subsidies are in the remaining low and middle income countries too. These subsidies contribute to excessive use of fossil fuels, pollution, illnesses, and deaths, and they may remain a serious roadblock to adoption of clean energy. They also do very little to address the chronic energy problems in rural areas, and the consumption subsidies generally benefit mainly wealthy and urban-based households. So they're not addressing the rural poverty and energy issues that are an obstacle to rural development. A study of 26 countries, 22 of which are emerging market and development economies, found that the reduction or removal of fossil fuel subsidies would reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 6% on average for each country by 2030. So they can have a significant removal can have a significant benefit, let alone the reduction in mortality and sickness from air pollution and other aspects of the problem. Most importantly, the revenues saved by reducing or removing fossil fuel consumption subsidies would be a source of funds for domestic programs, investments in nature-based solutions within emerging market and developing economies. Another aspect of the strategy, the third element, would be a tropical carbon tax. That's a fancy word for a fossil fuel import levy. So what I mean by that is a very small import levy, around $5 to $10 per ton of carbon equivalent, could be placed on fossil fuel imports in tropical countries or any other emerging market developing economy, with, again, some of the proceeds from the tax being allocated to nature-based solutions. Now, this sounds like, something that academic economist like myself, just sitting in their ivory tower, came up with this. Wouldn't this be a good idea? But the fact is that two developing countries have already done this. One of them, Costa Rica, initiated this approach in 1997, and Colombia followed suit in 2016. So these are real, actual policies that are being used today by two countries. Colleagues and I, including from Costa Rica and Colombia, estimated that if other major tropical countries followed suit, they could raise on the magnitude of $2 to $13 billion per year to invest in nature-based solutions domestically. And this is important for two reasons. One is that nature-based solutions, these type of investments, put a value on nature where there isn't one before, and they send a message that ecological capital is a valuable economic asset. It reduces land use change and greenhouse gas emissions. Both have been verified in the Costa Rican case and more recently in Colombia. And it leads to improved management and restoration of existing agriculture and forestry land, which is why I think nature-based solutions should be considered part of climate-smart agriculture approaches. They're also very much pro-poor. Again, the Costa Rica approach has shown that they have deliberately targeted the funds for nature-based solutions to rural communities, and 40% of the beneficiaries happen to be rural communities that are below the national poverty line. I think another reason to think about nature-based solutions as part of the climate-smart agriculture approach is because they can deliver a wide range of additional benefits for sustainable development. The International Monetary Fund did a study in 16 emerging market developing economies, and they discovered that for every dollar spent in conservation and these types of solutions, almost $7 more generated the economy after 5 years. And there's three reasons for this. First of all, like I said, these investments, because they tend to lead to employment within the agriculture and forestry sector, and many of them are about improving landscape management, including restoring and improving land management within agriculture and forestry. They complement domestic investments already in those sectors. So they complement rather than crowd out agriculture and forestry investments. They work together. Again, another reason why I believe that climate-smart agriculture, nature-based solution investments should be seen as part of the same strategy and seen as part of the same practice, and should be coordinated together as part of a strategy within emerging market and developing economies. Another reason is that nature-based solutions appear to be highly labor-intensive and create jobs, which are at a premium in many rural areas. And so, again, this leads to the multiplier effect, and also people with jobs spend the money. So there's an induced effect as well in rural areas, which adds to the multiplier impact. And then finally, as the Costa Rica example shows, nature-based solutions can and often have supported the economic livelihoods of the rural poor, particularly if they are targeted to rural communities and that are below the poverty line or poverty hotspots. I want to emphasize the employment implications because a recent study by the ILO, UNEP, and IUCN shows that nature-based solutions investments, if they were tripled by 2030, they would create nearly 5 million full-time jobs in upper middle countries and 13.9 million in lower middle income countries, and around 500,000 jobs in low income countries. Also, in the poorer countries, lower middle income and low income countries, the employment would be almost exclusively in agriculture and forest activities. Again, showing their complementarity with climate smart agriculture. And 45% of the additional jobs in low income countries and 32% in lower middle income countries would also employ mainly women, which is incredibly important for household development and improvement in livelihoods at the household level, as well as children in many rural areas. So I want to end with some remarks, and I'm really interested in your questions. To me, I believe that climate smart agriculture and nature-based solutions have the potential to address food security, climate change, and poverty alleviation in emerging market and development economies. That's why I think this conference is incredibly important. And I hope that you have a very fruitful and lively and very considerate discussion of these potential. However, I don't think that climate smart agriculture and nature-based solutions are going to be realized unless we come up with a comprehensive policy strategy to address the funding of the R&D investment and infrastructure needs of emerging market and developing economies. Again, international funds are going to be important to catalyze this, but the long-term investment in transition to climate smart agriculture in the widespread adoption and investment in nature-based solutions will need additional national funding. I think I've put together a policy strategy that could lead to an affordable as well as an effective as well as easily implementable approach. But the significant domestic resources do need to be mobilized. And so the proposed affordable strategy, just to repeat, I suggest reducing agriculture, forestry, and fishing subsidies and recycling the revenues for the necessary additional resources needed to be mobilized for key climate smart agriculture investments, reduce fossil fuel consumption subsidies, and where necessary and possible, impose fossil fuel import levies, very small ones, to fund nature-based solution investments. I think this is a win-win for climate sustainable rural development in emerging market and developing economies, but I think it needs to be looked at seriously and implemented pretty soon. Thank you very much. As I mentioned, I've cited a number of references in this talk, and hopefully these overheads will be available, and here's the list of references. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Professor Babe. Thank you very much. We'd like to give you a big thank you so much. I think it was very enlightening. There was so much of lessons for all of us. And climate is a problem, and agriculture is the most vulnerable sectors, as Dean also highlighted. And you also clearly highlighted that there is a solutions, and we all need to wake up and really push forward these policies that you have really suggested. I think these are very, very important policies that we really need to take it up. So with this, I'd like to pass on the floor for Q&A. If anyone would like to ask questions directly, please raise your hands and go ahead. Yes, Dean, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Edward, for great presentation. I learned a lot, and I especially like the tropical carbon tax. And then I think you said it's levied on imported fossil fuels, right? So it seems to have very small administrative cost, and then also doable for developing countries. But what's a major difference from the other carbon taxes which already existing? That's my question.
I mean, okay, so the way Costa Rica and Colombia do it is similar, but there are little differences. I'll focus on the general common thing between them, is that basically they earmark, both of them can import fossil fuels. And interestingly enough, even major fossil fuel exporters like Indonesia also import fossil fuels. So all countries, whether they're exporters or they're just net importers, they also import a lot of fossil fuels because it's difficult to produce a lot of the consumption goods. And of course, many developing countries do not have the refining capacity. So much of the fuels they import are the diesel, the fossil, the gasoline, and the other refined products, rather, which they can't do themselves. And so what both countries have done is they've said $5 to $10, it varies with the exchange rate, is what they impose on certain categories of imports of a highly refined type that tend to go towards either industry or for urban consumption. Gasoline for cars, for certain types of cars, diesel. And in Costa Rica, there's actually, in both countries, but in Costa Rica, there was not political opposition to this. There was actually a widespread agreement. It was debated in Congress, and it was well announced, and there was popular support for this because the government said, we're going to allocate this amount of the funds, I think it's about 75%, for this particular program that we've been doing, that we want to do, which is nature-based solutions, and particularly in protected areas, into rural areas. And people in Costa Rica got that. And I think that comes across very, very importantly, is that consultancy, transparency, and also making sure that you make clear that this is the reason why we're doing it. We're doing this for nature-based solutions. It's going to help further investment. It's going to lead to these additional benefits, and it's going to boost rural agriculture, food production, and all that stuff. And I think that's why it's lasted for so long in Costa Rica, and it's been highly successful. And Colombia is trying to follow suit. Interestingly enough, before the pandemic, a number of major countries, I can't say who they are because that's not fair, actually were very much interested in adopting a similar policy. Pandemic came, now all the problems after the pandemic, debt and all this stuff. And so this is the time now, we're in the post-COVID period where we need to start thinking about innovative policies like this.
Thank you very much.
Okay, there's one question from the panel floor. I'll read it out. It's from Hidyat. In a number of developing countries, there's no agriculture tax. So how can this country implement strategies identified by you?
Well, may not be tax, but as I pointed out, there's a lot of environmentally harmful subsidies. And the subsidies there, I mean, as I pointed out, they're just in 11 countries, there are $160 billion per year, and they are sizable in other countries. These are not all agricultural subsidies. These are the subsidies that are known to be environmentally harmful. So the money is already being spent by governments. I'm not talking about additional tax. I'm talking about subsidies that are being spent in agriculture for output support or input use subsidies that lead to environmental harm. If we want to move to climate smart agriculture, that to me is a no-brainer to reduce or rationalize some of them and phase them out of environmental support, environmentally harmful support, and put them into climate smart agriculture needs, those three areas of investment, which I think all developing countries desperately need if they're going to push climate smart agriculture, which I think they should.
Exactly. I think, yeah, you really, I think you have pointed out in your presentations, and you have shown the figure itself is like, humongous amount of money is going for subsidy, harmful subsidies. And if we can just, take that money out and put it somewhere, it would create lots of difference. I think it's a double-edged sword. On one way you're cutting down, on the other way you are investing on something that's like, climate friendly or GAG reducing. So I just saw the hand from Dr. Raja. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Dil, for handling me. Very nice presentation, Professor Edward. I think it was very moving, and I think what really clicked to me was a nature-based solution which you have really proposed. And me, from being from Nepal and also being engaged with the agriculture family background, definitely, as my grandparents used to be a farmer as well, and which I have seen from my childhood, the more like traditional agriculture aspect. And at the same time, we are having one project in India, in the eastern part of India, which is related to the soil. And as I was in the field last year, and this is a very micro case study. I just wanted to bring it here. And the thing was, as I was having an interview with the farmers, and they were saying that they really want to adopt more like organic farming and things in which they really want to reduce the manure, the organic fertilizer, and use the manure. But they were saying like nowadays we are having issues because we are using tractor, and more of we are doing the mechanization, which is really taking more in the places in areas like that. Then even they really wanted to use the manure, kind of the organic manure. They are having a hard time to find that, right? So there is a demand at the same time, and because of the mechanization came, because before they used to have a livestock, and which was giving this nature-based solution, and which has now changed the paradigm, right? So in
Yes.
this context, like I would really like to hear some advice or some points from your side, like because like how to tackle these because these changes are inevitable, and at the same time we are and there is a solution which you actually presented in the paper, which is very nicely being a nature-based solution, right? So how do we tackle this? Thank you very much.
That's a great question. Well, I mean, you pretty much hinted at one aspect of the issue, which is that since the 50s and 60s, and we quite rightly focused on the green revolution in agriculture, we've kind of put it on steroids and we've carried down that path. And we've reached this point now where we have this entire global infrastructure, an agricultural industrial complex, plus government funding, plus practices in the field that all reinforce the same thing, which is limited to only some farmers, because for every Terai region in Nepal, you've got the mountainous regions, which also producing agriculture. And you see this in country after country where you have favorable agriculture areas, which have irrigation, they have plenty, they have access to the necessary packages, they have access to the machines and so forth. But we have other areas of the country which are less favorable, far from market access. We have smallholders, we have large holders, large landholders. And I think that if we continue to put our money into the favorable agriculture areas with the same types of practices, we reach, as we see in economics, the law of diminishing returns. We're there. We're getting less out of our agricultural sector and we're getting more harm from it. The environmentally harmful subsidies, we're just throwing more subsidies and they're causing environmental harm. We now have, as Dr. Sonabi pointed out, agriculture contributing to 1/4 of greenhouse gas emissions. And then we have agriculture now vulnerable to the climate change problem that they're contributed to. So we need to rethink agriculture, and we need to do it in a world where funds are limited. We don't have the massive amount of funds that were available in the 50s and 60s, but we do need to think about it. And developing countries, I think, are better off if they can be better off if they start to reallocate funds that are being wasted on lose-lose, which is unproductive, inefficient agriculture practices and environmentally harm, and also not helping poverty, to win-win policies that can tackle food security, climate change, and reduce rural poverty. But that's going to take a lot of funds. And I think unless we start to reallocate the funds, the investments won't happen. We can't wait for the World Bank or the ADB or even the CGIAR network to come up with this. Developing countries need to start doing this themselves. And I think they have the funds, but it will take some thinking and some realization that this is the way to go forward.
Thank you, Ed. I think you have really, hit the nail. Because as you pointed out in your presentations, these are very, very low cost solutions. It does not need huge amount of money. It's about a willingness to adopt those kind of technology and scale it up. That's
Right.
one. And also, like, making a bold decision of even in developing countries to move resources from harmful subsidies to more productive, although it may have cost on the political intent, but they have to take these bold decisions. I think, yeah, you really pointed it out very well. Professor Bave, there's one burning question. There's several burning questions from the floor, but let me just put one from Irwan. What he's asking is that, what do you think about the opinion that although a carbon tax is good for reducing pollutions, but it can slow down economic growth, especially in developing countries when COVID recovery is, you are recovering from the COVID time. So what's your views on that?
I think that, well, I mean, this is not really completely related to the topic here, but I do have views on it. And you can see some of my, I think that selective use of carbon pricing within developing countries would be useful. But I think my first priority has always been get rid of the harmful subsidies first. And we know in developing countries, fossil fuel consumption subsidies exist that cost a lot of money from governments. let's start with those. And once we have removed those or reduced them, and you can't reduce all of them, you can't necessarily get rid of them, you have to phase it out. But right away from phasing out, you can generate a lot of money, invest those wisely, then let's see how carbon pricing should go. Also, I think carbon pricing is something that needs to be thought through very carefully. We know that the World Bank and other institutes, I think Asian Development Bank, have long-term programs to help developing countries build up, design the type of infrastructure, to design pilot programs for carbon pricing, to decide whether taxing is right or tradable permits, whether they should start off with certain sectors or then be expanded. I think one should also think about what to use the revenues for. Again, I only talked about a very small import levy that has been done and implemented by two developing countries. Neither of those import levies cause any kind of trade distortion. They certainly not had any impact on growth, but certainly the investments have helped rural development in Costa Rica, and there's some impact going on in Colombia.
Yeah, thanks, Professor Bobby. Like, you know, when I look at this Q&A box, most of the questions that relates is like, you know, to most of the experts present here are worried that you know, whether moving from like removing subsidy would affect agriculture productivity, or like, you know, removing subsidies from fossil fuel would affect the productivity, because there's no other alternate sources of energy in developing countries. So most of the concerns are like, it's a fear whether you know, like the policies that you are suggesting could have detrimental effect on the agriculture productions. So any views on that? So I've just tried to summarize a few questions that's here.
Well, I mean, the evidence I've looked at, and I've cited a couple. There's at least one that a major study in Bangladesh, but also one that reviews the literature as well. It's in the list of references. Points out that removal of fossil fuel subsidies in developing countries and in Bangladesh needs to be done carefully. I'm not talking about it being removable overnight. And I'm also talking about maybe not necessarily completely removing them, but certainly to reduce them. Either has very little effect or has a positive effect. Generally, the subsidies benefit richer urban households. They do not benefit rural poor households. These are fossil fuel consumption subsidies. They're not subsidies or investments that will benefit rural communities very much. So I think one has to target them carefully and focus on them. With regard to agriculture, there's a lot of evidence to show that there is overuse of pesticides, fertilizers, certainly irrigation, and a lot of it is connected to subsidies. That is not benefiting agricultural production. That's wasting money, and it's leading actually to hiding things like land degradation problems, oversaturation and salinization of water from overuse of water. It's actually could be harming agricultural production, and it's also meaning that the subsidizing the farmers that are being subsidized are less efficient, and you're not having the most efficient agriculture producers, which means you're not having the most productive ones. And it's generally, again, the richer farmers that benefit, not the poorer ones.
Thanks. Thank you, Professor Bobby. One, you know, I just want to hear your views, because we have another 1 minute to go. If you look at like, you know, you have said that mostly like the resources has to come from the country itself, with with few resources coming from external funding. But you see, like most of the poverty or the problem with the agriculture sector is concentrated in very, very poor developing countries like Nepal, Bhutan, Cambodia, Laos, or the African countries, and poor Latin American countries, where they don't have the resources to invest on climate smart technology, scaling up or development of this technology. And that's where I think CGIAR comes to play a very important role. But CGIAR is also not able to get resources. That's one. The other thing is that if you look at G7 has put in lots of money, but G20 non-G7 members have been the beneficiaries. So how do we try to bridge this?
Well, with the international community, I'm a realist. Everybody's going to the international community saying we need more money for this, we need more money for that. And if you really believe that climate smart agriculture and to some extent nature-based solutions are the way to move forward to save agriculture and rural development and to address food security, climate change, as well as reduce rural poverty, then I think that we need to find additional resources somehow. The money is there, it's being spent on the wrong things, and that money needs to be reallocated. The other thing I would say is that actually the studies I showed about where the poor are, yes, it's true that they're in some of the poorest countries, the low-income countries of the world, or the lower middle income, but a large number of the poverty hotspots are in rural areas are actually in middle-income countries, including in Asia. India is a good example as well, and there's some in China. Some of the statistics are hidden, but we use geospatial analysis, and that's what we saw. And I think others have backed that up. So there, yeah, every developing country has poverty hotspots. Like I said, 75% of the poor are in rural areas, and that's something we have to deal with.
Thank you so much, Professor Bave. I mean, like, there are so many questions coming from the floor, but because of time, we have to end. But before ending these your sessions, I would like to thank you very much. ADBI is very grateful, and all the participants are very, very grateful that you made time for us, and your views are very, very powerful, and it is based on evidence. And we are very thankful for making time and sharing your views and from your research. Thank you so much, Professor Bave. We'd like to really thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rohit. Thank you, Dean Sonobi. I appreciate it greatly. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you. So we'd like to now go with our next session. Unfortunately, Dr. Anita is not around. She injured herself, so she's not able to join us. So I'll be chairing the morning sessions. But before starting on the sessions, I'd like to just share with you, my colleagues here will be sharing blue sky timers where you'll be able to see the time. And then, like 5 minutes before your presentation ends, we'll give you an alarm. And then when the presentation ends, there will be another alarm. So please kindly follow the time. We really want to stick with the time because we have a number of papers, and we also want to have good discussions. So please have an eye on the blue sky timers and follow the time. In case if you are not able to do it, I'll have to jump in and cut short and move to the next presentations. So with this, now I'd like to invite you all for the morning sessions. We are still 2 minutes ahead, which means that we'll get 2 minutes at the end, extra time. So I'd like to invite Dr. Raja Rajendra Timsina to make his presentations. The title of his paper is Climate Smart Agriculture Practices and its Impact on Farm Income and Yield, Evidences from Eastern India. Dr. Raja is an economist consultant here at ADBI, Tokyo, Japan. He has held a number of positions and has worked very extensively in rural development, agriculture. By training, he's a behavioral economist. With this, may I invite Dr. Raja to make his presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Dev. Let me share my slide. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, and thank you very much for the nice introduction. I'd like to start with today's presentation. Good morning from Tokyo. Again, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Rajan Timsina. I'm working in ADBI as an economist consultant. So today, I'm honored to present to you our paper titled Climate Smart Agriculture Practices and its Impact on Farm Income and the Yield, Evidence from the Eastern India, that delves into an exploration of agriculture practices at the crossroad of climate change and farming prosperity. So these are the outlines of my presentation today. In fact, the face of escalating global climate challenges, agriculture sector stands as a pivotal battleground for resilience and sustainability. Extreme weather events such as cyclone, flash floods, landslides have left indelible mark on India's farming landscape, resulting in a staggering 3.7 billion in losses from farmers between 2016 to 2021. In this context, the imperative of climate smart farming cannot be understated, as not only does it offer the path to the resilience against climate shock in the face of climate variability, but it also formidable tools for mitigating climate changes disruptive effects by enhancing productivity and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, CSA adaptation inherits the triple win dynamics, embracing production, mitigation, and income, also intrinsically connected to several sustainable development goals, spanning SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 2, zero hunger, SDG 3, good health and the well-being, SDG 5 as a gender equity, and SDG 13 as climate action. Thus, today we'll explore the climate smart agriculture practices grounded in the context of Eastern India and the reasoning on the global scale. So here I would like to firstly focus on the research gap. As you might be wondering why we have been really working on Eastern India, because Eastern India is, if you look at the Human Development Index, and also if you look at the poverty index, I think Eastern India in the Human Development Index, it lies on the lower quartile. And then when it comes to the poverty index, it lies on the upper quartile, right? So, and the farmers are suffering with the growing impact of climate change in this region heavily. The existing research landscape lacks the comprehensive micro-level studies examining the effect of CSA adaptation with the vulnerable regions like Odisha. Therefore, in this region, we have tried to use an instrumental variable approach in the analytical method to potentially provide a more robust insight into the causal relationship involved in the CSA adaptation and its effects. Our objective is to comprehensively investigate the consequences of adaptation of climate smart agriculture practices in both farm productivity and the farm's income. So we hypothesize that adapting CSA practices will positively benefit the farm productivity and the household income. So sampling procedures and the methods. So we have used a cross-sectional household survey, collecting data from March 2019 to February 2020. So we initially select 3 districts, and after that we have done a multi-stage sampling method. The targeted groups are rural farmers, and as empirical strategy, we have used propensity score matching methods and 2-stage least square methods as an instrumental variables. So here, this is a study area, as you can see, and as it is highlighted in green, red, and blue. So those are the main districts. And then as you see on the samples, so firstly, we have taken the 3 districts. After that, we have taken the blocks, and under those blocks, we have taken the villages where we have done the randomized sampling. And I would like to quickly walk you through the conceptual framework. So as our objective, we want to see the CSA practices, right? So it might be the farmer's choice. It will be the farmer's decision to choose to either to practice CSA, to do the climate smart agriculture practices or not to do. And if they do, the yield is going to increase. And if they do not do, it is going to increase the vulnerability and reduces the yield and the income, right? So let's look, and then let's look at the empirical study. So we are doing a propensity score matching methods. So here are the 4 steps of the PSM methods. First, we estimate the propensity score, then we match. And the next level, we evaluate the quality of matching, and finally evaluate the outcomes. So why we do this is it is the popular methods for impact evaluation, and proposed by Paul Rosebourne and the Donald Robin in 1983. And the propensity score balances the 2 groups according to the covariate characteristics. So these 2 groups are the groups, those who have adapted, and those groups which have not adapted. And the next, to give you a bit highlights on how we have tried to do the instrumental variable, is as we believe, and as it has been the CSA practices could be an endogenous variable, as it is suggested by the several past studies. As you see, there might be the problem of endogeneity for the CSA practices, and which might be affecting the error terms and then the effect. So we are trying to use the distance to the extension office as an instrument, and also the percentage of adapters in the village as an instrument. So that might be the endogenous with our CSA, as you can see in this figure. And then with this, we are trying to show you how our results looks like, right? So without further delay, these are the assumptions of instrument variable, and then also the 2-stage least square methods. So why we do that? When an explanatory variable is found to correlate with the error terms, the variable is endogenous. That's what we call it. And endogeneity is a significant issue in the impact study. That's why we try to eliminate such things. And these are just the mathematical models for the 2-stage least square methods. So without further delay, I'd like to further, and then I'd like to show you the descriptive statistics, right? So as you can see here, the dependent variable is total agriculture income, total paddy productivity. So productivity is a quintal per acre of land. And then total income, as you can see, the mean is 92,000 per year. And as CSA practices, crop rotation and integrated soil management, that's what we have taken as an CSA practices, and we call it endogenous. And then as instrument, we have taken average distance from village to the share of CSA adapted in the villages. And as you can see, these are for the controls that we have taken to find out our results. So firstly, let me show you the correlation between the instrument variables and outcome variables. So we see there is the strong correlation between crop rotation and integrated soil management, as you can see from this table, right? And this is the first OLS regression. As you can see, the crop rotation, it has been significant in all 2 cases. And at the same time, the integrated soil management is significant in all 3 cases, right? And as you see in the table 2, that we have compared between the OLS and between the IV regression. So let me summarize. What does that mean? This results confirms the instrument's relevance in the farmer's adaptation decision. Both instruments individually and together had a significant exploratory factors in adapting CSA practices. A significant negative relationship exists between CSA adaptation and the distance to the extension office. That really makes sense. The positive and a significant relationship between the percentage of multiple adapters and the adoption of CSA practices. The result is also as we expected and significant when we take both instruments to curb endogeneity. And as you could see back in the table, that our WALD F test is also signifies that the instruments are not weak, right? So as a summary of second stage results, both OLS and 2 SLS results are displayed to compare, and the measurement error does not influence the IV estimates as it is mentioned. And OLS estimate shows no significant relationship between the exogenous and the dependent variables. However, with the intervention IV, the model shows a positive and significant impact on the dependent variable. So as a final summary, what did we find out? The crop rotation, when climate smart agriculture practices such as crop rotation, adapters get 46 to 48% more farm income than their counterfactual parts. Similarly, farmers who adopt integrated soil management are likely to get 47 to 58% of more agricultural income than those who do not adopt such smart soil practices. Now, we would like to show you the PSM results. So here, I would like to move a bit quickly, because here I would like to show you this graph in which we see, like, before the propensity score matching, how are the treated and the control groups. So what happens when we do the propensity score matching? As you see, the line has been overlapping at each other, and this is for our first CSA practices, which is crop rotation. And in the similar way, if you look at it for the integrated soil management, we still get the similar results. Now, to further conclude this, I would like to say that the consistent results have come across all the models, specifications, which has validated the effectiveness of these methods in accurately assessing the impact of CSA adaptation that we'd like to say, and the positive impact of CSA adaptation has been identified, and the study reveals that a significant and positive climate agriculture adaptation is specifically for the crop rotation and integrated soil management practices on both paddy yield and the farm income among the farm household in the climate vulnerable districts of Odisha. So as a policy implication, I would like to highlight the government needs to promote economic incentives. So policymakers should recognize that demonstrating economic gains and positive income effect, which can strongly influence the technological adaptation, such as CSA practices among the farmers. So this kind of talk has to be there more by the policy makers to make the farmers aware of these kind of things. These findings should be effectively communicated with the stakeholders and to encourage the broader adaptation among the farmers. And the next is enhanced extension service, because as we see, the agricultural extension support system should adopt more targeted approach to facilitate the CSA, and that they need to be more closer with the farmers, because that is what we have seen here. And the third one, I would like to emphasize on investment in infrastructure, incentives like integrated watershed program or support of micro irrigation or integrated farming can be reinforced to create a more conducive environment for CSA practices even in the future, and strengthening the farmers cooperatives, because farmer cooperatives can also play a very strong role, such as farmers producers organization system. These are essential for driving comprehensive climate change adaptation and also for the promoting the CSA practices. This kind of cooperatives can enable peer effect among the farmers, and this could be something that government can really scale up to promote CSA practices. And with this, I'd like to conclude my today's presentation. Thank you very much for joining us today. And yes, this is the end.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raja, for your wonderful presentations and also completing the presentations on time. That's very much appreciated. Now, I would like to invite our discussion. Das Kiwi Hadian Achar, a researcher and a lecturer at Ma Phang Lung University in Thailand. Achar, we look forward to hearing from you on Dr. Raja's paper. Now I'd like to pass on the floor to you before we go for Q&A.
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, I really enjoy reading this paper. So thank you very much for making this outstanding paper and presentation as well. Yeah, so yeah, at this moment, I just would like to add some maybe potential suggestion to make this paper even better. So yeah, firstly, I would like to point out about the paper title. Yeah, because yeah, previously information or news from the G20 meeting previously in New Delhi, India. So maybe I would like to suggest the author to keep up to date with the possible name change of India by the India government, which will eventually can affect this paper title. And also next one in the introduction section. So yeah, the author already developed a unique theoretical framework, which is a really great framework. But yeah, maybe I just would like to suggest for the author to highlights the originality or the novelty much more in this paper. So then I think it's only the way how the author can address the novelty in this paper even better. And so the next one, yeah, I think that would be really awesome. Yeah, if then there is like more explanations on how this paper is going to extend the body of knowledge. Yeah, because we know that these issues have been ongoing for a very long time, and so we need updating for this body of knowledge on this matter or on at these aspects. So I think I would like to suggest for the author to point out the extension of the body of knowledge and this in this aspect. And so yeah, for the next one, yeah, maybe I would like to suggest or giving advice on using more frequent conjunctions between paragraphs in this paper to connect the ideas, so that the readers can get like a better understandings about the flow of the explanation, where it is on the the next paragraphs is adding a new evidence or adding a new explanation, or the next paragraph is going to give like contrasting views from the previous paragraphs. So then yeah, it's just like for easier understanding for the readers. Yeah, so that's the example that I can find in the introduction section between paragraph 2 and paragraph 3. So yeah, maybe the author can put like the appropriate conjunction between paragraph 2 with the paragraph 3. Okay, and then for the literature review sections, yeah, so yeah, I think yeah, on the second paragraph in page 5 in line 45, yeah, so again, yeah, I would like to suggest for the author to reformulate the sentences to reconnect and simplify. So because yeah, I think I can totally understand that the author is giving so much attention on the explanation and evidences. So sometimes it can be a little bit wordy and can be a little bit quite complicated, or yeah, quite, yeah, because you have so many jargons with this topic as well. So maybe it's better if there can be like some reformulation to simplify the sentences. And yeah, for the next one, yeah, sorry for my typo here. So yeah, actually I make like a red, the red highlight here. I mean, it's disconnected. Yeah, sorry for my typo. So yeah, because from previous sentences, yeah, the author cite a quotation from Lipper et al. 2014. Yeah, so with all the informations, and then continued with the next one with the next sentences or the given the current era of population explosion. So I think yeah, yes, because so many ideas that the author would like to express in this paper, sometimes then this variable looks like suddenly shows up in this paragraphs. So then sometimes for the readers it can be quite hard to how to connecting the dots, connecting the ideas, because yeah, so many ideas, so many variables exist in this paper. So maybe it's better if there is like some mind mapping to make the flow of the explanation even smoother for the ideas restructurization as well. Okay, yeah, so then for the next one, yeah, about the definition, yeah, of course, there is quite, so far we cannot have like official definition of climate smart agriculture, because it depends on the context, it depends on the places. So then, of course, maybe what we can do as a writer or the author, maybe we can just cite from like one of like a well-known agency, well-known institution or organizations. So then we can have like a common understanding that everyone can agree with the definition of the climate smart agriculture. So then we can easily distinguish between the CSA and the non-CSA. And yeah, because I find a sentences on line 18, page 7. So yeah, such about the sentences about CSA practices such as mulching and trench building. So then, yes, I think that's how we can define whether mulching and trench building is also part of the CSA practices or not. And yes, so yeah, I think I would like to suggest for the author to build like even better logical explanation how the CSA can increase the income yield from the provided literature. Yeah, for the methodology, I think I just saw the presentations just now, so it was really an outstanding methodology, and then that I think should be expressed as well in the paper. So I just would like to give like small advice in the methodology section is on the resource citations on the figures, yeah, because I can find there are like 1 or 2 figures in the methodology and the research design. So then, yeah, of course, yeah, if the figures or the framework or the diagram coming from the author, so the author can claim that as the author's contribution or author's compilations. Yeah, I think in general, it was a really awesome paper and presentation. Thank you very much. And I really enjoy reading it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Achar. I think you have, I would like to thank you for, this wonderful discussion. You have really caught like most of the things that needed attention. And also thank you very much for completing on time. With this, I'd like to go to the floor. If anyone from the floor would like to throw questions to Dr. Raza, please raise your hands. If anyone would like to ask, you can directly ask to Dr. Raja, or else I have the question from the floor. One of the questions that I have in front of me is from Dr. Ranidar Nath Burman. His question is, crop rotations and ISM are commonly adopted by farmers of India. What about the adoptions of climate resilient varieties of crop, particularly rice and wheat in Eastern India? Dr. Raza, could you answer his question?
Thank you very much. I think that's a brilliant question, and yeah, definitely I completely agree with the question that there could be so many different types of CSA practices that farmers have been doing. So I think to comply to your questions, as we mentioned, the crop rotation is what does capture the essence that you are really talking about. And then also another thing that we need to really understand is here, like what we're trying to do here is like, because definitely I will not say that just 2 practices, which is the soil integrated management and the crop rotation, is only the CSA the activities, because there could be a number of CSA activities, right? So given that, so definitely there could be much more other CSA practices which we need to further look. But the main idea of this paper is to really see whether this CSA practices and which are mostly common, because when we selected these 2 CSA practices, that those are like crop rotation and the soil management, we had an intensive discussion with the government official and the staff, and where the extension officer and the government representatives were implementing the kind of training and this kind of programs on this aspect. So we really wanted to see that the impact of such program. So, and this is just one example, one case study. So through which we understand that such CSA practices really is working on a positive direction, then the next stage will be something that we need to try to scale up this kind of the practices. And then also we listen to today from the Professor Edward Barbie that like we are just talking about an adaptation at some point of time, but like we need to sometimes pause and then really think whether the adaptation is a good adaptation or a maladaptation, right? So yeah, I think this is how I would like to answer to that question. Thank you very much, Dr. Dev.
Thank you, Dr. Raja. I think the question is very valid because there are a number of adaptation strategies. Maybe you need to include sections where you can show what are the other adaptation, climate smart adaptation strategies that's being practiced in the region, and give a descriptive statistics, and so why you are going with these two adaptation strategies. But this is a very valid question, and thank you very much. The other question is, how about the role of local government and market mechanisms to ensure farmers' income with specific crop quality and supply chains? It may not be very much related to your presentation, but if you have any thoughts on that, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. But definitely, I think you are right. So we cannot ignore the market because everything the farmer do, and when we talk about the income, so it is always related to the market. So market cannot be ignored. But I think before going to the market, we need to look more into the production side, and I think so that is how I think we are able to integrate these two things together. And I think that's how I would like to respond to that question. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I think Suresh Kannan, Clevo, and they have done a very nice paper, like how they have used endogenous switching regulation. Maybe it's worth reading the paper and citing. We'll forward you the papers soon. The other question here from Clay O'Brien is, thank you for the presentations. Does the increase in income take into account the additional cost of CSA? That's or like, whether you have used gross or net income? I think that's a very important question, Dr. Raja.
Yeah, I think in this study we have taken it as a net income. I think so because of that, like it does adjust to the cost that you are referring to. Thank you.
There are other questions, like maybe on technical part. Dr. Raja, like since we are running out of time, I would like to request you to connect with Virnda directly and help Brother on his question. Thank you very much. Now we'd like to give a big hand to Dr. Raja and also Hardriya Achar for the nice presentations and the discussion. Thank you so much. Now we move our next presentations. Our next presentation is by Dr. Yong Si Tae. The title of his paper is Adaptations Technology for Climate Smart Agriculture, a Synthesis of Pattern Landscape. Dr. Tae is a senior researcher at University Putra, Malaysia. So floor is yours. Please go ahead.
A very good morning to all. I'm speaking from a farm as Malaysia is having a transitory haze issue right now. This is partly due to the prolonged drought caused by El Nino effect. So this presentation is actually timely to touch on this issue. Before I begin, I think I sent the slide to Mimi. Mimi, could you help me upload this presentation here?
Yes, they are setting up your slides. Just give a few minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead.
Brilliant. Thank you. So when we talk about climate smart agriculture, generally we hardly look at what are the available modern options. I think coming from the previous presentations, it's clear to us that we tend to rely on some practices that categorize under good agriculture practices, if not best management practices. So this paper actually supplements and also complements the previous presentation. And now I would like to go to the next slide. So this is quite a relatively understudied area, because when we talk about agricultural practices, we tend to think what are already available, and hardly we spend time looking at what is or have been innovated by scientists. And I think right now, based on the database systems, when it comes to patenting, we are lucky to have quite a very comprehensive patent library in the world. And on that basis, we believe the patent systems could inform us about what are the modern strategies available for climate smart agriculture. And as we speak, many countries have now and almost coming to cross their critical threshold for crops, especially in already dry areas such as Africa. And the other day, I was looking at paddy farms in Punjab. The planted areas have crossed the threshold which should have not been used for paddy farming. So there are many issues when it comes to resource allocation as well as climate issues. So the present farming knowledge might not be sufficient to actually tackle the critical challenges as well as the forthcoming issues. However, like the previous presenter shared earlier, we tend to rely on GAPs, if not BMPs. A lot of these practices are taken because in response to certain issues, so they are reactive by and large in nature. And they also tend to provide accrual effects, and certain agronomic responses take a few months to see the full impact as well. So generally, farmers tend to rely on the traditional practices, and scientists, they tend to have quite a skeptical view about what farmers can do, because there is a broad perception about the scarcity of climate technology when it comes to the global climate smart agriculture movement. So when we examine the nature of those GAPs, they also tend to show very limited technological progress. Although there are some technological aspects to expedite, for example, the composting process, but if you look at that in general, that kind of progress is very slow and the scale is very much limited. So this also brings to another issue, like what could we learn from the patent landscape? Is there an implication when it comes to the scalability of technology? As we are hit by food security issues very recently, and I think the main implication from here is that we all would like to shift the curve of production. But at the same time, hardly we hear people talk about, should we also shift the supply curve of technology? I think this is where, when we look at patent applications, it is very interesting, because patents, they are the earliest successful R&D output. They are also important indicators of innovations. And it is unlike the traditional practices, although the conventional ones might be adopted or have been used by farmers. But a lot of those information are on the ground and they are not structured. So relatively, patent applications, they provide more critical and also useful information for us to study and then trace their progress over time. So next we move to look at, next slide. So next we move to look at the patent library. In this study, we rely on the database of eSpaceNet, which is a European Union's patent system. So in this system, they have categorized patents according to their nature. So for this particular climate change adaptation technology for agriculture. They categorize that under Y02A40/10 category. And they also undertook a comprehensive exercise in categorizing the previous ones before the category was invented. So because of them doing that, we are able to trace back to the earliest innovations as far as 1960 up to the time of study when it was undertaken in June 2022. So in total, that category provides us a database of about 140,000 climate adaptation patterns for agriculture. So just quickly to share with you how we analyze the information. If you understand about data mining, I believe you have a good understanding about the process here. So generally, like I said earlier, pattern documents, they provide very structured information. So from there, we extract the critical keywords that actually describe the pattern innovations. So based on that, we could actually look at the linkage of keywords to shape them into clusters. A cluster is formed when many keywords come to very close to each other, and they provide a very straightforward visual implication to us. So we move to the next one to look at how these 140,000 patterns have developed over time. Go to the next slide, please. So before going to look at the pattern networks, what you see here is the general growth trend of climate change adaptation patterns for agriculture, which occur in general with environmental regulations. But you'll find that a lot of these patterns, they are disproportionately distributed across regions. In particular, China surprisingly appeared to be having the most patterns for climate smart agriculture here. And it is followed by Japan, Korea, US, Europe, and other developed countries. Next slide, please. And it is worth mentioning that China actually has about 3/4 of the innovations. So you'll find the concentration is heavily sided on China. Now, looking at the pattern library, what we found out was that if we follow the environmental regulations and then we split the innovations according to the timeline there, we could roughly look at about 4 stages of innovation when it comes to climate smart patterns here. So generally, when we look at from 1960s to 91, they just focus on the basic greenhouse infrastructure in terms of structural materials, structural designs. And when it comes to composting, they tend to focus on the process. So generally, these are the fundamentals when it comes to the earlier days of innovations for climate smart agriculture. And when we shift to the second stage, you'll find that the networks have actually grown not only larger, but also in complexity as well. This is the phase where the greenhouse structure is expanded to also include more durable materials, and they also begin to touch on some irrigation innovations. Although there is no direct link shown here between the irrigation innovations and greenhouse structure, but when we look at those documents, it seems like the irrigation innovations are moving towards the direction of integration with greenhouse infrastructure. Next slide, please. And when I said about integration earlier, that kind of pattern becomes very clear when we move to the third stage between 2005 and 2014. You will find that now the system could be considered as highly integrated, because not only it is about the greenhouse structure alone, but it is about technologies that are smaller in size, but they are more accurate to enable the accuracy of automation as well as operation. So you will find that the greenhouse system in the third phase is considered robust. And additionally, they are now advanced with integrated irrigation system. And underlying those documents, we also find evidence about the earlier attempts about integration with IoT, as well as innovations that would enable microclimate condition and control. And moving to the compost cluster, you will find that now the composting cluster is expanded, and at the same time, it is injected with more complexity in terms of biological components. So they are talking about much more than animal waste, but they are also looking at household waste, some other organic agricultural waste as well. So those are the expansions when it comes to compost. Now, very interestingly, when we move to the final stage, which is the latest between 2015 and 2022, you'll find that a lot of integration are occurring in the network clusters there. Importantly, you'll find that it is pretty predominant that greenhouse infrastructure as well as technology remain there. Now, as I earlier hinted about the possibility of integration through IoT, this is the stage where it really occurs. Not only you'll find IoT, but generally you'll find many other innovations that allow the greenhouse system to be a very productive one, and in which precision agriculture is predominantly quite a driver when it comes to the productive system of greenhouse system. And likewise, you'll find that the composting technology as well as the organic fertilizer technology now, they are also part of the greenhouse system. There are a lot of indirect links here which cannot be shown by the system of our analysis, but generally they are embedded in those patent documents. So that means what we show here is only what is obvious to us based on their priority. So there are also some minor areas which are emerging, but not so significant at this moment. In particular, we are talking about some modern technologies which could help us to revitalize and restore environments. So these are the latest innovations that have been innovated and advocated by Chinese governments. And you'll find that China is quite a large driver when it comes to those critical areas in which you don't find many investors who are interested in this, but the country scientists, they are doing a lot in these minor areas. So based on that, we could move to the next slide to talk about some of those implications. So generally, you'll find that we have modern technologies available for climate smart agriculture. So that means that we have more options here, and they can complement GAPs as well as PMPs. But what is really critical here is that if you look at those technologies, they are patented. That means the copyrights are very much protected, and that requires a special attention to think about how do we actually upscale the availability of these technologies, which refers to shifting the production curve of technology I mentioned earlier before the presentation. So the available technologies right now, they are considered as robust. Not only they show us they are improved agriculture systems, but they are also innovations about the production processes, and they are also output products which could be used as farm inputs for our farmers. So generally, we could categorize those innovations into a few product-driven innovations. First, you'll find they are modern seeds, which could make our farming more resilient to climate challenges. And then, based on the growing clusters of compost, you'll find that innovations have occurred in trying to reduce our reliance on chemical inputs. Then you'll find irrigation innovations as well. They target at water productivity.
Dr. Tay, your time has ended. Can you wind up?
Yes, certainly. Final sentence from me. So generally, what I advocate in this paper is that they are modern adaptation strategies. That means that we have to look beyond than GAPs and BMPs, and we have more options in modern technologies as well. So maybe what we have to advocate next is to think about how should we accelerate technology and knowledge transfer. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tay, for these wonderful presentations. I mean, despite having challenges, you found time and means to join us. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite Daehu. Daehu is she's a PhD candidate at Lincoln University, Christchurch, New Zealand. So I'd like to invite her to be the discussion for this paper paper on adaptations technology for climate smart agriculture, a synthesis of pattern landscape. So with this, I'd like to pass on the floor to you. Day, floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Yeah. Good morning and good afternoon to all the people here. And can you see my slide?
No, we can't. If you can share your slide, please.
Yeah, okay. Wait a moment.
Excellent.
So sorry, not this one. Yeah, this one. Okay, thank you for the introduction. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to ADBI for giving me the opportunity to discuss the paper. I have to say the presentation was excellent, and I enjoyed reading the manuscript. It is really an innovative paper. However, I have some comments and suggestions. In the beginning, I would like to summarize the paper. The objective of this paper is to explore innovation in climate change adaptation technology for agriculture. And the
Hi,
data...
Sophie. Sorry, Sophie. It seems you didn't share with us your slides.
Okay, wait a moment.
Yeah, the one you shared is the paper rather than slides.
Sorry.
Or else we can try from here.
No. I will send it. Sorry.
Yeah, probably you are using 2 or 3 monitors. That's why you got confused.
Yeah, when you use more than one monitor. You can go to share screen and try again.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise our supporting team can play the backup slides and you can just say next.
No. I will share my screen. This one. Can you see?
Hello, this one is from ADBI side.
Can you see my screen?
It's coming. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see it now. Yeah.
So the objective of this paper is to explore the innovation in climate change adaptation technology for agriculture. And the data set consists of 68,596 patent applications. The paper employs network analysis to examine 3 key aspects. First, is the relationship between global patent growth and environment policy, and also geographic distribution of patents. And the third one is the spatial and the temporal patent priorities. The main findings of this paper are 4 folders. The first one, firstly, there is a significant increase in patents related to agriculture adaptation in climate change. Secondly, climate technology for agriculture adaptation is emerging as a major area of innovation, particularly in countries like China, Japan, Korea, and also France and Canada. Thirdly, environment policy play a crucial role in driving innovation and its growth. And finally, the paper emphasized international cooperation. Overall, the paper presents valuable insights into the field. And I think the paper is very innovative. Now let's move on to the comments section. For the introduction part, I think there are 3 limitations. First, I think the words focus more on the agriculture practice rather than climate change adaptation technology, since it is the key of the paper. And additionally, the literature review, literature cited in this section, I think is not so relevant with the climate change adaptation technology. The second limitation is the absence of a dedicated section discussing on the contribution and the innovation of the paper. Finally, I think the paper lacks a comprehensive literature review. However, when I listen to the presentation, I think the authors in the presentation he provide a very good excuse and motivation factor for the paper. But when I read the paper, I think the author should highlight the importance of climate change adaptation in reality and identify the research gap in the existing research literature. I think they can serve as a strong motivation factor for the paper. So the suggestion as follows. Suggestion 1 is to add more details about the significance of the change adaptation technology. And the suggestion 2 is to clearly state the contribution and innovation of this paper. Suggestion 3 is to include a literature review part to identify the research gap. Now let's move to the methodology part. In this part, I get a little bit, when I read the paper, I a little bit confused, because in the first paragraph, text mining visualization approaches are discussed. As visualization approaches, pattern mapping, clustering, and the network analysis are compiled. And finally, the paper said the network analysis is the chosen method. However, in the second paragraph, keyword concurrency network technique, which combine network analysis and co-word analysis, was detailed described. I think mentioning too many methods in the paper will lead to confusion and lead the paper losing the focus and emphasis. And also let the readers confused what is the real methods in the paper. However, I think in the presentation, the author gave a good explanation about keyword concurrency network technique. Secondly, I think in the methodology process, the data acquisition process is well detailed, but there is a lack of a part to explain the process of obtaining the results. So the suggestion is to combine the 2 parts regarding the method together and give more precise information to avoid confusion. Section 5 it is suggested to add a part to offer more information about the results, how to get the results by employing the network analysis. I think this would be enhance the credibility of the research and can help more research adopt this method to do more similar valuable research. Now let's move on to the final part. For the results and the discussion part, I think they are well designed and detailed. But I have there is a minor problem. When I read the figure 2, I thought it will show the changes distribution over time. But if I understand correctly. It is just an aggregate of application from 1960 to 2022. So it doesn't show the change over time. For the conclusion part, I think it's too brief. When I read the paper, I think it's too brief, and there is no policy enlightenment. Even though the author emphasized some policy recommendation, but they didn't discuss extensively. So I think for this part, the suggestion is if the geographic distribution of time can be provided, I think they will provide more information to readers. Suggestion 7, it is to add the policy implication part, provide more information on the feasibility of this policy recommendation would enhance the understanding how to put for the readers to improve their understanding to put them into the practice. Yeah, that's all. And if something is not correct, please forgive. And in general, it's really a fantastic paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dev. Thank you very much for really, I mean, like reading through this paper very carefully and making a very wonderful suggestion. I think your suggestions were brilliant, and it's much appreciated. So, Dr. Tay, would you like to respond to some of the comments and suggestions Dev has made?
Thank you, Dehu, for the constructive comments. I agree with you that this paper still has a room to improve the literature review, especially in paving the way to identify the research gap and hence the research objective of this paper. I absolutely agree with you. And at the same time, I will also improve the writing on the analytical process. Just touching on that, you mentioned that there were a few methods mentioned in the paper. Yes, it was right. As a preface before entering to our network clustering analysis here. I take note of that, and I will improve the clarity of that writing. And that certainly then relates to how we will show that the results are obtained in the analysis. So we'll do that to improve this section as well. Yeah, you are right to touch on the figure 2, which shows how environmental policies connect or relate to the growth of pattern innovations for climate change adaptation technology here. Certainly, I think you asked the right question. The figure tends to show the aggregate of pattern distribution. So coming to your concern about, or as well suggestion to show the change over time, we previously talked about it. It's just that we are still struggling to get a software to actually do so because it is quite technically challenging. But certainly, we will now also go back to look at the option and how to do that, like what you suggested. Yeah, I think the conclusion that we like to have readers take away from this paper is that there are modern technologies available when it comes to handling the issue of climate change adaptation for agriculture. Because all this while, even if you look at the literature, researchers tend to focus on GAPs, BMPs, and generally we know what are their limitations here. While the climate change, the pace is accelerating and the effect is more disastrous than before. So we certainly would like to advocate in this paper that there are more options if we think of technologies rather than the conventional practices. So we would like to offer a fresh view on technologies as well as practices that perhaps we, as well as farmers, didn't previously think about. So this is one way to actually open up a greater dialogue in future, so that when we examine climate change adaptation or climate smart agriculture in general, we would like to see there is greater direction towards effective and then technologies that can provide impactful results in near term. Because some of those issues with GAPs and BMPs are that their beneficial impacts could be distant in time, while the climate change is accelerating. So we certainly hope that there are technologies that could provide viable complements to the existing practices of farmers. So we are not limiting ourselves to GAPs and BMP here, and then we would like to see there's acceleration in understanding what are the options available to farmers. So our hope is to enhance the entire agriculture system here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tay. We are running out of time. I have a very quick comment and questions. Like now, on one hand, I think patents is very important so that it encourages innovations. If we don't have patents, I think we cannot have innovations because it's widely available. Second thing is that if you look at CGIAR also develops technology which is public goods and is made publicly available. Like, for example, Syngenta is also making like rice varieties, wheat varieties, but at the same time, CGIAR Center is also making those varieties and making it publicly available. Anybody can take it. So I think one of the way to help, make technology accessible to everyone is by investing in institutions which produces public goods. So that's one. And second thing is that, do you think removing patents would actually help in scaling technology? Because there are out there a number of technology, brilliant technology, but farmers are not adopting.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dr. Rahul. That is certainly the questions we also ask and pose in our discussion as well, because we would like these patented innovations could be transferable to farmers, either through collaboration between institutions or countries, so that although they are patented, they are accessible by the vulnerable farmers as well. It doesn't mean that they will all become public goods, but certainly we hope that kind of gap can be narrowed, if not minimized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Tay, and also Daewoo. Thank you very much for the discussions that you have provided. With this, I'd like to call off for a short break, and thank you so much. Good morning here from Tokyo, and good afternoon to many of our colleagues in Australia and New Zealand. Welcome back from the short break. Now we have paper 3. The title of paper 3 is Finding Climate Smart Agriculture in Civil Society Initiative. This is a very, very important and interesting paper because it focuses on the last miles, who are the drivers of climate smart agriculture technology adoption. So, and it's also coming from somebody who is on the ground and who is directly involved in climate actions. Today's presenter is Dr. Rob Kelly. He's an acting manager at World Vision Australia, Melbourne. With this, may I invite Dr. Rob Kelly to start his presentation. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Deal. Appreciate that. And it's lovely to be with everybody today. Thank you for the chance. Thank you to ADBI for the opportunity to share. And warm greetings to everybody from Melbourne, Australia. We're very pleased today to share with you some strategic research that we've conducted to better articulate how climate smart agriculture is being expressed in field programming by World Vision Australia. This work was commissioned by us, with the analysis being conducted by our colleagues at the University of Technology, Sydney, and that's Dr. Federico Davila, Dr. Brent Jacobs, and Mr. Faisal Nadeem. And this also came with strong support and participation by World Vision Australia's Dr. Nami Kurimoto. So let me add, we're also very grateful for funding provided by DFAT through the Australian NGO cooperation program that enabled this internal research to be conducted. Agriculture is increasingly a dominant development priority as it contributes to, but yet can also address global challenges, including climate change, poverty, food security, and health. Agricultural activities take place in around 40% of the planet's terrestrial surface. They use around 70% of global freshwater resources. And when combined with the distribution and processing of products in the food system, contribute up to 1/3 of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. Global food demand is expected to double from 2009 levels by 2050, which underscores the urgent need for acceleration and transformation of our food production systems in the short term. This growing demand will continue to shape and define the kind of agricultural practices applied, and this in turn will increase the contribution of agriculture to global emissions, intensifying future risks and vulnerabilities. So agriculture and the broader food system are embedded in many countries' nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, under the Paris Agreement, and therefore must be contributing towards emissions reduction, as well as responding to food demand and to environmental change through adaptation, which includes changing land and cropping practices, developing improved crop varieties, and changing food consumption and waste. Climate smart agriculture, with its 3-pillar framework, seeks to address these global challenges, and that's partly why we've gathered here today. CSA has come from a multilateral UN background over this last 10 to 12 or 10 to 15 years, and the discourse and the understanding of CSA has grown considerably, particularly in these last few years. The growing interest in CSA, including by civil society actors such as World Vision, and the proliferation of information on CSA has meant there is now a wide range of different applications and understandings of CSA. At the same time, arguments against the CSA framing and the tendency for CSA to be seen as a top-down or an external technocratic solution have also emerged. Others argue that CSA is being hijacked by large multinationals as a form of greenwashing to enhance their credentials by claiming to support global efforts on climate change. The evolution of CSA programming and implementation has been reviewed in the literature with a focus primarily on policymakers or researchers, and especially through the CGIAR agriculture research centres. However, the literature is lacking publications by civil society sector, which means that we're missing a part of how CSA is being implemented, given the outsized role that NGOs play in supporting farmer adoption and in addressing poverty. So then it's hard to understand the contribution of CSA interventions being implemented by NGOs as part of the implementation puzzle. World Vision is a global NGO with around 33,000 staff working across 100 countries, with a large proportion of those programming efforts directed towards rural households who rely on agriculture for their livelihoods. CSA is a key part of how World Vision engages with these farmers. Last year, an internal review by World Vision found that out of 1,100 projects in 46 countries, with a focus on environment and climate action, around 60% were applying CSA in some shape or form. So clearly, CSA is an important part of the work that World Vision does, and this in turn reflects the felt needs and priorities on the ground, as well as those of the donors and the host governments. But it does raise further questions. How closely do World Vision projects align to the CSA framing? How does World Vision implement CSA, and what exactly does it look like? And beyond that, how could CSA be improved or strengthened given its growing prominence into the future? So with all of that in mind, we set out to try and answer a few of these questions by taking a very small cohort of CSA projects from the World Vision Australia portfolio. We used keyword analysis and word search on critical documents, focusing primarily on the design, the midterm, and the endline reports. A selection of keywords that are associated with the CSA framework were then included in the analysis to better understand alignment with that framework. The 6 projects were also selected quite purposefully to increase the heterogeneity and to raise awareness of both contextual differences and programming variations. Most projects were funded by DFAT through the ANCP pool of money, while others were funded through the EU, for instance, or in the case of Humbo, through sales of international carbon credits generated by the project participants themselves. So what did we find? The analysis generated a very rich picture from each project in terms of how closely they aligned with keywords associated with the 3 pillars in the CSA framework. Here's one example, the Regreening Africa project in Kenya. It had a very high word count of words like green or practice and forest, but very low word counts for nutrition, hunger, institutions, market, or input. So this project, by viewing it through this prism, clearly had a strong alignment to the CSA's mitigation pillar, but it had a weak alignment in terms of food security pillar. In contrast, a different project, the Better Food, Better Health project from Timor-Leste, had a far stronger focus on food security and knowledge adoption, as evidenced by high word counts for nutrition, knowledge, practice, and also for gender. But it had a low word count and a weak alignment to the mitigation and the adaptation pillars, owing to low word counts for carbon, green, institution, and efficient. The project in Afghanistan, the Australia-Afghanistan Community Resilience Scheme, was all about trying to build resilience for smallholder farming communities by
Rob, we can't hear you. I think we lost Rob. Hello, Dr. Rob. Hello. Yeah.
hello
Sorry,
again.
we
So
lost
sorry
you,
about
Dr. Rob.
that.
Please go ahead.
I'll just reshare my screen.
Yes.
So sorry about that, but yeah, let's pick up on where we were. So yeah, the Afghanistan project, this one had a very strong alignment.
We can't hear you. Can you unmute? Dr. Rob, we can't hear you. Hello, Dr. Rob. Yeah, can you unmute? Yes.
Okay. So sorry. Yeah, it's the
No
internet here
worries.
is not working. Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Just trying to find the right screen. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, so there's a lot to learn for NGOs like us, and hopefully for others as well. I mentioned about the trade-offs, and that's something we do have to recognize. The mitigation potential varied the most between projects. Projects that were framed as being food security or nutrition had anything from low to high mitigation potentials. So a big variation there. As far as adaptation goes, the adaptation strategies can be in the form of avoiding increased vulnerability rather than actual adaptation practices per se. And this is something we need to unpack further. And for food security pillar, some of the CSA actions were not clearly linked to nutrition or even to food security, such as agroforestry or farmer-managed natural regeneration. And some of those income-focused actions that were trying to improve food security were potentially risky. They hadn't incorporated adaptation thinking into the frame. So whilst we can say the CSA framework was flexible, I guess from an NGO perspective, it gave us lots of advantages by allowing for local contextualization. It also allowed us to integrate readily with other programming models that we use, including helping us achieve a high focus on women and on gender. So what next? How do we make use of these findings? When practicing climate smart agriculture and when civil society actors do that, we need to lean in to the adaptability of CSA and make sure it does reflect those local contextual realities. We found that CSA in itself can be a learning and adaptive process, and therefore we need to balance the top-down or introduction of external ideas with the Indigenous practices and knowledge that's already known within these communities. From what we can tell, we see that markets and technology are still dominating CSA conversations, and we need to be aware of that. And we see that civil society, private sector, potentially even donors have an opportunity to enable CSA, to facilitate a process by which CSA is adopted equally and fairly, and by which CSA options are indeed making a difference both to income as well as adaptation and mitigation. And I think we found that NGOs have an opportunity there to be knowledge brokers in this space and to facilitate what CSA is going to be for communities as they themselves engage with the private sector and with government. So let me finish here with this last slide and a call towards climate smart food systems. While CSA is a useful framing and has great potential to speak to our production systems, we also recognise that the wider agri-food system also influences how farmers adopt or take up technologies or approaches. Climate mitigation and adaptation need to take place right across the system, not just within landscapes. So the challenge here is, can CSA support climate smart food systems into the future? Thanks very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rob. I mean, like, I really appreciate your presentations, despite hiccups that we had from internet. but then, like, your presentation was excellent. I think this is something that is very much needed. The last miles are actually critical drivers of scaling CSA technology, and the numerous projects that you have on CSA is excellent. It's very much appreciated, and also the kind of work that you're doing, bundling the entire the outcomes is which is very difficult and very critical, and I think World Vision has been able to do that, and I wish World Vision will continue to push through bundling the outcome, not the technology. I think this is something that will have a very great impact on food system transformations. Now, I would like to invite Priti Sudha Mohante, who is our discussion for this paper. Priti Sudha Mohante is a research scholar of economics at the Indian Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar, India. Priti Sudha, now I'd like to give the floor to you. Please go ahead and present your discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Priti. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Priti Sudha Mohante from IIT Bhubaneswar, India. First of all, I would like to congratulate the presenter and thank him for giving me this opportunity to be the discussant of this paper. Sir, are my slides visible?
Very visible.
Yes, sir. Thanks, sir. Sir, the title is Finding Climate Smart Agriculture and Civil Society Initiatives. And the objectives are to investigate the initiatives taken by INGO for the benefit of smallholder farmers and to know the importance of CSA practices to agricultural development and to critically examine the effect on agriculture due to the adoption of CSA practices. So basically, there are three objectives I find out. First, what are the initiatives taken by the INGO, then the importance of CSA, then the effect of CSA on agricultural sector. Then coming to the next slide. About the methods, this paper conducts a thematic analysis to uncover how well these projects align with CSA pillars and to assess the potential for localized adaptability in diverse agricultural sector within INGO works. So basically, here thematic review is done, which is based on 6 projects to collect the theme of those projects and how CSA principles are useful and done by INGO works in Asia and Africa. Then coming to the discussion part. Through the thematic review, the paper shows 4 things. First, the importance of CSA in agricultural development project, then why we need CSA, why not anything else, and the adaptive nature of CSA. Practices are a climatic resilient technology, and these are resilient to climatic shocks like flood and low precipitations. So then the world vision activities in different countries have specific design and implementation elements that contribute to the 3 pillars of CSA. Then the avenues for NGO to address the challenges faced during the adoption of CSA approaches. Then what are the challenges faced by the NGO staffs during the adoption of CSA approaches? These are given here. Then coming to the limitation part. Though this is such a nice paper, but I found some limitations. And if these points are added, then it will be a better one. Then first one is limited generalization. Am I audible, sir?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Sir, first limitation I found is that limited generalization. Sir, this paper is based on 6 projects. Draws its conclusion from 6 projects and covering Asia and Africa. So I find such a small sample size may not be truly represent the whole agricultural initiatives taken in Asia and Africa. So if some more sample size could be taken, it would be helpful for us to give a better result. Then coming to the second one, lack of quantitative data. This paper draws its conclusion from thematic review, which is basically qualitative in nature. And qualitative data are subjective and difficult to measure. Many qualitative data are taken like gender, nutrition. And I think if some quantitative data could be taken, like income of farmers, it could be better. Then lack of longitudinal data. This paper cover a period of 15 years, ranging from 2006 to 2021. And if some more year data could be taken, like 30 years data, 40 years data, and it's based on 6 factors like gender, market, nutrition, climate, carbon, and all. If some more variables could be taken, I think it would be better. Then limited exploration of challenges. As I said in the discussion part, that this paper provides avenues for the NGO sectors to explore challenges faced by them during the adoption of CS approaches. So, but this paper did not deeply deal into the what are the challenges really faced by them, like the problems like funding, program management system. Those are not clearly defined. So I think those things are given, then it would be better. Then coming to the suggestion part, first, inclusive farmer categories. So this paper basically focused on smallholder farmers. So if other categories like medium, large sections were added, then it would be better for us to capture the other farmers are also benefited by this. Then explore additional carbon mitigation technique. As you know that CSA is a broader concept having 3 pillars, as sir said, that food security, adaptation, and mitigation. And the one of the most important pillar is mitigation of carbon dioxide. So here only certain methods are given like reforestation, agroforestry, and carbon sequestration. But I think if other methods are added like restocking, carbon mineralization, and carbon removal through ocean approach, which is very important, and it would be better. And next, encourage standardized CSA framework and guidance. So we know that CSA is a broader concept, and its importance and importance of its pillar should be understood in a better way. So if some standardized framework regarding CSA guidance and training how to use those technology were given in this paper, then it would be better for us to understand. Then introduced policies regarding capacity building and training. Though this is outside of this paper, still I add it because I think that our farmers are traditionally technology acquainted, and if some policies regarding their capacity building and training would be given in this paper, then it would be better for us, both farmers and both farmers and NGO staffs, to build their capacity and training in order to implement those CSA technology and to increase productivity. So this is all about the paper. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Priti Sudha, for very comprehensive discussion. Truly appreciate it. With this, I'd like to invite Dr. Rob Kelly to if you have some comments or some response to the discussion.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Pritisu. Really appreciate those words and also your encouragement. Absolutely, there are some great points there. Perhaps just thinking back to your limitations slide, you know, we would agree with you. 6 studies is not a lot. At the time, I guess we were a bit limited, you know, in terms of thinking through how this was going to come together. And we used quite a manual approach to do that qualitative keyword thematic analysis. If we can flip that somehow into a more automated process, I believe we could go much more than just the 6 projects. However, having said that, we also wanted to restrict our bucket of project options to only to being those that had CSA or CSA-like elements in them. And out of, you know, perhaps the 50 projects that World Vision Australia does each year, maybe only half of those would have a CSA-like kind of element in them. So absolutely, we can increase our sample size, but we'll probably make sure that we use a filter as well to determine what makes into the pot. I think it's a good point as well around the qualitative analysis, and it is a challenge to know how to draw generalizations out of that. And I guess we've tried to focus on principles, some of which are not unique, right, to our little piece of work. But I think with a little bit of quantitative assessment on the side, that could certainly deepen the kind of conclusions that we come up with. So thank you for that option, that suggestion. The option of going for more years might be a struggle. We don't always have project documents from a long way back on file, but that's something we could certainly look at as an internal team. And I suppose to our focus on smallholders, tends to be our bread and butter, if you like. But certainly we also do work with private sector actors. And so trying to understand the challenges that those two groups face, and perhaps even to disaggregate those groups further, right, into women or vulnerable groups. Certainly the challenges of adoption of CSA will be different for each of those categories. This wasn't something we set out to understand in this study, but it could certainly add like a secondary perspective in terms of if we wanted to go deeper with the analysis. I think too, these suggestions are quite helpful. The idea of going wider than just smallholder farmers, the potential for additional carbon mitigation approaches. We don't actually do much in the blue carbon space, but that can certainly be something we look at considering. And interestingly, our next step on all this is to actually work with our colleagues from across the World Vision Partnership to come up with a set of CSA guidance notes that actually help us to go forward in a lockstep together. So that's a big next step that's come out of this piece of work. I might leave it there, Dr. Deal. Thanks for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rob Kelly. May I request Dr. Raja to please pose his question?
Thank you. So thank you. Can you hear now? Okay, sorry. So
Yes.
yeah. So I thank you, Dr. Kelly, for your nice presentation. Sorry, so it was muted. So whatever I asked earlier, I'm going to repeat it back again. And I think it's very important that organization like yours has really taken the initiatives to really understand this and to understand how the CSA practices could be scaled up. And one thing I have been always wondering about, like when the organization like yours, or what we call the last miles organization, when they implemented the program and the other things, how can we safeguard them against Samarthan's dilemma? Because one of the problems that I have often seen in many developing countries, what I mean by Samarthan's dilemma is like the project is implemented by the international organization or NGO, and that only survives until the time the NGO support. So lifeline is very thin. So there is no proper mechanism or incentives that automates the things and which continues for the long term. So how you have really think of dealing with this kind of issues? If you could just briefly explain on this, I'll be very happy. Thank you.
No, thank you, Dr. Timosini. I think there are two things that we really try to do. On the one hand, we lean into government policies around CSA and try our best to align with those. And we know that those government policies, help propel and embed these approaches in the communities. And secondly, we also try very hard to connect with the private sector. Scale up of CSA will ultimately depend on the private sector actors getting involved and being able themselves to make a profit out of this. So where we can, we also try to link with them, for instance, seed distributors, input suppliers. And I think as a result, we try to leave an ecosystem that's quite supportive of maintaining those CSA practices. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Dr. Rob. Actually, like we are running out of time, but I really want to take this opportunity to ask you this question because I used to work for CG for a long period of time. So when you design your project proposals, do you have the CSA component inbuilt, or like you are just going to the final documents and you are trying to, find those words where CSA has been used? That's one. If you compare the original proposals and the final reports, Do you see any difference, whether you had CSA, but it really come out along the way, or you had CSA and then it got minimized? That's second. The third one is that when you look at I'm also wondering about the outcome indicators. Like, do you think like when last mile NGOs initiatives are involved, the outcomes on CSA scaling is better than others? But that I have numerous questions which I'll try to share with you separately, but these are my questions for now.
Yeah, I think it's a good question around the coherence. You know, what we plan to do in the beginning, does that change when you get to the end of the project? Invariably not. And I'm talking here about grant-funded projects, because you kind of sign a contract in a way with a donor. So I think the coherence, if you like, is generally pretty strong. Having said that, there are some donors too who are very much wanting to advocate for transformation along the way, and there's an openness to seeing communities be transformed and to adapt to things as things progress. So I think it's important that those learning opportunities, those learning loops, be worked and factored into our programming, so that there might be some flexibility about where we end up, with the assumption, of course, that we're ending up in a better place than we might have. That's a great question. And then I think, yeah, in terms of outcomes, I think where we do CSA well, and there's been a clear, distinct dotted line back to incomes. That's where we're seeing, you know, these options, the CSA options, being sustained and being accelerated, and also being scaled up beyond just our control areas, if you like. But I think it's worth us taking another look at that and trying to unpack, you know, how much more are farmers in a World Vision area adopting CSA compared to farmers in a different area, perhaps. What's our benefit, our value add, is something we have to think more about. Thank you, Dr. Deal.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kelly. I mean, like, your presentation was awesome. I really liked it. I think this is very few times we get to see this. With this, I'd like to thank you once again. And also I'd like to thank Priti for her wonderful discussions, and give you a big hand before we move to the next presenter. Thank you so much. Our next presentations is on the paper titled Factor Affecting Adoptions of Climate Smart Agriculture Among Smallholder Farmers in Assam, India. It's going to be presented by Jigyasa Sandalia. She's a PhD scholar at Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India. I mean, like, we know Kharagpur, IIT Kharagpur very well. There are a number of people who are presenting. So before going any further, I'd like to hand over the floor to you. Jigyasa, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is Jigyasa Sandalia from India, and today I'm here to present our paper on the topic Factors Affecting Adoption of Climate Smart Agriculture Among Smallholder Farmers in Assam, India. And let me first start with the motivation behind with which this paper was started. So basically, the motivation was to increase the uptake of climate smart agriculture practices among smallholder farmers. So when we talk about the motivation, we see that we have used two particular concepts here. One is on climate smart agriculture, and the other is the concept of smallholder farmers. So why basically are we emphasizing on climate smart agriculture? So the first point that I would like to point out here is that it is to combat the alarming risk of global food security. So with the effects of climate change on agricultural production, it is expected that the global food security is at a threat. And so in order to bring that to some consideration, we need to adopt practices which will help us combat this threat. The second is to simultaneously achieve 3 goals, that is the climate smart adaptation, climate smart agriculture, which stands for adaptation, mitigation, and food security. The third is to promote and support 4 betters, that is better production, that is with the available resources, so that we can increase the productivity levels, so that better nutrition is ensured, better environment so that greenhouse gas emissions are lessened, and a better life for all, so that it is all inclusive of all sections of the society. And why particularly are we studying or emphasizing on smallholder farmers? This is because they are exposed to a very high degree of vulnerability as compared to other sections of the farming community. And they have very limited adaptability. So they are mostly constrained in terms of capital or resources, which does not help in their cause of trying to adapt to such practices. And also their economic condition is threatened. And based on this, the research objective of our study is to identify and analyze the factors influencing smallholder farmers' adoption of climate smart agricultural strategies. So when we went through the literature, there were studies where some focused on the fact that they stated that climate smart agricultural adoption was in fact difficult for smallholder farmers, because they were up to certain challenges that they faced, like based on the educational level or the availability of resources or the share of income, which were constrained. And because of this, it was difficult for them to adopt such practices. And on the other hand, there were some other studies which said that it was easier for smaller farms to adopt climate smart agriculture because of the scale of practices. Like usually to experiment a new technology or any kind of practice in agriculture, the farmers always seek to try it on a smaller level, so that even if there are any repercussions, so that they can be handled. So these studies had focused that due to their access to family labor, which usually is there for smallholder farmers, and certain other household characteristics or credit facilities, and these factors influence in their adoption rates. So our study is conducted on Assam, and this is the map of the study area. So why have we considered Assam for the particular study? So this is because over the years, the local precipitation and temperature has experienced a significant change. Moreover, Assam, two major rivers, the Brahmaputra River and the Barak, they flow through the state. And every year, flood is a common situation here. But even after that, over the years, due to climate change, the frequency and intensity of such floods have increased drastically, which is posing a lot of threat to the agricultural production in the state. The state is primarily an agrarian state, so it is very difficult for the farmers due to the frequency and intensity of floods that have increased. Moreover, in recent times, it has happened that due to less rainfall during the dry season, it has ended up in drought-like situation in many regions of the state, which was not very common a few years back in the state. And among the different districts, we have chosen Nagaon district as the study area. And we have chosen this because there was a study conducted by Mohanty and Wadhwan 2021, where they analyzed or assessed the vulnerability across the different districts in India. And Assam surprisingly had 5 districts which are majorly vulnerable. And among them, Nagaon district topped the list of being the highest vulnerable district in India. And also the farmers in this region are mostly smallholder farmers. So it helps us to justify our case. So the sampling strategy was a multi-stage sampling process where 4 blocks were purposefully chosen for our study. And after that, the respondents were chosen on a random sampling basis. And a total of initially 200 samples were collected. And after cleaning process and removal of missing data, a total of 193 samples were used for analysis. And semi-structured interview schedules were used to gather information, and the personal interviews as well as focus group discussions were conducted, so that even qualitative data can be gathered from the field. And based on the literature review that was done, we found that there was no previous study that dealt in detail on the different forms of capital and how they influence the adoption of climate smart agriculture among smallholder farmers. So our study uses 6 different types of capital to understand the factors. These are physical capital, natural capital, financial capital, social capital, institutional capital, and human capital. And to perform the analysis, we have used a multivariate probit model. And here the dependent variables denote the climate smart agricultural strategies. And here we have introduced 4 climate smart agricultural strategies. And these are based on the primary data that was collected. These are alternate land use system, integrated nutrient management, site-specific nutrient management, and crop diversification. And for the independent variables, a total of 25 variables grouped under the 6 forms of capital were used. And as we can see the distribution of the different CSS strategies, the highest CSS strategy that was opted was alternate land use system by a total of about 68% of the respondents that were interviewed. And these are some of the descriptive statistics of the respondents. And we see that irrigation facility was availed by about 47% of the farmers. But there is a catch here that they use this irrigation only during the cultivation of the certain particular crops. Not all crops were used for irrigation was not used for all the form of crops. And regarding social capital, about 23% were part of agricultural cooperatives, and only 3% had apps that were related to agriculture in their smartphones. Regarding human capital, the majority of the people had primary level of education, about 62%, and about 85% of the population, the respondents used family labor in their agricultural production. And regarding financial capital, only 27% had access to institutional credit among the farmers. And natural capital, it was found that about 33% of the farmers had about 1 to 2 hectares of land, and about 25% had less than 1 hectare of land in their possession. And we introduced a variable regarding the number of generations that cultivated in the same plot of land for a particular family. And we found that 78% of the population of the respondents shared that 2 generations shared the same plot of land for cultivation. And regarding institutional capital, about 41% attended trainings, and about 32% had availability of government provided seats. And there were different variables that we used, as I have already mentioned, about 25 variables. And certain variables have positively and significantly influenced the adoption of the CSS strategies. Among these, I would like to mention a few here. One is the agricultural cooperatives. It is a form of a social capital, when people are part of agricultural cooperatives, they exchange information, they come to know about new advancements in technologies or production processes, and as a result, it helps them to implement newer technologies. And so it was seen in our results as well, that those who were part of agricultural cooperatives were seen to adopt this climate smart agricultural practices. Secondly, app related to agriculture, though a smaller percent of the respondents were using these apps related to agriculture, but it was found that it significantly helped them to incorporate such climate smart agricultural practices. And above that, we have also found that the land area that was owned, it also affected. It is a form of physical capital. So the possession of land area, it affected their adoption of climate smart agricultural practices. And there were certain factors which negatively affected the adoption. One was that the distance of the plot from all-weather road. Here, it was found a negative relation because it was found that the farther the distance of the plot was from the all-weather road, they had limited access to technologies or to forms of these associations or cooperative associations among farmers. They were not having such opportunities, and so they did not have these forms of information to implement such practices. And another is that the advisory regarding climate change, which was found to have a negative impact on the adoption of climate smart agricultural practices. So our study has found a few interesting results that I would like to present here. The first is the negative relationship between government provided seeds and site-specific nutrient management. So as I have already said that the state has recurrent floods every year. So the government has this policy where it provides seeds to the farmers. so that they can incorporate farming practices. But it was found that there was a negative relationship in the use of these nutrient management techniques and government provided seeds. The reason the farmer stated was that the seed that were received, the quality was very low as compared to what they would normally grow. The second thing is that they would always receive the seeds after the sowing time is over. So they had very limited time. And so what they would do is they would use fertilizers extensively. And as a result, so that they can maximize the yield and they can have their crops before the flood occurs. So in this regard, a farmer has stated, government seeds varieties are provided later when sowing season is over. As our areas are flood prone, a later sowing is more dangerous. So we have to apply fertilizers and pesticides to accelerate the production process. This was said during a focus group discussion. The second interesting result was that there was a positive relation between generations in the same location that did the farming and the use of alternate land use system as a climate smart agricultural practice. So as a result, because they already know which type of crops are work well or grow well in their particular plot of land, so they get this opportunity to experiment with newer crops. So in this regard, the farmer had said, my father and his father had cultivated in the same plot of land. The crops that my father used to grow were limited to a type of winter paddy called as sali paddy in Assam, lentils and mustard. However, I have started cultivating a type of summer paddy called boro paddy and vegetables in addition to sali paddy, lentils and mustard. It helps me to get better returns from farming. To sum the results up, we have found that agricultural cooperatives, which is a form of social capital, and apps related to agriculture, which is a form of social capital, were seen to influence 3 out of 4 CSA strategies positively. And distance of farm plots from all-weather roads and advisory regarding climate change. One is a form of physical capital and another is a form of institutional capital. These were influencing negatively 3 strategies out of 4 strategies. And this study, it helps from a policy perspective to identify the determinants that will help in aiding the process and to remove any barriers or drawbacks. And the study is also suggests that both public and private institutions can contribute to the maximum uptake of CSA. And in this regard, trainings can be provided and necessary information can be available to the smallholder farmers. And also attempts should be made to maximize synergies and minimize trade-offs. Like in our study, the 4 different strategies were complementary in nature. So adoption of one aids in adoption of other. So such synergies, if they can be found, and so a certain push is only necessary and the farmers can uptake such practices into their cultivation. And also if there are certain practices which are maybe substitute in nature, so it should be minimizing trade-offs should be the policy implementation that should be done. So even I would like to state that in future studies that deal with behavioral experiments specifically to bring out the behavioral aspects of the farmers can be undertaken. With this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jigyasa. I think this is a wonderful presentations, with lots of insight, and particularly it comes from a state of India, which is very less research, but we have a very, very, very good discussion. Hong Yung Jeng, I mean, he's a great scholar. He's done extensive work on climate smart agricultures and also applied economics. So I'd like to invite Dr. Hong Yung Jeng. He is associate professor in applied economics at Honjong Agriculture University, PRC. Hong Yung, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Deal. Thanks for your introduction. And also thank you, Jigyasa. Thanks for your excellent presentation. And I'm happy to be a discussant for this manuscript. Actually, I should say I really enjoy reading your manuscript. It is very clear and it provides many interesting findings in terms of the factors affecting the adoption of CSA. Well, At the beginning, I would like to summarize some contributions of your manuscript. Well, in this study, the determinants of CSA adoption in India is analyzed, and the multivariate probability model is employed to estimate the rural household survey data. Well, after reading the manuscript, I think two contributions needs to be highlighted. Well, first is 6 dimensions of capital is considered in this study. I seldom read papers and consider so many forms of capital, and I think it is a comprehensive framework of capital. And second is the multivariate probability model is employed to analyze the multiple adoption. Well, instead of the binary adoption of a single practice, well, full CSA is considered in this study. So I think this is also important contribution. And then is some suggestions for your manuscript. Well, first is the title. Well, after reading the manuscript, I think the capital is an important keyword for this study. So it is better to include the capital in the title. And also, the second keyword is multiple adoption. I think this also is related to a second contribution. If we read factors affecting the multiple adoption, it might be more interesting than the current title. Well, because the data in this study is collected from only one district. So I don't know whether it is better to use Assam or use the name of the district. Well, I think you can consider this point because which one is better for the identification of the geographical locations. And then move to the first introduction section. In this section, well, but you only mentioned that we need to consider the capital as a factor that affecting the CSA adoption. However, I think it is better to emphasize the importance of the 6 capital dimensions. Why we need to consider 6 forms of capital dimensions. And to achieve this goal, it is better to systematically review the literature and identify the research gap. And after the literature review and identifying the research gap, we can clearly discuss the contributions of this study. Because for the readers, it would provide more clear logic discussions. And then is the CSA and smallholder farmers section. Well, actually, I think this section needs to be improved a lot. First, many determinants of CSA adoption is discussed here. However, they are not discussed in a logical way. I mean, we can provide a simple framework or simple system to better review the literature, and then it would help us to identify that there may be a lack of research on the capital. So first, we need to discuss the literature clearly, and then the literature may define the CSA adoption in different ways. For example, the binary adoption of a single practice, or the joint or multiple adoption of different CSAs. These 2-part discussions would help us to identify the research gap. And then is the methodology. Well, data section. Well, because only one district is considered, I think this should be discussed as a potential limitation of this study. And then is because the CSA is used for the agricultural production or the agri-food production. So it is better to introduce the local agri-food systems or crops produced. And then, well, in your presentation, you already answered this question, the determinants of the sample size, but only 200 farmers were surveyed. This may also be a potential limitation. Then we move to the theoretical framework and empirical model section. Well, first, in the figure 2, the theoretical framework just gave us a brief insights into the 6 forms of capital. But the question is why these capital are important, or how to determine the 6 or not others dimensions. Also, a simple framework is needed for us to better understanding the relationship between capital and CSA adoption. The multivariate probit model is employed as the empirical strategy for this study, but 2 potential questions here. First is why only 4 CSs are considered? Because for the local, this is also related to the previous suggestion. We need to introduce the local agri-food systems or crops. Then we can justify the appropriateness of selecting only 4 CSs for the local systems. And then the second is farmers may make joint adoption decisions. For example, they may not only for binary dependent variables is used for the multivariate probit model, but farmers may adopt 2 or more practice simultaneously. So I think it is better to update the empirical method. And the variable definition, the difference between site-specific nutrition management and integrated nutrition management, the difference needs to be clearly discussed because these 2 practices are very similar, right? And for the empirical regression, well, in addition to the 6 capital dimensions, more control variables should be included. For example, in table 4, only 6 dimensions of capital, these variables are included. However, more control variables, for example, the personal characteristics, the age and the gender of household head, or the household level, for example, the household size or the farm size should be included. And also the locational characteristics. For example, you collect the data from 4, I forgot the 4 parts or the 4 blocks, right? 4 blocks in one district. So it is better to control the block level diamond variables to control the locational differences between different places. So that's all of my comments and suggestions, and I hope they are useful for you to improve this manuscript further. Okay, so that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hongju. I think I mean, like as you know, you have joined us in many conferences and have significantly contributed. I think your suggestions were very valuable, very insightful. I think you have really taken time to read through the paper. Thank you so much. With this, I'd like to invite Jigyasa to see if she has some response to the discussions point.
Thank you, Dr. Hongju. Yeah, thank you for the suggestions regarding the initial introduction and review part. I'll make sure to include some of the literature as you have suggested. And regarding the sample size, the question regarding why 200 farmers, like it was based on the calculation using a formula. So that was maybe not mentioned in the paper. So I should mention that. So it was based on the number of smallholder farmers in Assam And then it was used to identify the threshold limit of number of respondents that can be taken for the samples as a sample for the study. And the second thing is that why have I used only 4 climate smart agricultural strategies? So actually, I had prepared a list on literature, and based on the field, different strategies were taken first. And then on that, whatever the respondents gave the answer about which strategies were used, based on that, 4 were selected. Like there were few strategies we had very less, which had very less inputs, like out of 200 samples, maybe 30 to 40 people had only employed certain strategies. So those were not taken into account, because empirical model was used to identify empirical model in software was used to identify. So the MVP model, as you said, was used, and it does not make a comment about joint adoption decision. So regarding that, I had provided a correlation matrix. So there was this positive correlation between the practices which I had showed, such that adoption of one, how 2 practices are related. And so that somewhat gives an idea that these are complementary in nature, and adoption of one leads to adoption of the other. And regarding site-specific and integrated nutrient management, yes, I'll make sure that I mention the difference there. And yeah, and regarding age of the household head, so I had used the experience of farming as a proxy kind of for the age, because it sort of represents a similar dimension. And gender, yes, I can obviously include the gender aspect. And farm size also I've introduced. And yeah, that is it. And thank you very much for your comments. I'll make sure to include your comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Wongyu. So I'd like to now pass on the floor to the floors if you have any questions. Okay, Dr. Raja, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Deol. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to ask this question here. Thank you, Dr. Jigyasa, for your nice presentation. I was just wondering, because you have taken income as a control and then adaptation. So I was wondering, because like income might be affected by the adaptation, and adaptation might affect the income, right? So how you really try to rationalize between this, because there could be a reverse causality. That's I was wondering on this fact as when I see your presentation. So this was what was coming to my mind. Like if you could quickly clarify in 1 minute, I think that would be very helpful. Thank you.
So basically, the study that we did was based on the smallholder farmers. So when we considered the income of the individuals that were interviewed, it fell in a particular, I would say, an interval. There was no much difference in between the income of the respondents. So I think that is taken care of. There was no drastic or significant difference in the income of the household level. So that is the point that I would like to put.
Yeah, thank you, Jigyasa. There is one more question from the floor, and also I think it is very valid. You have mentioned that respondents were selected by random samples.
Yes,
What do you mean by random sample? Would you provide us some evidence to show that it's a random sample?
Yeah, so after identifying the blocks for the study, that I have said that 4 blocks were purposely chosen. And after that, we visited the block office of each block. There is a particular block office that is present. And and after that, near the households in and about 10 kilometers from the block office were chosen. And it was a random, like we went to random households. The respondents.
Okay, thank you very much. We are running out of time now. I would like to thank you, Jigyasa, for this excellent presentations. And also I'd like to thank Professor Wongyu for his excellent discussions. Thank you very much. With this, I'd like to go with the next paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Our next presenter is Xiao Song, PhD student, Capital University of Economics and Business, People Republics of China. The title of the paper is Social Responsibility Awareness and Adoptions of Climate Smart Agriculture Practices, Evidence from from food-based family farms. With this, may I invite Xiao Song to take on the floor.
Thank you very much. I will share the screen.
Yes, please.
Dear Professor, could you see the screen?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. It is a great honor for the ADBI conference to give me this opportunity to share our paper. And the title of our paper is Social Responsibility Awareness and Adoption of Climate Smart Agricultural Practices, Evidence from Food-Based Family Farms. Overall, this paper answers the three questions. The first one is explore the impact of social responsibility awareness on climate smart agricultural practices adoption. And the second question is the mediating role of pro-social motivation.
Can you make into full screen mode? It's still not in the full screen mode.
Sorry?
Can you make it full screen? It's not like it's not on slide mode.
Okay. Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the second question is to explore the mediating role of pro-social motivation and impression management motivation. And the last one is the moderating role of government incentives. The theory we used is stakeholder theory, and the data was collected from 637 family farms in China, and the method we used is linear regression. We found that social responsibility awareness positively affects climate smart agricultural practices adoption. And we also found that pro-social motivation and impression management motivation mediate the relationship between social responsibility awareness and climate smart agricultural practices adoption. Lastly, we found that social responsibility awareness under high government incentives is more likely to encourage the adoption of climate smart agricultural practices by family farms through the mediating role of pro-social and impression management motivations. Well, now I will introduce the full paper. The first one is a research background. The problem of global warming caused by greenhouse gases threatens the human environment and economic development. Agriculture, the basis of human existence, while solving the problem of food and clothing, is also a major emitter of greenhouse gases. Therefore, mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions in agriculture is important for sustainable agricultural development as well as human survival. To mitigate this problem, the Food and Agriculture Organization officially introduced the concept of climate smart agriculture in 2010. The aim is to increase sustainable food production, improve the climate resilience of agriculture, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The Chinese government also promotes a range of climate smart agricultural practices to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. Previous studies also found many factors that may influence the adoption of climate smart agricultural practices. For example, innovation characteristics, farmer preferences, and agricultural cooperatives. Through overview of the literature, we found that The adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices is also influenced by stakeholders who influence and constrain the behavior. Social responsibility awareness is one of the important variables in the interest game between farmers and stakeholders. Farmers taking more social responsibility is beneficial to the social welfare of the stakeholders, so the stakeholders may return more trust and support to the farmers as a result. And the adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices is an expression of farmers' social responsibility. Therefore, we found that the first research gap is it is necessary to explore the relationship between social responsibility awareness and the adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices. The second research gap we found is that the target of the research was limited to farmers and agricultural cooperatives. Family farms and other new business entities have been neglected. So we think that it is necessary to use family farms in China as their objective. Building on the stakeholder theory, this study explored the impact of social responsibility awareness on climate-smart agricultural practices adoption by family farms in 5 provinces of China, and explored the mechanisms, altruistic and egoistic motivation, and the moderating role of government incentives. This is also the third research gap and the first research gap. Finally, the research questions are as follows. Explore the direct impact of social responsibility awareness on climate-smart agricultural practices adoption. The second is explore the mediating role of pro-social motivation and impression management motivation. And the last one is explore the moderating role of government incentives. The finger one is our research model. Accordingly, I will introduce the hypothesis. The hypothesis one is social responsibility awareness has a positive impact on climate-smart agricultural practices adoption. From both the self-interest and the altruistic perspectives, climate agricultural practices adoption can effectively send a positive signal to stakeholders that adopters are willing to be socially responsible and can be more trusted and supported. Therefore, we propose hypothesis one. Motivation is a type of altruistic motivation. This study thinks that the greater family farms' understanding of social responsibility, the more likely they are to produce pro-social incentives, which will lead to their adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices. Therefore, we propose hypothesis 2, social responsibility awareness positively influence climate-smart agricultural practices adoption while pro-social motivation. Next, impression management motivation is a type of egoistic motivation. According to stakeholder theory, impression management is crucial for family farms to send positive signals to stakeholders. The more aware our family farm is of social responsibility awareness, the greater sense of self-image management and the greater likelihood of adopting climate adoption due to the egoistic motivation. So we propose hypothesis 3, social responsibility awareness positively influences climate-smart agricultural practices adoption while impression management motivation. And lastly is about the moderating effects. Government incentives is our moderator. The government is one of the most significant stakeholders in the operation of family farms. The government incentives reflect the government department's real awareness of the family farm's past actions, encourage the family farm to assume a more positive social responsibility in the future, and the benefits of family farm to obtain continuously and real awareness will actively engage in social responsibility in return for the government. Therefore, we propose the hypothesis 4, government incentives have a moderating effect on the impact of social responsibility awareness on pro-social motivation. Under high government incentives, the mediating effect of pro-social motivation increases. Lastly, the government incentive also includes advocacy and recognition. Family farms will use good deeds and other impression management strategies to win over government departments and the general public to lower their political costs. Therefore, we propose the hypothesis found government incentives have a moderating effect on the impact of social responsibility awareness on impression management motivation. Under high government incentives, the mediating effect of impression management motivation increases. The next section is the research design. The data collection, we use questionnaires to collect our data. The questionnaires were delivered to food-based family farms in the Chinese provinces. There are 5 provinces. They are Zhejiang, Shandong, Henan, Heilongjiang, and Hebei. And the time are in 2 different periods, August 2021 and October 2021. After 2 periods, time periods collection, we finally include 637 valid questionnaires, and we use the multiple linear regression model to test the hypothesis. Yeah, this is the data analysis. The table 2 is the CFA, and we can see that the fun factor model is the best. And we also conducted descriptive statistics and correlation analysis. Table 4 and Table 5 are the regression analysis of main effect and the mediating effects. And finger 2 and finger 3 is the moderating effects of government incentives. The conclusion are as follows. Firstly, we found that social responsibility awareness has a positive impact on climate-smart agricultural practices adoption. Thus, hypothesis 1 is supported. Second, we found that pro-social motivation plays a partially mediating role in the relationship between social responsibility awareness and climate-smart agricultural practices adoption. Therefore, hypothesis 2 is supported. Impression management motivation plays a completely mediating role in the relationship between social responsibility awareness and climate-smart agricultural practices adoption. Therefore, hypothesis 3 is supported, and we also can find that the mediating role of impression management motivation is more important than the pro-social motivation. Lastly, is about the moderating effect of government incentives. We found that social responsibility awareness under high government incentives is more likely to encourage the adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices by family farms through the pro-social and impression management motives than under low government incentives. Therefore, hypothesis 4 and 5 are supported. Lastly is the implications. First, on the one hand, the government may take some measures to promote the awareness of the family farms. On the one hand, government units might increase their understanding of social responsibility through some lectures or other measures. On the other hand, firms with the strongest tie to the interests of food-based family farms can be incentivized by collaborating with farms that embrace climate-smart agricultural practices while preferential policies. And second, the government should cultivate the pro-social motivation. This is one of our mediator. The government could cultivate the pro-social motivation of family farms by organizing food-type family farms to participate in public welfare projects. And another mediator of our paper is impression management motivation, and it is the most important mediator. We think that the government could raise their impression management motivations of family farms by arranging family farm selection events and incorporating social responsibility into the selection process to encourage their pro-social activity. This is our research limitation and future studies. Future studies can be expanded across levels to examine, for example, how the social responsibility of leading agricultural enterprises or agricultural cooperatives influences the adoption of climate agricultural practices by upstream entities or farmers. And second, emotions, attitudes, and other factors would also may influence the behavior of people and groups, which can be investigated in the future. Lastly, this study takes the government incentives as the moderating variable, which can be expanded further in the future to include reputation appeal and social support. Future study will could also explore other interest moderators. This is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jiao Song. It was a very nice presentations, and I think it's very important to raise awareness and also the pro-social behaviors in scaling climate smart agriculture technology. So this is very, very important. And with this, I would like to invite Junpen to present his comments. Junpen Li is associate professor at Wuhan Normal University, People's Republic of China. I think you are very fortunate to have Junpen as your discussion. He's very thorough, and his comments will definitely be very useful to improve your paper. With this, may I hand over the floor to Dr. Junpen Li.
Okay, thank you, Dio. Thank you, Dr. Song. For me, it's a great honor to be invited to serve as a discussant at such an important conference. And I think this study is very interesting, and I really enjoy reading it. And I have some comments suggesting for this paper, and first in the summary. The present study investigates the association between social responsibility awareness and climate smart agriculture practice adoption. And by doing so, this study provides a new explanation of farmers' AP adoption beyond the driver documented in previous studies, such as innovation characteristics, farmers' preferences, and agricultural cooperatives. This study constructs a theoretical framework to discuss the association between CSAP adoption and SRA. And meanwhile, the framework also tries to discuss the mechanism, including pro-social motivation and impression management motivation, through which SRA influences CSAP adoption. And this study uses households and the farm level data collected from 10 provinces, China, as the material for empirical analysis. And this study uses a cross-sectional data targeted multiple linear regression model and hierarchical regression to investigate the impact of SRE on CSAP adoption and the mechanism between them respectively. And the empirical results suggest that SRE exert a significant promotion on CSAP adoption. Meanwhile, the association between SRE and the CSAP adoption is positively mediated by PM and IMM. And additionally, this study also suggests that government incentives could amplify the positive mediation effect of PM and IMM between SRE and CSA adoption. Accordingly, the empirical finding contains significant implication for the government in their policy design. And here are some comments and suggestions for the present study. First is for the introduction. In line 47 to 49 on page 2, the author suggests that pre-literature has demonstrated that the factors of CSAP adoption, including innovation characteristics, farmer preference, and agricultural cooperatives, But in my own view, some important drivers such as information access, government interventions, and the critical status of CSAP adoption could have been neglected by the present study. Therefore, I suggest also to devote more work to providing a comprehensive literature review on this topic. And this study queries the impact of SRE on CSAP adoption, with a special emphasis on food-based family farms in China. Regarding this, I suggest also to provide some information on CSAP penetration of food-based family farm in China in the background section to make your work more readable. And then it's for the hypothesis in lines. Sorry. Yeah, then it's for research hypothesis and estimation strategies. In lines 113 to 114 on page 4, the paper says that CSAP adopters are willing to be socially responsible and can be more trusted and supported. In my own view, this inference could be arbitrary because social responsibility is not necessarily equal to the trustworthiness and support. For example, the businessman maybe only cares about the one they treat with is beneficial to them. And meanwhile, the logic of this part could be further improved. As stated, CSAP adopters show they are socially responsible, which could promote adoption of CSAP as I think this is like a kind of a loop. You know, we cannot use the outcomes themselves to explain the outcomes. And this study utilized for the empirical methods. My question is it possible to discuss the efficiency of the method you used in your study? That is, the author should provide some comparison with other empirical methods to highlight the reasonability of the chosen methods. And as we all know, this method treats all experimental variables as exogenous. And my concern is the empirical result could be biased by genetic issues associated with SRE. And for the data variable identification, the present study introduced a simple sampling location and procedure. However, I think the author should provide more details about the sampling method. For instance, the author should clarify how many samples you select as the provincial level and county level and the village level. And some variables like household size, farm size, and economic conditions, which is usually proxed by asset ownership, should be included in the metric of control variables. And for the empirical results, since the indirect effects on CSAP adoption through PM and IMM are significant only for the group with a high level of GI, I suggest also re-explain the result only focusing on the heterogeneous effect of GI. And there are also some minor comments. First is some sentence in the manuscript is too long to read. And second sentence in line 236 to 238 on page 9 should be relocated to the section 3.1. And 3, please clarify the measurement of CSAP, SRE, PM, RMM, and GI. Put another way, the author should devote more work to explaining the measurement of these variables. For example, in table 1, you state that you use 4 items to measure the climate, smart agriculture practice adoption. And for the variable of CSAP, you use 7-point Likert scale to measure it. And my concern is how do you integrate 4 items into one category called wearable? And the fourth, using a categorical wearable to measure age is inappropriate, and I think the author should use a continuous wearable to measure the age of respondents. And that's all the content of my discussion. And finally, I want to say again, this study is very interesting, impressive, and informative. And I think this paper has opened a new area to investigate the pathway to CSAP penetration. And I think this paper will inspire multiple high quality researchers in this field in the future. And that's all, and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Jung-Pin, for the nice discussion that you have provided to this paper, and also the positive comments that you have provided in terms of the strength of this paper and the values that it carries. Before I turn to the floors, I would like to know if Dr. Xiao Song has any response to the discussions point.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Lee. Your suggestion is constructive and useful for we to revise our paper. And we respond to three questions. The first one is about your suggestion about the introduction section. We agree with your opinion. So after this conference, we will add more useful information and literature to the introduction section about the factors influencing the adoption of CSAP. And the second question is about the hypothesis. I found that the hypothesis 1 is not logical, and maybe we will revise it and cite more literature to support our argument. And about the method and results, I found that you provide many useful suggestions about the maybe about the sample, about the why we use the regression, and we will add more information and explain why we use this method, and to verify the reasonability about this section. And overall, thank you very much. And we will, according to your suggestions, we will next to revise our paper. Thank you very much for Professor Lee, and thank you very much for ADBI conference.
Thank you very much. We have one question from the floor. It's asking. The person, Dr. Rajendranath Burman wants to know how many existing family farm production practices are climate smart, whether this was investigated, data are ordinal in nature, which test of multicollinearity was done. You can also see the Q&A box.
Sorry, my network is bad just now.
Yeah. So the question is, how much the existing family farm production practices are climate smart? What percentage are climate smart?
Maybe about the number of the family farms.
Yeah, percentage.
Yeah, because we collected our sample in two time periods. In the first round, 2,614 14 family farms were collected, and after our screening, finally a total of 845 questionnaires were collected in the first round, and in the second round, some questionnaires are deleted because of their completeness and quality, and finally a total of 637 samples were returned to test the hypothesis.
Okay, but you don't know how many were adopting climate smart agriculture?
Sorry.
Okay, you collected those farmers, but what percentage had climate smart agriculture? So I think you don't have those informations. But anyway, thank you very much. We have to, I think, close these sessions. We are already running out of time, but grateful for these wonderful presentations, Xiao Song, and also Dr. Chungping Lee, for your discussions. With this, I would like to bring an end to these sessions. I think this was a very, very interesting conference and a very interesting sessions where we had a wide number of presentations, starting with the keynote speech by Dr. Babe, where he has tried to see how we can scale climate smart agriculture, and how we move away from subsidies which are environmentally unfriendly to environmentally friendly subsidy. We had an interesting presentation from Dr. Raja on climate smart agriculture practices from Eastern India, and another one from adaptations technology for climate smart agriculture from a patent landscape perspective. We also had a very interesting presentations from civil society perspective. So that was very, very interesting, very new, and a paper from Assam, India on climate smart agriculture, and the social responsibility awareness from China. So we had a wide variety of papers from different countries, which shows that climate smart agriculture is very important, and scholars are very interested to know how we can actually scale climate smart agricultures, and how climate smart agriculture can have impact on the productivity, on the life and the well-being of the people. With this, I'd like to thank everyone who participated in this conference, the presenters, the discussions, and the participants. And we end these sessions, and we'll come back at 2:15 after the lunch break for another presentation. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to this afternoon sessions on our conference on climate smart agriculture. The afternoon sessions chair is Professor Jiang Jung Tang. Professor Jiang Jung Tang is full professor at the Schools of Agriculture, Economics, and Rural Development, Renmi University of China. He has obtained PhD, cum laude in Environmental and Resource Economics from the Department of Economic Geography at the University of Groningen, the Netherlands, in 2014. Dr. Tang serves as the principal investigator for 2 grants awarded by the National Natural Science Foundation of China. His research contribution encompasses a diverse array of topics, including water management, grassland restorations, and poverty alleviations, with over 40 articles published in both Chinese and in English language. Thank you very much, Professor Jiang Jung, for making time to chair these sessions. We are very honored to have you as the chair of these sessions, and I'm sure with your valuable experience, our participants will benefit a lot. With this, I hand over the floor to you, Professor Jiang Jung.
Okay, thank you very much, Dale, for the brief introduction of myself. I'm very delighted to chair this session. We have 5 presentations in the afternoon. I think it's going to be a very busy afternoon for everyone. And first of all, let me introduce some house rules. So make sure you are punctual on time. So each paper presenter has no more than 15 minutes. And on the screen, you can see a timer telling you the rest of the time. And we also have a discussant for a paper, for each paper. And the discussant should discuss no more than 10 minutes. And we also have time for 1 or 2 questions, which will be followed by the presentations and the discussions. And all the attendees are disabled to chat, but you can insert your questions on the chat section so that I can read your questions, and I'm going to read the questions, and the presenters are going to respond to these questions. And the panelists are allowed to chat and raise hands so that you can ask questions by voice. I think that's all of the introduction. And since we have a very busy afternoon, I'd like to start with the first presentation. And our first presenter is Dr. Jigyasa Pisaria. And Dr. Pisaria is an assistant professor in quantitative techniques and information technology area, and the chairperson of the Center of Geoinformatics for Forestry, Livelihood, and Climate Change. Her research interests include applications of statistics and data mining techniques in climate change, quantification and monitoring, and impact assessment of adaptation measures. Her presentation title is Developing a Composite Weighted Indicator-Based Index for Monitoring and Evaluating Climate-Smart Agriculture in India. Now I leave the floor to you, Dr. Pisaria.
A very good morning to this August gathering, and our regards from India. And I'm just about to start my presentation.
Okay. You may want to share your screen.
Is my presentation visible?
Yes, but could you make it full?
Yes.
A
very warm greetings from India and Indian Institute of Forest Management. I'm joined by my colleague, Professor Bhaskar Sinha. And this work is a teamwork of Shri Simnarayan Singh, myself, Professor Sinha, and 2 people from Solidaridad Network Asia, Manish Kumar Patsaria and Preeti Sriram. We have tried to develop a composite weight indicator-based index for monitoring and evaluating climate-smart agriculture in India. So this is the abstract of our work, which talks of what we have tried to address. We have tried to address the problem of climate change. Since climate change is affecting food security in India, and in India, we have a large base of farmers who are having rain-fed agriculture. It is very important that, like several agencies are already involved in building several initiatives for promoting climate-smart agriculture, because it, tries to achieve the triple benefits. What we are trying to do here is whether we are able to measure the interventions, number 1, and number 2, whether those interventions are leading to the desired outcomes. So for this, we developed something called as a Climate Smart Agriculture Code. And in that code, we developed, created the repository of several indicators. And then these indicators were grouped into criteria, or you can also call them dimensions. Further, when we developed this entire hierarchical structure, we assigned weights to individual factors using a technique called AHP Express. This this technique is a relatively new technique in the world of quantitative techniques, especially in the space of multi-criteria decision making. I'll expand the work further in the next slides. So the overall slides are divided into 6 sections, and I'll move straight into the introductory part. So the background of this work, what gave us this idea of working on this particular code was the climate change and its effect on the economy, especially the agrarian economy. The current agriculture in India also needs to become more resource efficient. It has to become more sustainable, environmental friendly, and also has to work on several issues which it is facing due to climate change. Further, the population is on the rise, and the temperature is also expected to rise further, which will further affect the productivity of important cereal crops like rice, wheat, maize. The reduced rainfall and other climatic variabilities are also affecting the agriculture scenario. So climate smart agriculture comes in as a solution. So if you see, Government of India is putting several efforts and is piloting several projects to promote climate smart agriculture in India, especially states like Bihar, Haryana, Mizoram, Telangana, Madhya Pradesh, Mizoram are pioneers in using something called the National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change. This fund is dedicated to promoting climate smart interventions like improved seeds, integrated nutrient management practices, managing the crop residues, promoting direct seeding of rice practices, training and promotion of zero tillage farming, mulching, distribution of several saplings under agroforestry. And there are several other interventions as well in this particular space, wherein several agroclimatic zones are covered under the several projects under National Adaptation Fund. So since many projects are going on, it is important to measure and monitor the progress of these projects in terms of attainment of their objectives. We want to see whether these interventions are actually helping farmers to develop resilience to climate risks. So in view of the same, we developed this climate smart, something called as a composite climate smartness score, something that we can measure at a farm level, and which actually covers 2 aspects of climate smart agriculture. One is the adoption of several techniques that are the climate smart agriculture techniques, and the other aspect is the yield or the productivity, whether it is it is getting affected or whether more techniques would lead to more climate smartness. So that is something that we have developed in the form of an Excel-based tool. We have to test whether this climate smartness score would correspond to or relatively also, will have a direct relationship with the farm level productivity. We have also tested this score and on several farmers, which we'll be discussing in the next slides. And we have tried to see the relationship between the higher climate smartness with higher productivity. We have tested this in an ongoing project which is going on and is being implemented in central India by Government of NP. So the overall process that we adopted in developing this climate smartness score was, it started off with the first step of, our partnering organization, Solidaridad Network Asia, partnering with us in development of this climate smart agriculture code. So this code is basically a set of criteria and indicators. In mathematical terms, we sometimes call criteria as dimensions and indicators as alternates. So we sort of consolidated this entire CSA code. And then once we had various practices of climate smart agriculture grouped into this particular code, we created one questionnaire for expert consultation. We consulted several experts and progressive farmers who are implementing climate smart agriculture, and we asked them to rank these techniques and the dimensions. So once we developed or gathered data on their sort of ranking of these techniques, we applied the mathematical multi-criteria decision-making technique called AHP Express. We use this technique instead of the traditional analytical hierarchy process, because this takes care of several limitations of the analytical hierarchy process. And once we got the weights for all the indicators and dimensions in our code, we developed or used this to create something called as a weighted aggregate score. So if the technique was present at a particular farmer's level, the weight was multiplied. Otherwise, the corresponding technique was left as 0. And what we could compute was a weight score at the farmer level, and the farm level climate smartness score could be computed with the help of this weight index. Finally, we tested this climate smartness score at farm level, and we tried to see if it has some relationship with the farm productivity. So this was the process that we followed. So our first step was to consolidate secondary data and do several consultations to build the CSA code. Once our CSA code was ready, we again did a consultation with several experts and progressive farmers, and we asked them to rank the various techniques and dimensions on a Likert scale. And then when we did the data pre-processing, and we were able to pre-process the data in a format wherein we could apply the EHP Express algorithm, we applied this algorithm and calculated the weights for individual dimensions or criteria and the indicators underlying the code. We developed an Excel-based tool wherein the CSS can be computed at the farm level. Further, we used this CSS scores of several farmers that were practitioners of CSA interventions and benefited out of the government of FP program. We conducted, the primary survey of the yields. And once we had the yields, we correlated the yields with the climate smartness score. So this was the design. So this was our study area. We consulted farmers in 59 villages in 3 districts in Madhya Pradesh, which were distributed in 3 different distinct agroclimatic zones. We had yield data of about 315 farmers, and in that we took the data for the 2019 and 2020 seasons. And we were also having all the information with respect to the project interventions and the farmers who were benefited out of the CSA project. So out of that, we created a sample of project was implemented on 20,000 households, and we sampled 315 farmers so as to capture the maximum possible interventions and climate smart agriculture practices. So this was the global CSA code that we developed. So it had 5 dimensions. The first dimension was governance. So it talked of indicator like ownership of land, which said that, for implementing any climate smart agriculture practice, you need to have land ownership. Further, for areas which are at high risk of salinity and intrusion from seawater, this was also one of the very important indicators. Further, in governance, availability of subsidized fertilizers, subsidized seeds, subsidized machinery, irrigation systems, crop insurance, and credit facilities were also very important identifiers for practicing or the adoption of climate smart agriculture. These small abbreviations like A, F, and S are basically indicating whether this indicator falls in adaptation or food security, or falls only in adaptation potential of that particular indicator. So further, this dimension was supplemented with other dimension called the farm management practices. This had about 14 practices, including mulching, zero tillage, intercropping, pest management, green manure, improved seeds, soil aeration, contour bunding and land labeling, drip irrigation, treated wastewater, integrated nutrient management, direct seeding of rice, fish farming, and broadbed furrow. So you can see that these practices almost have a falling in all possible pillars of climate smart agriculture. So this was the second dimension of our CSA code. So in our paper and in this presentation also, so due to shortage of time, I'm skipping the details of why they are important. The third were the environment management practices, like using only agricultural land for agriculture and not diverting forest land for it, agroforestry and plantations, not burning any crop residues, and having a waste management system in place. Further, energy management techniques were also there. I'm skipping it for the shortage of time. And the last dimension was the awareness and training part. So details can be found in our research article. So we used this AHP Express method and we combined it with Likert scale. The reasoning or the logic was, since you can see our code, there were several dimensions with more than 10 indicators. So in the recent literature in 2014 and in 2019, in the quants world, we have come up with these ideas of using Likert scale instead of comparative scale. Further, in AHP Express, we get rid of the limitations, several limitations of analytical hierarchy process. And that's why we have used this tool for weighing our weighing various components of our CSA. So this is the paper that we have used, and this is a small view of the template that we used for weighing our indicators and dimensions. Our final result after implementing these weights are depicted here in this particular infographic. We can see that the weights are not that, don't vary much. All of them are envisaged as very, very important. However, we can, sort of see the weighing of all the possible sub-indicators and the index indicators of various dimensions, underlying dimensions. So we can see this decision-making problem now is more like an inverted tree. Further, we tested the CSS or the climate smartness score that we calculated at the farm level, and we tested in 2 cropping seasons in these in the 3 districts, Satna, Sibor, and Rajgarh. And here we can see a very, very strong relationship between the climate smartness score. The more the adoption, the more is the productivity. And that's why we could infer that this code is useful for upscaling this project. And this code would be in a sort of a, the CSA code would help practitioners and the governments to implement several climate smart agriculture techniques, while this tool would help in computing climate smartness score or the attainment of the productivity goals with the implementation of the techniques. So these are our key results, and this is exactly what we conclude. So for any upscaling of these projects, this code and these weights code would be useful. Thank you very much.
Perfect timing. Yes, on time. Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to invite Baron Depau, our discussant. Baron is a research coordinator in the Foresight and Policy Modeling Unit, working on various current research issues relevant for agricultural sector development in South Asia, with special focus on India. In the meantime, if there any audience who would like to ask a question, you can just type your question in the chat box. And after Baron's talk, I'm going to read the questions, okay? Now the floor is yours, Baron.
Thank you, Chair Jianzhong, and thank you, Dr. Jigyasa, for your wonderful presentation, and thanks to ADBI for giving me this opportunity. So let me share my screen to. So is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you once again, and I congratulate the authors for making this presentation. The work Dr. Jigyasa just presented, I'm not going to repeat what was their objective and what was the methodology, but in a brief, if we say their main objective of this paper was to develop a composite climate smart score, which is useful to prioritize and understand the effectiveness of various programs that are running by the government with the vision of achieving climate smart agriculture. However, I have gone through your paper in detail and tried to understand the objective methodology and the central message coming out from the paper. So I have a few concerns to share with you so that there is a lot of potential for this paper to further improvement, and if we can carefully look at this. So my first concern that I came from the introduction section of your paper is that the research question that was not properly defined. I think why we are doing this kind of research, what is the research question? And the introduction section, I have seen that in several kind of areas we have used the.
Yeah, Dr. Byrne, I think you are sharing the wrong screen. I think this is supposed to be for you, and the full screen is on your another monitor. Could you mind sharing the full screen?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
I don't know how it is.
Actually the display setting. Can you see the display setting on the top? You can just switch there.
Display setting.
Yeah, the show taskbar, display setting, and the in slideshow. 3 buttons on the top. If you just move your mouse on the top, you can see there.
This is pause share, new share, question answer chat, participants stop video, mute.
No, just display settings. If you go to your own display settings up here.
Okay, let me re-share it so that you can you share it? Can you see this now?
Still, I think you are using a double monitor.
Yeah.
And that is why. So you are supposed to share the monitor in which the presentation gets displayed.
So sorry for that. Screen there, and can you see my screen again, or this is?
Yes, we are seeing, but we are also seeing the next slide, which is
okay.
for the presenters.
Okay, I have closed that, and let me come back again and start.
Yes.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's good now. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And sorry for that glitches that we had. So the concern that I wanted to say is that, okay, so it's not moving in my computer. Okay, so straight away, let me jump into your introduction section. So when I read your introduction section, I saw a lot of area where you cited Press Information Bureau, that is the press brief of Government of India to cite the vulnerability status of the study area or even for India. But there are, well-documented report by ICR Institute called Center Institute for Research, CRIDA, in dryland area. So they have developed vulnerability atlas for India across all the districts into 2 different phases. One is 2013, another is 2019. So you could have cited that paper, and you could have read those papers to understand more about the vulnerability status or to strengthen your argument about the vulnerability status of the study area. So then you have mentioned some of the research articles that are typically focused on a particular state. They are not actually the India level, because when we talk about climate smart agriculture or climate change related studies, especially for India, it is basically the location is matters rather than you cannot generalize at the national level. So study area, your map was really impressive, but I think we need more explanation about the agrarian and climate profile of the study area that is needed. So those few are the technical comments that you can take care of it, but the result section, I am a bit confused about the weightage that you have given for the subsidized fertilizer, subsidized machinery. So I'm not sure what criteria you identify to the subsidized fertilizers should be climate smart or subsidized machinery, climate smart. If that is the case, then we can include all the policies, all the interventions that are climate smart. But that is not the case in the reality. We have to really identify what component is basically climate smart, and how should we say one kind of intervention is just climate smart. Because government has been giving subsidies since last 50 years, and so we can say that everything is climate smart, but that is not the case. So we have to be very careful on that. And then you have said that you have identified academia, progressive farmers, and all the field researchers. So what is their profile? So how you are defining progressive farmer, and what is their year of experience in farming? Because that matters when we ask them to score for any kind of climate smart agriculture score. And while I was reading your paper, I saw that you have taken the insight from those experts to have the score, but you at the same time you did the survey of 315 farmers, but somehow you missed that their insight for scoring the climate smart agriculture. So I think this particular comment, when I saw your presentation, was quite a bit clear than it was given in the paper. So because when I was a bit confused about the governance indicator, land ownership indicator, and their composite score. I think in the three that you have presented is better than the presentation given in the paper. So you can just bring some of the graphs from your presentation to the paper to make it more clear to the reader. So the discussion section, when we look through, I saw the discussion should be the discussion around the central message of your paper, but it was more of a technical, that why you use this and why you not use that. So that should be part of your methodology, and then the discussion. So discussion, you should focus on the central message and under what condition this kind of a methodology can be used, or what are the other shortcomings of these methods, or what are the advantages that method can be applied. So, and moreover, one more issue what I would like to hear is that in terms of results, I saw that you have given a score, say 0.13 for subsidy fertilizer as a high score, and integrated nutrient management 0.08. So that is where I was confused, that when nutrient management more of nitrogen saving, soil fertility improvement, rather than fertilizer subsidy. And we have been talking about the fertilizer subsidy is causing high increase of chemical fertilizer use. So this scoring is a bit confusing, that why that has high score, why this nutrient management is a lower score, and then why subsidized machinery is given score of 0.12 and zero tillage farming is 0.06. So those kind of issues are really very confusing in this paper to draw the conclusion. And this tables was really very big in the paper, so you can think of consolidating the report to make it more comprehensive. So my recommendation is that you define the research question in a better way, so that people get insight that what you exactly want to do. And then as I mentioned, the discussion side should be more of your central message. And you can, the flowchart you use for the methodology in presentation slide, but if you could use that into your paper, it would have been better for reader to understand. So you use some type of flowchart to explain your study area, sampling method, and other to explain the detailed methodology. So that's all from my side, and I hope all the best. And I wish those are helpful comments, and I look forward further improvement on this paper. And I see there is a potentiality in this paper to improve it further. Thank you. And over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. DePaul. And Dr. Bisaria, would you like to respond to the questions?
Yeah. So can you show your slides so that we are able to respond to your questions?
And in the meantime, we also welcome questions from the audience.
We agree with your recommendations in terms of improving the methodology and the process charts. And I think Professor Sinha would be in a position to explain better the weighing process. And if you can, just go back to your slides and your comments.
This one?
Yes.
Which one?
Next.
Next.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful comments, very important and pertinent. Just for the clarity of the viewers and others, I would like to touch upon each of the points which you have raised. I mean, I totally agree that we should be, we'll try and improve the focus of the research question so that it is more clearer to the readers in the introduction part. Now, the methodology part, we'll also try to bring in some flow chart as suggested. Now, when we are talking of this results part, I mean, how have we defined the progressive farmers? As I said that we are part and parcel with the government of Madhya Pradesh, which is implementing a climate smart agriculture project in 60 villages in 3 districts. So we are their monitoring partners. So we are providing them feedback on their every activities. So when you say progressive farmers, it is those farmers who have been part of the project beneficiaries and who are adopting this for last 3 years. So they are the one who have adopted different various practices which are being promoted by the government and also some of the other agencies. Now, the question of, why this weightage is 0.8 on subsidy and other things, and how does it relate to climate smartness? Here, the important message which we are trying to give that it's good observations, I appreciate that. The important message here is that what we have done, we have identified different set of indicators, clubbed them under different governance and different dimensions. And then without any subjectivity, we have subjected this, we have shared this with different set of people to respond and to assign weight on the basis of 1 to 9, and then we have calculated. So it is not that we have given this. This weight has been from various stakeholders, including academia, research farmers, and different stakeholders, government, non-government, who are dealing with the climate smart agriculture work for the last 10 to 15 years. So these are the mixed representation of the experts as well as the progressive farmers who are already implementing this project. So it is not our goal. So this is the weightage which we got, and surprisingly, that we got almost equal weightage on the governance and almost not much of the difference even within the,
farm management practices.
Farm practices, or even within the indicators level. Now, there are some which are saying that, why fertilizer scores or integrated nutrient management. The question to answer this, why, maybe because, we are saying under governance, if farmer has access to fertilizer, then that means it is a better governance system. That is how they perceive that it is good for the farmers. So we are all taking this perception based on the input as well as the experts' input. Nutrient management, maybe the awareness of the adoption, it is far more important as far as the climate smartness quotient is concerned. But maybe among the implementers or the farmers and the other practitioners, that is not that well received. So if we were to, the whole objective of this paper is to develop a monitoring tool based on different indicators, giving weightage by different experts and by different farmers who are adopting, so that when we say that this particular project is successful or not, if it is successful on what front, if it is not successful on what front. So that is the whole idea, to get a real on the climate smart quotient of each of the villages. We have developed smart quotient based on the different indicators. So that was the objective. So I hope I've tried to answer few of your, therefore we are emphasizing more on this this part, the methodology part. The why methodology, why using different methods is important. What are the minute tweaking in the methods will lead to tweaking on the results or the measuring impact. So we are more concerned about the methodological part in terms of developing, and this has been vetted by a series of experts and different. So I hope I've been able to answer some of the questions, and but of course, we'll take all your comments very seriously and we'll try to incorporate in our paper. Thank you so much for, having read our paper very critically and making very minute observations, which I really appreciate. Thank you so much.
With I'd like to compliment the thanks of my colleague and just add one more line that we deliberately did not use principal component analysis because that is a factor reduction technique. And for our objective was to derive weights which were more of a stakeholders perspective, people who are on ground practicing these techniques and gather their opinion on things. And that's why the more suitable statistical technique under this head was a multi-criteria decision-making method. method, in which the most popular one is AHP. But since in 2019, several limitations of AHP were cited and were addressed in AHP Express, that's why we have used AHP Express in this entire process of the weighing exercise.
Okay, I think we're running out of time, and I cannot see any message from chat box. So I think this is the end of this first presentation. We're going to move to the second one. Could you stop sharing the slides, Baron? Yep.
So thank you once again, ADB, the organizer, for giving us the opportunity to present and receive comments from the esteemed reviewers. Thank you so much. And thanks the chair for having us and keeping us in time.
Yeah, let's move on to the second presentation. The presenter is Bantu Sahu. Sorry, I hope I have pronounced your name correctly. Dr. Sahu is an associate professor of economics, and currently he is the head of the School of Humanities, Social Sciences and Management, Indian Institute of Technology. And his presentation title is Use of Climate Smart Technology in Agriculture to Improve Subjective Well-being of the Farmers, Evidence from Micro-Level Data. Okay, go ahead, please. Sorry, you have not used your microphone.
Yes,
okay.
yes. Thank you, Professor Jian Jun Tran. Probably, I suppose I pronounced your name correctly. Okay, good.
Yes.
And good morning from India, and good afternoon to friends, those who are in Japan. So, with the permission of the chair, shall I share the screen? My screen. I'll share my screen. Is the screen visible to all of you?
Yes. Could you make it bigger?
Yeah. So thank you.
Okay, it's full screen now. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So it's actually this is a primary level study which me and two of our young research scholars have done. It's a use of climate smart technology in agriculture to improve the subjective well-being of the farmers in Odisha. See, what it's expected that world will add almost 1/3 of its existing population to the current population by 2050, which requires huge food demand for the entire world. But given the fact that the climate change, environmental change, agriculture, which is a sector which supplies food to these other sectors and to the entire population, is more vulnerable. Then what is the solution? Solution, as is seen in the literature, is the use of climate smart technology, because the way we've been exploiting the environment, which has resulted in the climate change and ultimately resulted in the vulnerability of the agriculture sector. The solution is the use of climate smart technology, but in agriculture that can cater to the food need of the growing population. But then can a group of farmers around the globe in the developed countries should adopt it so that they can feed the rest of the world? It's definitely not. But therefore, countries across the world or farmers across the world need to use the climate smart technology. Unfortunately, the use of this climate smart technology in countries like India, where the population is growing alarmingly, is very less. The reason could be multiple. But one of the reasons is the inability of the farmers in the rural areas to recognize the support mechanism, the available technology to adopt in the agricultural practices. So that's why actually, given this scenario, that population is going to grow, but the climate has affected the agriculture. The solution lies in use of climate smart technology, but unfortunately, across the globe. But unfortunately, many developing farmers from many developing economies do not have the behavioral ability to take a decision to adopt climate smart technology. But given this background, what do we want to see? If we can make some policy changes so that farmers in these regions, developing regions, can use climate smart technology so that they can feed their own people. We need to have a behavioral framework to understand what this climate smart technology does or how it can be implemented, and ultimately, because see, these people or these farmers do not use climate smart technology because of the behavioral decision. So what happens to the psychology, or what is the psychological effect of the use of this climate smart technology on the farmers, which we can calibrate and make appropriate policy decisions to convince these people to use climate smart technology, if at all we want to achieve the ultimate goal of feeding the growing population in the world. So, as I said, it's a behavioral decision. So climate change definitely has affected agriculture, but people or farmers, if they can adopt climate smart technology, they can improve the productivity of their, of course, the previous presenters towards the end of her presentation said that use of this technology improves the productivity. That's definitely an obvious conclusion. But if people do not use, then they are more vulnerable, economically more vulnerable, agriculturally vulnerable. But if they do not adopt a smart technology to mitigate the adverse effect of this climate change, so that the productivity of agriculture is not affected adversely, then that reduces the income and ultimately the well-being. But then, if they take a decision to adopt this climate smart technology in agriculture, we in the society as a whole need to provide all the support mechanism to them so that they adopt. Remember, it's so that we can change or affect or influence their behavioral decision so that they have a strong motivation to adopt this climate smart technology, which will increase the agriculture produces and ultimately will affect the welfare of the individuals and enhance the well-being. So under this, actually, the objective of this paper is to examine the impact of this use of climate smart technology on the subjective well-being. Because, as I said, particularly in the South Asian region, agriculture and farmers are somehow emotionally related. So we need to understand the psychology of the farmers and develop a behavioral framework within which we can pursue the farmers to adopt climate smart technology, which ultimately will improve their subjective well-being. Actually, this, of course, I'll tell you this subjective well-being, why we've taken this idea from from the concept of some of the psychologists and adopted here in economics. So actually, we have taken this, we've done this study in Odisha. Why Odisha? Because Odisha which lies in the east coast of India, is subjected to many cyclones. In fact, last 12-13 years or last 20 years, it's hit by many cyclones, if you 10 to 12, small and medium. And it's also subjected to other climate extremes like heat and flood, because the average rainfall doesn't fall, but it rains during a particular period so heavily that it affects the agriculture, which is dependent on the rainfall. It's also hit by the cyclone. It's also hit by the heat wave. So it's a lot of climate extremes, which is due to the change in the climate, has affected this region. That's why we've taken Odisha. And actually, it's Odisha, according to the agroclimatic zone, is divided into 10 parts. So to have proper representation of all these agroclimatic zones, we've taken some 30 villages from each districts or each zone. 30 farming households from each zone, leading ultimately to 1,020. But after cleaning the data, the effective data which we used is 1,001. If somebody asks, actually, I can explain the entire sampling process, but because of the paucity of time, I'm skipping this one. But remember, it's actually a combination of purposive and stratified random sampling, at times actually judgmental sampling, to draw these sample households which are to be studied. Then actually, this is the variable description. So I'll describe my dependent variable is the subjective well-being, which actually is an index of happiness. As I said, we have borrowed this concept from psychology and tried to understand, because what to our understanding use of climate smart technology is an adaptive decision It's a behavioral decision which will ultimately affect the psychology of the people. That's why our outcome variable is the index of happiness. Of course, the independent variable is the climate smart technology. One thing I need to say here, actually, we have taken different levels of climate smart technology. So this dependent outcome variable, which is the index of happiness, because we collected information from the farmers on 10 different aspects of their psychology in a Likert scale. So these are the questions, actually 10 questions which you have asked the farmers, and they were asked to give a response on 5-point Likert scale. Then after that, we used a PCA technique to develop that index. And since the index value was varying from minus to plus, we just wanted to bring it within 0 to 1 within a ratio, then we standardized it. So this is how we developed this happiness index for the outcome variable, which is a measure of subjective well-being. So these are the descriptive statistics of the variables which were used. And since the dependent variable, which is the index of happiness, is a ratio variable converted to, actually from 0 to 1, we used the beta regression to draw relevant conclusion for our study. So probably I'm extremely sorry, because this table may not be that visible. I'll just directly go to the conclusion and policy implications. So in fact, actually this table we presented, we said also, but may not be that visible, but that's why I'm going directly to the results and conclusions. So what actually from our study we see that climate smart technology raises the happiness of the farmers. But the degree of effect varies with different level of climate smart technology. Farmers, those who are having lower magnitude of use of climate smart technology, their happiness is, or marginal effect of this use of climate smart technology is relatively less than farmers those who use moderate level of climate smart technology. Those who use higher or those who are in the higher strata, meaning those who use more level of climate smart technology, their happiness is also relatively low. But then actually we use other variables, like because it's a socio-behavioral decision, we've taken the social capital. We see also at lower level of social capital, happiness is less, and at medium level of social capital, happiness is more. At higher level of social capital, of course, the happiness is less. For the different community also, of course, these are all control variable. I'm not going into the details of that. I'll go to the conclusion. As I say, because it's largely to understand the use of climate smart technology as a behavioral decision to affect the psychology of the farmers. So farmers who use a moderate degree of climate smart technology are the ones who report to have the highest happiness compared to the other two, those who use lower level of climate smart technology and those who use higher level of climate smart technology. The reason could be probably given the fragmented land holding in our system, and probably the possibility to use that technology at a lower level is more. That's why it gives them more happiness. So at higher level it doesn't, at very low level it doesn't. It affects, but it's the magnitude is low. So at a medium level, actually it affects, the effect is maximum. That's why what suggestion we can give: promote, for the given situation, promote intermediate technology, not that high, actually, high-end technology to be used by the farmers, or not the low-end technology. With the increase in the lower level of level of social capital among the farmers, the level of happiness increases. So we can promote social capital among these people, and through social capital, we can encourage or affect their behavioral decision to use climate smart technology. So there is a huge role for this social capital to encourage the farmers to use better technology. So households that have less land, actually, that is interesting thing which found, which have less land, their subjective wellness is subjective well-being is lower compared to the farmers which have medium range of land and higher land holding. What has happened actually in this part of the world, in Odisha particularly, few landlords, those who have huge land, they don't cultivate that land. They're indifferent to the use of this climate smart technology. They keep their land underdeveloped. They're indifferent. So farmers having larger land holding doesn't have much of happiness with respect to the use of climate smart technology. So we need to actually, at a policy level, we need to look into that. Actually, landlords, those who keep their land idle, what needs to be done, and how climate smart technology can be applied or used, or can be, I won't say thrusted upon them, these farmers can be convinced to use climate smart technology so that the aggregate production, food production at the macro level is good enough to feed to the growing population, which we are expecting by 2050. So thank you. I think in time.
Okay, thank you very much. You just saved us 1 minute.
Thank you.
And now we move the discussion part, and where we have a second Jigyasa in the room, and I'd like to invite Dr. Jigyasa Sandilya, who is a PhD research scholar in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology. Her research area involves studying the impacts of climate change on smallholder farmers and counteractive actions adopted. She's currently working on the climate smart agriculture practices adopted by smallholder farmers in a major flood-prone area in India. Okay, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning here from India, and good afternoon to everyone present. Today I'm here to discuss the paper, Use of Climate Smart Technology in Agriculture to Improve Subjective Well-being of the Farmers, Evidence from Micro-Level Data. So I'd first like to add that this was a very interesting read, and thank you, Professor Sahu, for the wonderful presentation. So I would first start with the overview. So the paper basically deals with the research question on the impact of the use of climate smart agricultural technology on the subjective well-being of the farmers. And for this purpose, the study has used primary level data from households, and a total of 1,020 samples were collected through a multi-stage sampling process. And it has also used certain secondary data from 211 census data, which is available based on the socioeconomic and demographic profile. And the paper has also formed the index to measure happiness, which is the main dependent variable of the study. And it uses a beta regression on a total of 1,001 samples of the study. So first thing that I would like to share is that in the introduction section, one thing that I found that I would like to suggest is there were certain thoughts that were expressed, certain points, they were kind of disintegrated. So maybe if mediating sentences are placed in between them, or maybe a different paragraphs, they are arranged into different paragraphs. For like in page 2 of paragraph 1, there was something mentioned about impact of climate change on food production, and immediately after that the concepts of mental health and value change were introduced. So maybe if certain mediating sentences, or maybe a different paragraph, it would have been beneficial for the readers to get a flow of thought. And also similar thing was found in page 3, paragraph 2, where initially it was mentioned about the quality of life and how adoption of climate smart agricultural technologies impacts the quality of life of people. And then rightly after that, there was mention about the importance of measuring economic growth or economic well-being in terms of development economics. So from a very specific point, a generalized point was stated. So maybe a bit of more generalized idea first, and then slowly into specific would have been helpful for the readers. Also, there are certain sentences or statements in the paper which pose very strong argument in their favor. So maybe some citations would be helpful regarding such statements. Regarding the literature review and analytical framework part, I had a question regarding that. So the paper that uses 3 different kinds of concepts. One is on mental health, and one is subjective well-being, and the other is happiness, which are mentioned simultaneously in those paragraphs. So my question is that is happiness considered as having good mental health in the present study, or is subjective well-being only measured through happiness? Because there were certain papers that were mentioned, which I went through. One was by Rahman et al. 2023, which measures subjective well-being using two kind of proxies. One is happiness and one is life satisfaction. And another paper, it measures psychological well-being among rural adults using three proxies like depression symptoms, cognitive and sleep difficulties, and so on. So I have found that in literature that these concepts of quality of life, well-being, and happiness, they denote something different. Each of the words mean different. So if an explanation on that is provided, like which concept has been used as a proxy for explaining the subjective well-being among farmers, that will be helpful for the readers. Also, regarding the conceptual framework, I would like to state that it was shown, there was a flow diagram which showed how adoption of climate smart agricultural technology, it influences the well-being of the people, but subjective well-being in particular was not considered. Also, there was mention of social capital and its association with economic growth and well-being. So maybe the flow of thought is not quite clearly explained in that portion. So if it would have been a more methodological and more clearly explained, it would have been helpful. And regarding the method section, there were 2-3 lines that were used for mentioning about the study area. Maybe some more information on that would be helpful, and even a map regarding the study area would provide a graphical representation. And also regarding the analytical framework, there was in the method section 2 papers were cited by Diner et al. And Libnowski and Lepper at 1999. So both of these papers studied 2 different things. One paper studied the satisfaction as a component of subjective well-being, and the other studied subjective happiness. So subjective well-being and subjective happiness, these are 2 different things that are studied. So my coming back to the question which I posed, like it is not clearly mentioned if happiness is used as a proxy to measure the subjective well-being. Also, there were 8 questions, 8 to 10 questions, I think, that were used to identify the index. So, like a clearly mention of which proxy or which variable is used to reflect through these questions, mention of that would have been helpful. And regarding the results and discussion section, one thing is that the link of the present study with the results of any previous study that I found missing, like if the study agrees to any previous findings or disagrees, that would have been helpful. And also, since it's a primary level data, some ground level observations which are unique to the place, it might help the paper. And regarding conclusion and policy implication, one thing I found that the limitations of the study and the scope of further research, these were missing. So if these can be added to the paper, it will be really helpful. And these are the observations from my end. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sandhya. And Dr. Sahu, would you like to respond to the questions?
Actually, thank you, Professor Chair, and thank you, Jigyasa, for this detailed feedback. Actually, so in fact, actually, is particularly in the introduction section, you said there is a flow missing. We'll definitely try to take this feedback and try to improve on the papers. But the major thing which I found is your question is on the subjective well-being, subjective happiness, and mental health. Of course, it's not mental health. Of course, a mad person may be happy always. Definitely, I do agree on that. But we tried to understand, relate use of climate smart technology as a behavioral decision, which will affect the subjective well-being. And of course, it's our postulation that if a farmer gets a good yield, will be fairly happy, or it will lead to his or her subjective well-being. Would not consider the mental health. Definitely that is ruled out. Then coming to the measurement part, what we've done, as I said during the presentation, that we have borrowed this concept from psychology. Those two papers which I cited there, they're actually psychology professors, and they have done their they have collected their data from some colleges in Oxford and others. So their sample group was something different. I tried to modify the question, that concept, actually idea I had borrowed from them, tried to modify those questions and ask these questions, those modified questions to the farmers, those who are using the climate smart technology of different degree or different level. Let's say if I use a climate smart technology, am I happy with that climate smart technology? Or if that is my absolute happiness or absolute well-being. If my fellow farmer is using climate smart technology, am I happy? Because that gives me the relative happiness. So that's why actually I borrowed that idea, then modified the questions to my requirement. In fact, this is a completely new work. So they had taken 4 questions. If Dhar had taken 4 questions, I had developed 10 questions. Then went for a reliability and valuability with the farmers, then used. So this is a new idea which I thought actually of throwing to this literature. So it's good actually you pointed out, but definitely here we have not used the mental health thing. Probably in future I'll try to bring in some psychology friend and try to measure the mental health. And thank you for the constructive, nice suggestions.
Okay, and I think we still have 2 minutes left. And if there's any audience who would like to ask a question, you can just type your question on the bottom of your screen at the chat box. Okay, and well, actually, I have a question for myself. It's about the measurement of the index of happiness. You have used 10 questions for this measurement, among which 3 are directly related to CSAT. For instance, the number 6 question is about the use of CSAT has helped us to get most of the things we wanted in life. And the 7th and 8th are about their role in helping them get better of our counterpart and stabilizing their farm income. So these questions are directly related to CSAT, and your dependent variable is happiness, and the independent variable is CSAT. So CSAT is measuring both. I think this might have impacted your results. What do you think about this?
Could you please repeat the question? So that means you wanted to say that actually there could be some endogeneity between these two?
Yes, something like that. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So CSAT
that's actually
has been
that's actually it's as a statistical issue I tested in my this thing. Of course, because of the faculty of time, I couldn't present, but I tested, there was no such endogeneity issue. But since, as I said, this is a new concept of subjective well-being, which I tried to bring in and link it to climate smart use of climate smart technology as a behavioral decision. That's why, and so farmers are diverse. Each each farmer from each agroclimatic zone is different. So in order to accommodate the views of all the farmers, because we did a repeated kind of pilot survey to narrow it down to come out with these 10 questions. That's what actually we have done. But I tested with endogeneity, not fortunately, we did not have any endogenous problem. Otherwise, I would have gone for a fractional regression with endogenous solution. So there was no such problem.
Okay. Yeah, let me check the chat box. I can see no questions. And then I suggest we move on to the third presentation.
So let me thank ATPI for giving the opportunity, and Jigyasa, of course, the chair, Dil, everybody for this opportunity. Thank you.
And thank you for the perfect presentation. And our third presenter is Dr. Matharam Subramanian. Sorry, I hope I have pronounced your name correctly. Dr. Subramanian is a senior advisor, independent consultant, author, and visiting faculty in India. He obtained his PhD in management sciences from Barasar University in India. He has been a visiting scholar and visiting professor at universities in India and abroad. And he has published many research articles in reputed journals and edited books such as ADBI and other publishers. Okay, and his presentation title is Enhancing Subjective Well-Being, the Role of Climate Smart Agriculture in India. Okay, the floor is yours. Go ahead. Oh, yes. Good.
Thank you very much, Jiangjun Pang, for that nice introduction. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening to everyone. I am from India. The subject of subjective well-being. You just heard that one. And it is going to be another presentation on subjective well-being. It's a strange coincidence. Definitely, yes. It shows the importance of subjective well-being by use of climate smart agriculture technology. Let me start with my sharing of the screen. I suppose everyone can view it.
Yes. Perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So it is enhancing subjective well-being, the role of climate smart agriculture in India. At the outset, I would like to thank ADBI for giving me such an wonderful opportunity to present this paper in this conference, virtual conference. Climate smart agriculture makes a remarkable transformation of agriculture and food systems, not only in India, globally. And it also mitigates the effects of climate change, which we are all concerned about it. CSA is an integrated approach to managing not only the agriculture, the cropland, livestock, forestry, and fisheries. CSA ensures sustainable food security and enhances the well-being of farmers. It is important to know that, the sustainable food security and sustainable well-being of farmers is very, very important. The impact of CSA on subjective well-being can be assessed through increased farmers' income, increased food security, resilience to climate change, social benefits, and better quality of life. These are some of the various factors which can be assessed as an impact of climate smart agriculture. This paper aims to analyze the impacts of climate-smart agriculture on subjective well-being, which entitled the improved health, happiness, and life satisfaction. The study intends to provide purely qualitative insights and perspectives on key aspects and contribute to a better understanding for enhancing the SWB in India. It is purely based on the descriptive and qualitative analysis based on literature review and professional experience of mine. Let's start with what is the subjective well-being. The earlier paper also we were talking about it. Subjective well-being measures the overall happiness and satisfaction with life and relates to self-assessment of overall quality of life and emotional well-being. Then also a definition of CSA. CSA refers to a set of agricultural practices and approaches to increase agricultural productivity, resilience to climate change, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And the main goal of climate smart agriculture is to ensure sustainable food security and enhance the well-being of the farmers. What are there are positive impacts which can be derived from climate smart agriculture. These are, one is the increased income and food security, improved health and nutrition, reduced stress and anxiety, increased social connection and community resilience. This is mostly applicable to the farmers' community. What is the sustainability through climate smart agriculture in terms of subjective well-being? Climate smart agriculture systematically integrates climate change into the planning and development of sustainable agricultural systems, which includes cropland, fisheries and whatnot, everything, livestock. CSA is composed of three main pillars: adapting and building resilience to climate change, sustainability, increase in agricultural productivity and incomes, and reducing or removing greenhouse gas emissions where possible. These three main pillars are interrelated together. This involves increased productivity, enhanced resilience, and reduced emissions. However, the ensuing trade-offs frequently can only maximize one of the pillars at a time. Ecosystems offer the agricultural industry a range of unpaid services, including clean natural water. This is where the nature-based solution, resources, food, sunlight, etc. Preserves ecosystem services. To keep these services intact, we are having, So the next slide shows the role of climate smart agriculture in enhancing subjective well-being in India. Climate smart agriculture can help to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change and build resilience to future shocks. This can lead to a number of positive impacts on subjective well-being, including number one, increased income and food security. CSA practices can help farmers produce more food even in the face of climate change. Then improved health and nutrition. Farmers are concerned with their health and nutrition as well because of climate change or various phenomena like drought and disasters. They are deprived of nutritional food. CSA practices can help to improve soil health and water quality. Also, at times of distress, they are stressed out, and this stress can be reduced by use of climate smart agriculture practices. And then the increased social connection and community resilience, which is a very important thing in the context of Indian farmers, which is again, CSA would come to the rescue of improving the social connection and community resilience. Some of the CSA practices and initiatives in India are conservation agriculture, agroforestry, improved livestock management practices, water conservation practices, agro-based startups, AI-based agricultural production forecast model, AI-based sensors for smart farming, and drones to monitor crop and soil health as part of government-led project and sensor-based smart agricultural production. The Indian government has initiated several projects in recognition of the significance of CSA. National Innovations in Climate Resilient Agriculture, National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture, National Bamboo Mission, and Submission on Agroforestry, etc., Climate Smart Village, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, Soil Health Card Scheme, and many such initiatives have been taken by Indian government. What are the impact of CSA on subjective well-being? Number one, reduced emissions. Automation leads to less labor-intensive activities, is eventually leading to reduced emissions. Enhanced productivity. Increased production, increasing CSA increases the production without sacrificing quality, promoting nutrition security, and boosting farmer income development. Improved resilience, increased income and food security, and resilience to climate change. Also, social community cohesion, improved health outcomes, physical, social, and spiritual benefits are all some of the benefits derived by adapting climate smart agriculture. A specific example is given how subjective well-being is raised by using climate smart agriculture techniques. For example, climate CSA increases the food security. Eventually, it reduces the hunger and malnutrition, and which leads to physical and mental health. Similarly, the reducing the poverty and improving the environmental quality. The author has taken a case study example. This is a nature-based solution adopted unit. It's a farmhouse called Nature Smart Habitat. It is located in my native place, Coimbatore district, and in which we have developed a natural environmental surrounding, producing agricultural products leading to the enhancement of the well-being of the consumers through CSA. This farmhouse focuses on CSA to enhance the well-being of the customers' health, happiness, and quality of life. NSH is involved in managing cropland, livestock, forests, and fisheries. NSH also offers a range of naturopathy holistic health services. NSH promotes practices such as agroforestry, organic farm, crop rotation, etc. NSH gladly reports none of their employees, workers, and family members were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and everything was going on normally without even a lockdown. CSA helped everyone in NSH happiness, quality of life, and improved overall health happiness. As a conclusion, I would present CSA aims to sustainably increase farmers' resilience, improve agricultural productivity, and achieve food security and SDG in addition to reducing GHG emissions. CSA can play a significant role in enhancing SWB in India. It is important to create a more sustainable, equitable future. We need to invest in CSA practices in India to help farmers adapt and mitigate climate change and enhance SWB. Digitalizing crop management can provide farmers and policymakers with access to real-time data. The study suggests accurate climate information and sound policy support the poor and marginal farmers, small farmers who depend on agriculture for a living and primarily impacted by climate change. Such hazards can be reduced by use of technology and CSA practices. India makes efforts to develop and put into effect policies. Artificial intelligence has the potential to completely revolutionize the existing trends in agriculture, farming, and CSA. Leveraging on such technology trends facilitate enhancing SWB.
Okay,
Given
thank you. I
India's-
think our time is up.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. And
thank you.
I'd like to invite He Zhang as a discussant. He's a PhD student in the College of Economics and Management in Huazhong Agricultural University in China. He is currently studying as a joint PhD candidate at Lincoln University, New Zealand. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the introduction, Professor Tang, and I will show my slides. Could you see my slides?
No,
yes.
Yeah, not yet.
No.
Okay, it's here now. Could you make it bigger?
Yeah. It's okay.
No. I think it takes a few seconds before it. Oh, yes. Perfect.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for your excellent report. I really enjoyed reading this paper. And I'm He Zhang. I'm a PhD candidate in Huazhong Agricultural University. And I'm so glad to participate in these conferences and be a discussant. The title of the paper I will discuss is Enhancing Subjective Well-being, the Role of Climate Smart Agriculture in India. And first, I would like to introduce this paper briefly, and then I would like to make some comments, and I hope this is helpful to the author. The highlights of this paper are adoption of CSA can enhance farmers' well-being and life satisfaction, and CSA affects subjective well-being in various channels, including increased income, food security, resistance to climate change, and the environmental, physical, and social benefits. And the objective of this paper is to analyze the impacts generated by CSA and the effects of adopting CSA in India on farmers' well-being. The method of this paper is theoretical analysis method and case study method. And the result of this paper is adopting CSA can effectively enhance farmers' well-being and life satisfaction. And this is a review paper rather than an empirical paper, so I think introduce each part is necessary. This helps us to understand the logical of the arguments in this paper. In part one, the author presents the environmental problems faced by the world and India and the possible consequences with detailed data and case studies. In part two, the author describes some of the literature related to CSA and well-being. In part 3, it also explains CSA and present its rationale for achieving sustainability. In part 4, they also explain the CSA on subjective well-being mechanisms and show a mechanism figure with relevant literature and explanation. In part 5, they also provide information about many CSA programs in India. In part 6, they also presents a case study from India. The name is Nature Smart Habitats, and it also describes the project's environmental practice, behaviors, and impacts. In part 7, in conclusion of the paper, and it also provides a complete summary of the paper's contents and makes some policy complications. And overall, this paper is informative and is provide a persuasive background, literature review, mechanism, programs, and case study from India. Thank you also for his hard work. And meanwhile, I would like to make some comments, and I hope it is helpful to the author. In part 1, they also provide comprehensive introduction to the climate programs, and also point out the value of CSA and the definition of well-being. So I think they also could explain the current state of CSA and the mechanism of its impact on the environmental, which would help to clarify the background comprehensively. Second, I think it also could add linking synthesis between CSA and the environmental protection to well-being, such as the mechanism of CSA's influence on well-being, and which would help to smooth the connection between the different topics. Second, I think it also could further clarify the contribution of this paper. In part 2, maybe I think it also could add a linking synthesis between the literature review, which help to smooth the logic. For example, add a linking synthesis between the literature on the adoption of CSA and well-being in page 4 to increase the coherence of the paper. Second, maybe I think it also could introduce literature on different topics, and it appeared to be disorganized. So I think the literature review could be presented on each topic. Third, I think it also could add in existing literature summaries and research gaps. In part 4, maybe I think it also should elaborate the mechanism of CSA's effects on health while adding literature and theories to make it more persuasive. For example, in line 28 of page 7, they also describes that CSA affects feelings of isolation, happiness, and mental health. However, they also need to describe the specific impact pathways, which is more convincing. And second, the order of the mechanism content could be consistent with the mechanism figure. Specifically, they also introduced the first mechanism, that food security, and then I think they also should introduce a second mechanism rather than other contents. In part 5, they also describe some programs about CSA in India, and I think they also should provide an overview of CSA in India before describing the program, which help readers to have a more comprehensive understanding. Second, in line 37 of page 9, impacts generated by CSA. Maybe I think this section doesn't seem closely related to CSA programs and might be more suitably placed in part 3. About part 6, the content of the case study could be more relevant and detailed about CSA and well-being, and the direct impact of CSA on well-being. For example, maybe it also could add some data, interview content, or stories. And there are my comments, and I hope they are helpful to the author. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zhang, for the very comprehensive discussion of the paper. A lot of questions being asked. And Dr. Subramanian, would you like to respond to
Yes.
his main concerns?
Thank you very much, Dr. John. I appreciate your comments. and suggestions. It's really wonderful. I would like to take up all the suggestions. I will look into the improving my research paper. And incidentally, about the last item which you were mentioning about adding more data, empirical data and interviews and all that, which is already being done. And I will also take up your suggestions. And further, about this literature review, or making it a more linking to the particular specific parts which you have mentioned will also be very well taken. Thank you very much indeed. I appreciate your deep analysis of the paper, and I would certainly improve upon the paper, which whatever your suggestions you have mentioned. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. And is there any question from the audience? If there any question, you can just type your question in the chat box in the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, I just raised my hand.
Oh, you raised your hand. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I can hear your voice.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation, Dr. Raminam. And I have a question about the measurement of subjective well-being. So normally for subjective well-being, we can use either positive affect variables such as happiness, life satisfaction, or confidence for the future, or negative affect variables such as anxiety, loneliness, something like this. So when you select the subjective well-being variables, have you considered other subjective well-being measures to capture the individual's subjective well-being comprehensively? Because I think in this paper, you only considered the positive subjective well-being indicators. Yeah, thank you. That is my question.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you very much for that interesting question. Well, taking there are scales available for measurement of happiness, for example, or well-being and all that. But those things are applicable for a general statement of well-being assessment, not in particular to the farmers. When we are talking about climate smart agriculture, applicable to farmers to raise their income, to raise their well-being, or to raise their quality of life. That is what we are talking about in this paper. So accordingly, probably, we could include sort of a measurement or index, which exclusively for the farmers community we can develop. That could be a future scope of the project. That's what I would understand. Am I addressing your question properly?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your feedback.
Okay. Thank you, Wan-Ling.
Thank you.
I have a question from myself. In the case study, you have provided us with some results, but it's unclear to me who were interviewed and who are the NSH participants who were interviewed, and how was it conducted?
About the case study you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the, I've been doing this study for the last year or so, soon after the, before the COVID situation. And the people whom I have in contact is the owner of this habitat. This is called, locally, it is called Iyarkai Valvagam, where this nature-based solutions are developed. They have got a huge land, and in which they also not only the cropland It has got livestock, plus the fisheries, and many things are included. And I am in contact with the people, and as a consultant to this NSH, Nature Smart Habitat, I have been in contact with them. If you need any particular reference to this, I can always provide that.
Okay, thank you very much.
And
I think we are.
Did I address your question? Are you, in particular, are you asking something, about the people in contact
that's
with
very
this?
Clear.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Dan.
Yeah. I think we should have a short break for 50 minutes according to the schedule. Yeah, we'll come back in about 30 minutes. Okay, we are just 2 minutes behind the schedule. I'll see you or in 30 minutes. And now we are going to move forward to the fourth presenter. The first presenter is Dr. Amanda Linhart. Amanda is a social economist with 15 years of policy and research experience in the international development sector. She takes an interdisciplinary and mixed methods approach to research and has an interest in the area of climate smart agriculture, which is very closely related to the topic of our session. And she's currently based at King's College London and has previously held positions at Overseas Development Institute, Save the Children, SOAS University of London, and others. Okay, and the title of her presentation is Climate Smart Agriculture in Kenya, an assessment of trends, barriers, and opportunities to equitably support farmers. Amanda, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. I've just shared my slides. Are those visible now?
No, normally it takes a few seconds before it shows up.
Yes, it's visible now.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and huge thank you to the ADB Institute for organizing this conference. It was very timely with our research, so I'm grateful to have this opportunity to discuss it with you all. So the background of this study, it's a partnership between an organization I'm an associate with called the Chronic Poverty Advisory Network, which is based at IDS in the UK. And we partnered with World Vision, who supported on sort of data collection and community engagement. And it was funded by FFAR and Syngenta Foundation. And the objective of this research is very closely linked to this conference. And indeed, we actually sped up our analysis so that we would have an opportunity to present here. So our overarching goal was to try to understand the barriers and opportunities to implement climate smart agriculture in 3 countries. So this is a 3-country study. I'll be presenting results from Kenya, but we have analysis ongoing for a similar study in Bangladesh and another in Indonesia. So if anyone working in those contexts would like to connect, please do. But the goal here was really to zero in on the perspective of farmers' own constraints to climate smart agriculture. So recognizing that there's been a fair amount of research done on climate smart agriculture and what prevents uptake of it, we wanted to focus in on the perspective of farmers. We then complemented that analysis with conversations, key informant interviews with stakeholders working in climate smart agriculture in Kenya and indeed in the other studies, at national level, at regional level, and along agricultural value chains, including with private sector actors. And we also considered the existing research that's been done on climate smart agriculture in Kenya. But we ultimately, and what this diagram is showing, is we sort of started with the perspective of farmers and then reflected on how their views on climate smart agriculture and barriers to taking up climate smart agriculture might differ from some of those other perspectives. And I'll talk a little bit more in my methodology section about how we distinguish those different sources of information. So a bit of background on the study context in Kenya. So I call this a kind of paradox in the sense that CSA is relatively well known in Kenya. According to secondary research, climate change is very familiar to most farmers in Kenya. There's plenty of evidence suggesting that they are aware and attempting to address challenges that are posed to farming as a result of climate change. And yet we see that uptake is still relatively low. So while there's this emphasis and interest in climate smart agriculture, it's not being taken up. And the other point to make about the context of Kenya is that Kenya is actually one of the largest recipients of climate finance in Africa. According to recent data, the most up-to-date we could find for a kind of comprehensive analysis in 2015-2016 was that Kenya was the largest recipient of global climate finance in Africa. I think that's changed with more recent data, but that was certainly the case. And actually the 7th largest recipient globally. So there's a lot of finance going into climate investment, and yet we see uptake quite low. I should say that much of this investment doesn't go to agriculture. A significant amount goes to energy, but there is this focus on climate change in Kenya. So we wanted to understand, why is CSA uptake staying relatively low? I won't go into too much detail on the study sites, but this just shows where we conducted our data collection. So we conducted, this is a qualitative study, and I'll speak in a moment about our sample, but we interviewed farmers in these 2 regions of Kenya. They differed slightly in terms of topography and in terms of their agricultural practices. So in the Makueni region, we have a combination of agro-pastoralism, but predominantly crop farming. Whereas in Kajiado, we're looking at largely pastoral communities, including more nomadic populations, pastoralist populations known as the Maasai. So we were seeking some variation in kind of crop and pastoralist patterns and climatic conditions in this region of Kenya. So in terms of our data collection, we, as I said, this is a qualitative study. We conducted 24 focus group discussions in those 2 regions of Kenya. These were mixed FTGs with males and females of 7 to 12 participants in each one. And these focus group discussions, they started out with really open-ended discussions. What has changed in terms of farming in your area? We didn't want to presume that farmers were going to discuss climate change and climate smart agriculture. We wanted to have a really open mind to this. And then following this, we used a method called a participatory climate smart map and adaptation plan, which we borrowed from a previous study that I've cited here, which is really a facilitated discussion around farmers citing the climate-related risks that they perceive in terms of their own agricultural practices. They then ranked those risks against each other and then discussed the various adaptation and mitigation strategies that they've been using, reflecting back on those risks. So really trying to seek from their own perspective what's been happening and start from that really open-ended frame of reference. We then conducted 22 semi-structured interviews with key informants, working across climate smart agriculture in Kenya, some at national level, ministry staff, in particular national level policymakers, but then at the regional level, speaking to extension agents, climate information officers, agribusiness coordinators, veterinarians, etc. So trying to understand from them what they thought farmers' barriers to climate adaptation were. And then finally, we reviewed the existing literature. We identified 21 papers that were covering climate smart agriculture in Kenya specifically, and there's a few details there on our search strategy. So we reviewed those papers, and as I said, we used these 3 sources as kind of distinct data points, and then went on to attempt to analyze any differences that were coming out in explanations of why farmers were not adopting climate smart agricultural practices. So to do this, the qualitative method we used here, I will try not to spend too much time on this for anyone who's not as interested in complex qualitative methods, but we use an inductive explaining outcome tracing approach to our analysis, which basically means we understand the outcome that we're interested in. We know that uptake of climate smart agricultural practices is low. So the outcome is known. the objective here in the analysis is to understand why that outcome is occurring and to trace alternative explanations that might explain why CSA uptake is low. So essentially the outcome is known, but the causal mechanisms are not known. And that's why this approach felt to be most appropriate. And what we did is as I mentioned, we distinguished our 3 data sources being information that was provided by farmers, information that was being provided by key informants, and information that was coming from the literature. And what we did is apply different weights or different sensitivity scores to those 3 sources of information, placing farmers as having the highest sensitivity, most likely to be giving us the true value, key informants being slightly more distant from farmers and therefore having a medium sensitivity, and the literature being most removed from the direct experience from farmers and therefore having a lower sensitivity. And we then established hypotheses that might explain the outcome, low CSA uptake, and then we revise or kind of update our understandings of those hypotheses based on an examination of those 3 data sources in sequence. So starting with farmers, moving to key informants, and then validating through the literature. So I'll now talk through our results. The primary hypothesis that came out from our analysis is that smallholder farmers who are living in poverty are unable to access the capital required to take up climate smart agriculture. So I have a quote here from a farmer who says, "We can't go to our farms to weed when we are hungry. We must find money by getting jobs in our neighbors' farms before we can come back to our own." So while there is an incentive and a need to take up climate smart agriculture, this farmer is saying, we're simply unable. We recognize the need, but we need to go work on someone else's farm to earn income for subsistence or to implement these strategies. So this is the widest cited barrier of CSA uptake among farmers. It was very common among all the FDGs that poverty was the primary barrier. They talked about some of the prohibitive costs to implementing climate smart agriculture, labor to implement the practices, the cost of seeds, fertilizers, vaccinations was considered very costly, particularly in that pastoralist community that I mentioned. It was also discussed, in addition to the cost of inputs, how farmers who live in poverty are often not well connected to local power structures, and so they may be the least likely to access support services or training and other initiatives that are attempting to support climate smart agriculture. So this was the most commonly cited barrier by farmers. It was also validated by key informants and through the literature. Poverty was discussed across all 3 data sources, and to some extent, the most common among them, but I'll talk about some deviation in the other data sources. So having established this hypothesis, this kind of primary understanding of why farmers might not take up climate smart agriculture, we then look for our alternative hypotheses, either from farmers' perspectives or from the key informants and the literature, which might either challenge that hypothesis or support that hypothesis. And we came up with 4 alternative hypotheses, which I'll now discuss, and then I'll conclude with how we observe those hypotheses together. So the second hypothesis is that farmers lack information or education to adopt climate smart agricultural practices. So this was also widely discussed among farmers. There was a need expressed to have more training, to have increase awareness of the need for climate smart agriculture. That being said, many farmers suggested that everyone in their communities knew that it was necessary. So it wasn't so much an issue of awareness, it was much more an issue of training. Now, when we spoke to key informants, this was their most widely cited barrier. So more than poverty, key informants were telling us through the data that they saw education and training as a key barrier. And an important distinction I'd like to make is that key informants talked a lot about formal education as being the barrier, that less educated farmers were less likely to take up CSA. But actually, when we spoke to farmers, they talked about very specific skills like numeracy and literacy that prevented them from using the training that was being provided. So a bit of a distinction there between what farmers and key informants were saying. The third hypothesis was that market failures were preventing the uptake of climate smart agriculture. So farmers reflected on low market prices that they were receiving for their crops that prevented them from earning income to then implement CSA. They also talked about the excessive costs of inputs in particular. Now, this was something that wasn't raised nearly as much by key informants in the literature. So there didn't seem to be much reflection on the challenges that the market itself poses to the uptake of climate smart agriculture, which begs the question whether support services are targeting the right mechanisms to allow farmers to implement climate smart agriculture. I have a quote here from a farmer saying that it's lack of access to the market and exploitation by middlemen that discourages farmers from taking up particular practices. The fourth hypothesis was that female farmers and younger farmers were more likely to adopt climate smart practices than men and older farmers. So there was a very explicit quote from a key informant who said, "We embrace all farmers, but we know for certain that women's farmers groups are more likely to uptake CSA." And there was quite a bit of discussion about women being early adopters. Similarly, for younger farmers being more likely to take up CSA because they're more open to change. There were some mixed results on this, though. Some talked about men being more likely to adopt, and others talked about older people being more likely to adopt. So this is a bit of a mixed hypothesis that we can't quite confirm. And the final one was around culture and attitude. So key informants reflected on the fact that some practices might be inappropriate to some farmers. This wasn't widely taken up by farmers. This seemed to be largely the perspective of key informants. So we have a little bit less support for this hypothesis. And so I'm rushing through to just get to my last stage, which is we ultimately conclude that poverty could not be disproven as the key barrier. So looking at all those alternative hypotheses, none of them challenged that hypothesis that poverty was the main barrier. There are alternative theories about what might be preventing CSA uptake, education, training, but none of those are mutually exclusive, such that even if training was provided, even if market failures were improved, even if we address cultural barriers, poverty would still be a primary preventing CSA uptake among farmers in Kenya. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Amanda, for the very interesting presentation. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Bhaskar Sinha, the discussant. Dr. Sinha is an associate professor and chairperson of the Center for Climate Change Studies at IIFM Bhopal. He has completed more than 20 research projects and training programs with many supports. And he also authored more than 40 papers in national and international journals, including 4 books. Very experienced researcher. Dr. Sinha. Yes, I can see your screen. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you, ADBI, for giving me the opportunity to be the discussion of this very important paper. I thank Professor Amanda for making a wonderful presentation. And also, I was really very impressed with the research question which she is posing, that why there is less of adoptions despite of knowing the importance of climate smart agriculture, and also a lot of push to the national and international agencies for adoption of the same. So the study was beautifully, so it has tried to capture why, the question why, and in doing so, she has taken 2 different zones of Kenya, where 2 different types of inhabitants as well as also agricultural practices exist. And then on the basis of open-ended questionnaire from farmers and key informant interview, she has tried to present the case and tried to highlight what are the real barriers to adoption of climate smart agriculture in Kenya. Now, section-wise, I mean, if you look at the overall, the paper, as I said, that it does discuss a very important question. And from readability point of view, from the understanding point of view, I think it has to be little bit modified in terms of the way it has been presented, because when I heard Professor Amanda speaking, it was very clear what she wanted to, but when I read that, I think I lack that clarity when I read and when I listen to her. So I think some degree of changes in terms of presentation is required, especially when we are talking of the methodology part, and also when we are making the discussion and recommendation. So methodology part, I mean, she talks of how qualitative Bayesian values were derived. So that part, I think it has to be a little more descriptive in nature, in a layman language, so that people are able to understand and appreciate why this particular methodology was adopted and what will this methodology bring to in addition to the existing informations or the additional insight which this methodology will bring in terms of data collected from different sources. And the other things she also mentioned that she has also reviewed papers pertaining to this from Google Scholars, wherein she has, I think, quoted some 25 or so papers. So it would be good to also, I mean, she has mentioned, but it would be good to mention categorically the inclusion and exclusion criteria, how she has arrived to that 25. Little more explanation. I mean, if you look at any paper, recent paper, which talks on systematic review of literatures, it does detail about the procedures. So some degree of more elaboration on that front would also help the readers in terms of understanding what she has presented. And the result part, I think I was a little confused when I was reading that. Maybe my, I mean, difficulties in comprehending that, but when I listened to her, it was a little more clear. That once you present that in the table form and then the result part, there's a lot of this trans referred and other things. So that part I was not able to understand whether she is referring to something which is in appendix, because everywhere there is a mention of trans in the bracket. It does reflect that there is something more which you want to show through some quantitative result or some graphs or some figures. So that part for the readers is not pretty clear. So maybe all those analysis, if she has done, which I'm sure she has done, so all those analysis, if those results and values could also be presented in some tabular form and other things, and while writing the results, this both can go hand in hand, the Bayesian values as well as the descriptive result which she has derived. And I think when we are doing the discussion part, I think as you said rightly in the presentation, that main barrier was the poverty, and rest of the 4 hypotheses which she has considered, that is, I mean, something it is there, but as far as this poverty is concerned, that is the main barriers, and there are other barriers which has to be. So those discussion has to be little more again articulated in such a manner that it clearly gives the message that A, B, C, D, this is on the priority of the reference. One has to do this. This is based on this. And why A, why B, why D, some priority, some ranking. And then the hypothesis, as I said, that qualitative Bayesian values, construction of causal graph to explain barriers, that could help better. And comparison, when she is making the comparison of farmers and key informant, the difference. So maybe 1 or 2 lines more from her understanding of Kenya agriculture, why there is a difference of opinion with respect to one which is collected from the farmers, which is one collected from the KI. And I think because both sample structure are different, so therefore there will be difference in terms of opinion on the same. So I think KI, the key informant interviews, who were those KI? So that part also little, I mean, can be elaborated. And then while we are presenting the discussion from the farmer's perspective as well as KI perspectives, some amount of reasoning, because it has even the quotes of many of the farmers. Exact quote verbatim. So maybe, I mean, in political science and other things, social science, that goes well. For the larger audience, for the scientific community, I mean, such quotes can be avoided or can be reduced, and more explanation and discussion can be brought in. It does improve the scientific quotient of the paper for the other scientific readers. And yeah, so I think with all these things, and I think why did you choose this hypothesis 5, that is the impact or the role of culture and attitude? Was that significant hypothesis to consider? So, because ultimately when you're saying that this did not have any significant as far as the farmers are concerned, but there was some degree of, I mean, explanation given by the KIU. So should we, I mean, do away with the 5th hypothesis, or if that is not that significant? And then at the end, when she is presenting the way forward, I think it would be very good that for the policymakers and for the government of the Kenya, or the people who are involved with the Kenyan smart agriculture, who are promoting a smart agriculture, that spelling out that this is what it is, these are the specific reasons, this could be the possible solutions. So some suggestive measures. She has identified that if you are talking of poverty, what are the specific reasons, exorbitant cost and other things by the farmers? So maybe some degree of suggestions also, possible suggestions, specific to those which have been specifically identified by her research. So with that, I think I would end here, and I would be happy that if she has something to comment upon. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sinha, for providing very detailed comments. And I wish my paper could be reviewed with so many good comments. So Amanda, you may want to respond to his comments.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for these detailed comments. I hope that I will be able to have the slides afterwards. I took notes, but your comments were incredibly helpful. On description of sort of methods, in particular, it's really helpful to have your reflection on this. I think when one is writing up a methodological section, particularly for a type of approach that you don't feel is widely.
Right?
Sorry? When you're looking at methods that maybe are less commonly adopted, it's hard to know how much detail to go into, how much a reader, a fellow academic, wants to know about the kind of mechanics of the approach. And so hearing that there's interest in further description of the methodology suggests that we could expand on that section. So I would absolutely take that on. And yeah, I recognize that there's some areas that absolutely need to be reflected in terms of the Bayesian weights, etc. It's interesting that many papers that apply this method don't go into that detail, and I think that's an issue. And so it's very helpful to have that confirmed. I wanted to pick up maybe so actually 2 of your last points, because I think everything it was very clear in terms of changes that need to be made for the paper. On the 5th hypothesis, which I didn't get to speak about too much in the presentation because of time. So this is reflected partly because it is perhaps where there's the biggest deviation between what key informants see and what farmers see. So it was raised quite often by key informants, and they were, in terms of the Bayesian weighting process, they were given less weight in the final analysis. But I felt we couldn't exclude the fact that key informants seem to think that culture, attitudes, that there are farmers that are just going to resist CSA uptake no matter what we do. And that seemed to be quite a deviation from what farmers were saying. They did reflect on culture and attitudes. And, I've confronted this topic in other studies where when you're, speaking in FGDs and you're speaking about other people's experiences, and I work quite a bit in poverty, you'll have responses where people say, oh, they're lazy, or they're not interested in helping. Like, these are comments that often come up in FGDs, and we don't know what to do with them because, as researchers, we would say, well, that doesn't seem like a convincing causal argument that like your neighbor is lazy. But I think we can't ignore that people have that perspective. And does that mean that those people are being excluded from support? That there are key informants that say, oh, that group over there, they're never going to listen to us because they're culturally resistant to change. And in the context of Kenya, it was raised specifically with regards to a particular ethnic group, that pastoralist Maasai farmers were culturally resistant to taking up so-called modern practices. But in fact, when we spoke in those communities to Maasai farmers, they were very keen to take up the practices. So it's that disconnect that's the emphasis. And so I think we need to reflect that more in that section to address that, to justify its inclusion. So that's well taken. And just to, with my last minute, to reflect on the possible solutions, I saw that was also a question brought forward in the chat to give, an opportunity. I think the conclusion that poverty is the primary barrier isn't particularly novel. It's confirmed by the farmers, by the key informants, and by the literature. But I think what it tells us is that all the other solutions that are being presented will not work unless they factor in the barrier of poverty. So there's loads of training going on climate smart agriculture in Kenya and presumably in all the other contexts where we're working. But that training doesn't really have a strong chance for success if it's not providing in-kind support, if it's not providing cash. Farmers need the seeds to implement, the practices, the cover cropping that's being suggested, or the infrastructure to collect water, to introduce the irrigation that's being suggested. So for me, it's about how all the other solutions that we might provide require cash or in-kind support for farmers to take them up. Because if we don't incorporate that into those programs, they have a very low chance of success.
Perfect timing, Amanda. And thank you very much for reserving the question from the chat box. This is the very first question from the audience, which is very good. Well, I think we're running out of time for the fourth presentation. We're going to move on to the last presentation for the session. And our last presenter is Stephen Pratt, who is currently pursuing a master's degree in agricultural economics in KNUST, Ghana. He holds a bachelor degree in agribusiness management from the same university and certified in Rainforest Alliance, food safety management, etc. And research interest is on production and consumer economics, climate smart technologies, efficiency and productivity analysis, etc. Okay. Stephen, could you share your screen?
So thank you once again. I will just mute.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, could you make it full screen?
Okay. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Perfect. Yeah, so my name is Stephen Pratt, and I'll be presenting on the topic, the use of digital advisory services and an adoption of climate smart agricultural technologies, evidence-based study from Ghana. So from the previous presentation, majority of the presenters highlighted on the fact that climate smart technologies enhance subjective well-being, farm income, as well as food security. But the question that we are posing is that how do we promote this CSA to the farmers? And in this study, we are going to explore how DSA is going to promote the adoption of climate smart technology. So this is the outline for the presentation. So with the introduction, smallholder farming in developing countries are highly susceptible to climate change issues such as global warming, unpredictable precipitation patterns. So in view of this, policymakers and advisory committees are promoting a wide range of technologies such as climate smart agriculture technologies. And this promotion of CSA technologies such as improved seeds, row planting, and zero tillage have been highlighted in literature that they are able to generate significant values for farmers. Now, in this digital era, and then the issue of formation asymmetry, bringing in digital advisory service on board will help us to address information asymmetry and also provide farmers with climate smart information. However, little information on how CSA technologies should be promoted and disseminated in Africa, especially Ghana, is very low. A recent study emphasized that only 13% of rural farmers in Africa have access to digital technologies. And the reason from the literature is that due to high cost of technology, poor institutional support, and social cultural factors and low digital skills. Few studies in literature have also explored the relationship between the use of DSA and then the adoption of CSA technologies among smallholder farmers. More importantly, AMIF and others 2022 studied this using the approach of qualitative data without looking at the quantitative aspect of the analysis. And therefore, this study adds to the literature and also present the empirical evidence from the African perspective. So why this study? Yes, so we believe that with this study, we are able to provide the first attempt by examining the impact of the use of DSA on adoption of CSA technologies using more rigorous economic approach. And this study will also provide valuable insight for policymakers on strategies to enhance farmers' utilization of DSA, which in turn will promote the adoption of CSA technologies, leading to enhanced food security of farmers. So the study objective is grouped into two. So the first part is looking at the impact of DSA on CSA technology. And the second one looks at the disaggregated impacts of DSA on CSA adoption among male and then location in Ghana. So the theory underpinning this study is the rational choice theory. And according to the theory, an individual farmer will decide whether to use or not to use the DSA depending on the potential benefits of usage. And since farmers self-select themselves in order to use these DSA platforms, it's likely to run into self-selection issues. So the conceptual framework for this study is also being shown as figure 1 here, which shows the various variables affecting DSA as well as the CSA technologies in Ghana. So the study was done in Ghana, which is western part of Africa. And specifically in Ghana, we focus on 3 regions. So we have Brangahafo region, Ashanti, and then the northern ranges of Ghana. So the reason why we selected these 3 areas was that these areas are the maize producing hubs in Ghana. And we blend both primary data and the secondary information as well. And the data was collected between August and December 2021. Now with the sampling approach, so we use multi-stage sampling technique. And then each of the 3 regions selected, we chose 2 communities, 2 districts from each of the communities. And within each of the districts, we selected 8 communities. And within these 8 communities, between 60 to 70 farmers are selected, giving us 3,197 maize farmers for the study. So with the analytical framework, when earlier studies review several models to analyze the impact of DSA on CSA adoption. So such models include the ESR, which is the endogenous station regression model, the PSM, propensity score matching. But however, this study used the recursive bivariate probit because this recursive bivariate probit takes into account the outcome variable is a binary variable. However, the PSM only uses the continuous as well as the ESR. But also, with the PSM also fails to account for the unobserved factors influencing DSA. So in this case, we rely on the recursive bivariate probit model to do the estimation. And with the assumption of the recursive bivariate, an instrument is needed. So here, we used perceived high cost of DSA in the community as our instrument to control for self-selection issues in our model. And with the disaggregated impact, the average treatment effect on the treated was also used to disaggregate the impact among men and women and then locational differences. So with our results, so the respondent was grouped into two, users of DSA and then non-users of DSA. And from our findings, we found out that users of DSA, about 68% of them adopted drought-tolerant seed, 69% adopted zero-tillage, and 49% adopted the row planting. So with regards to the impact estimate, so we have three models, which showing each of the CSA technology adoption. So model 1 represents the impact of DSA on row planting. And across all these three models, it was evident that the use of DSA positively influenced the adoption of CSA technologies. And other interesting variables such as education, farmer-based group, also a positive effect on the adoption of the use of DSA. However, age was negative, and this implies that older farmers are more consecutive, they are more reserved when it comes to the use of digital technologies compared to the younger ones. So, and also in order to ensure that we have addressed for the self-selection bias, the correlation terms, which is the error term, shows that there is a negative or inverse relation between the selection bias. So here is the case we have to address for the selection issue in our data. With the disaggregated impact analysis, we find out that there is heterogeneous differences among male and female, as well as the locational difference. But however, the difference between male and female was minimal, even though it was significant, but the magnitude of the male and female was minimal. So conclusion of the study. So we concluded that the recursive bivariate model results showed an inverse selection bias due to the unobserved factors. And then the main factors influencing the use of DSA was age, education, family size, FBO, and then locations. So after controlling for self-selection issues, we find out that DSA increases the likelihood of adopting drought-tolerant seeds, zero-tillage, row planting by 4.6, 4.2, and then 12.4% respectively. Our average treatment effect on the treated also confirmed to the fact that DSA also increased the adoption of CSA technologies. And then the disaggregated impact also add up to the results that there is heterogeneous differences between male and female, as well as the geographical locations. So what is the policy recommendation from our results? So we are recommending that government and non-governmental organizations should encourage the use of DSA among maize farmers, or even other farmers as well. And we also believe that, we also recommend that farmer-based groups, such as the extension of farmer-based group and then extension officers, should also encourage the use of DSA so that it will be a reliable source of information on climate smart technology, which can help to spear adoption of these climate smart agriculture technologies. And finally, we recommend that there should be a scale up of adoption of these technologies, because we believe that when there is a scale up of these technologies, farmers are able to adopt these technologies to enhance their food security, as well as reduce their vulnerability effects of climate variation. So these are my references. Thank you. And then these are the variable definitions for the variable that we use in the model. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephen. A very impressive paper with a very large sample size, over 3,000. And now I would like to get Amanda back on stage, and I would like to hear her thoughts about this paper.
Yes, thank you. I'm just sharing some slides myself. Great. So thank you so much for the opportunity to discuss this paper. In fact, I have a new research project looking at a digital platform for farmers in Ghana. So the timing of this is excellent. We should connect following the conference. So yeah, I'll offer some reflections on the paper. And maybe just so I have more detailed comments on the kind of more line by line basis, which I'm happy to share, and certainly returning the favor that I received from my discussant on the paper just now. I'll be reflecting a bit more on some of the broader kind of conceptual and factors, but also some of the implications, I think, of the findings. So just starting off with some of the contributions I saw coming out from the paper, which I was quite excited about. I thought the conceptual framework that you presented on the enabling environment for the distribution of climate smart agricultural information through digital advisory services was really helpful. And I think you rightly position this as a bit of a critique about what's been said about digital technologies previously, that it doesn't factor in, much of the analysis doesn't factor in all of these background characteristics that make farmers more likely to adopt the digital platform, and then by extension, the climate smart agricultural practices. So I thought that was a really helpful elaboration and contribution to the literature. As our chair has already commented on, it's an impressive data set that you've collected from a from a point of view to say that it would be great to make that public if it's possible, because I'm sure you have a bunch of kind of factors that you could be analyzing from that data set, and this is just one of them. So congratulations on such a strong sample. And I think the paper itself is well situated in the wider discourse. As you reflect, there have been a number of studies looking in this area, and indeed, I think it's an area that has growing interest in sort of digital solutions for farming in general, and climate smart agriculture in particular. And I think this paper is well situated based on the literature review provided. A few clarifications that I thought would be helpful in the paper. I think it was a bit clear from the presentation, but elaborating more on the specific research question, and by extension, how you draw conclusions and policy recommendations as a reflection of that question. Specifically, are you looking at whether or not, because your conclusions are that digital advisory services will increase uptake of CSA, but it's not clear if the focus is to enable farmers to use these digital technologies, if it's the advisory services that are being provided, because you narrow in on 3 particular practices among a range of other possible practices. So are you focusing in on those? I think, just having a kind of very succinct research question, and maybe you have other questions that extend from that, but making that clear. You mentioned, it's just on the choice of the analytical model. and how you use that to overcome selection bias. It's not entirely clear from the description how this, I understand that having a binary outcome would require a probit model, but the selection bias side is a bit harder to follow how that is rectified over and above other methods that have been used. So just clarifying that, being really clear on that would be good. I think quite an important one is when you present your findings and you present summary statistics for your sample, it would be helpful to present summary statistics for Ghana overall, or even those regions if that's available, so that we can see how representative your sample is of, you know, the average farmer in Ghana or the average farmer in this area. And in particular, you know, something that would be important to know is, so you've given summary statistics of their level of education. Is that representative of the wider education experience of farmers? And also very important is around assets. We need to know if these are the kind of average farmer, or if, you know, your sample, you know, might be biased in it. It doesn't include, your results don't include a gender, or sorry, not your results, your sampling doesn't show the gender distribution of your respondents that I could see. I looked for it, but I couldn't see it. So, because you refer to the fact that men are disproportionately represented in those taking up the practices, but I didn't know who was included in your sample. And also in terms of your sampling strategy, when you went out to households, this is a really critical factor. When you go out to households and you interview someone, who do you interview? Do you interview the male of the household, because they're often seen as the head of the household? Or did you, you know, actively seek out responses from women as well? So including that in your summary statistics. And the last clarification I'll make is just in terms of the asset measure. So I study poverty, so this was my entry point to the study, and it wasn't clear to me how the asset measure was calculated, because you use an asset measure to distinguish farmers on the basis of, well, poverty is how I would have said it, but I think it's quite important to understand how you're categorizing those farmers, so we can see kind of the level of the poverty measure that you're using. Just want to refer to the instrumental variable that you used in your methods, which didn't feature a lot in the presentation. And I must admit, I'm a bit of a lapsed economist. I'm now mixed methods, so I don't go into more elaborate econometric methods these days. But my understanding of instrumental variables is these are a very attractive option if you can find one, but it's very difficult to find an instrumental variable that isn't correlated with your other variables. And I wasn't convinced that the instrumental variable that you're using was independent, which I believe it needs to be for the results. And that could be a lack of interpretation on my part. But I would just enhance the description of why you think this is an instrumental variable, and I would potentially provide some tests on the correlation between this variable and other outcomes, just so we can be, you know, have more faith that this is indeed an independent variable. But I won't go too much into that, because as I say, I just admit ignorance there. I just wanted to finally reflect on the kind of broader picture here and what this study, you know, ultimately might show us. And so one thing is to say the adoption rates that you found in your sample was actually quite high, which I think is an interesting finding. So actually farmers are using CSA practices, not as much as we would like, but your results say that it's pretty good. But not all practices in all places. And there seems to be some systematic differences in what's being taken up. And so, you know, understanding that, I think this paper can make an important contribution. Maybe further analysis may be necessary. We could also consider, I mean, this is going back to my presentation, but the fact that looking at the inverse of the study, we could also conclude that people not adopting digital advisory services are also the people not adopting climate smart agriculture. So it kind of begs the questions, what's the direction of causality here? Is it that they're not adopting the digital platforms, or is it that they're not adopting climate smart agriculture? And actually we see that those two things, based on your results, that does seem to be the same people. And so stepping back and understanding that causal relationship might be important. And ultimately, I think, what do digital advisory services do that other agricultural services can't do? I think that's something that I would like to see a bit more in the paper, is what is actually being provided here. And I'll just finish on my last slide here, is to say, when I think of these digital advisory services, I'm curious, what do they actually involve? And so, you know, someone who's steeped in this research probably is really familiar with what farmers are using. What are they holding in their hand? But as a reader, it wasn't clear to me. And I have these pictures that I took when this is based on a search of what is, you know, a digital advisory service for a farmer. And it could be something simple like that first picture, which is the smartphone, you know, relatively cheap smartphone, compared to the second picture, which is actually there's a bunch of other infrastructure that's needed to measure temperature, to measure water. Are these, you know, the digital services that we're providing for farmers, even indirectly? And then the last picture is where we actually have an extension agent supporting with the digital platform. And so these are all different delivery mechanisms that it would be helpful to understand kind of what the delivery of that of this method looks like in practice. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amanda, for this very comprehensive review of the paper. Yeah, well, let me see the chat box. No more question. And Stephen, I think we still have 1 to 2 minutes for you to respond to Amanda's comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Amanda. I really appreciate your comment. So I just want to answer some of your comments. So when it comes to the selection bias, where we have to do a test showing whether indeed the instrument was valid. Yeah, so we conducted a test using the falsification test as well as the Pearson correlation. Yeah, before we actually add it to the model. Yes. And also with regards to the number of male and females in our study. So basically, when we go to the household, we interview both male-headed household and then female-headed household. So it was a mixture, not skewed towards only men. Yeah. And with regards to the causality between the use of DSA and then not the use of also CSA. So we realized that we focus on 3 of the CSAs. So after pulling out all the data, we realized that these 3 CSA were the highest among the farmers. Yeah, so that's why we focus on the 3. The others were a very, very low response from the farmers. So we couldn't use that. And we also mentioned of the research questions. Yeah, so based on the literature review, I think 3 studies have been focusing especially in India. But when it comes to Africa, it's very difficult to see the papers on DSA. So it was a great opportunity to study the DSA from our perspective in African context. And another one is about the statistics between whether the educational level of the farmers are high in the area and other stuff. Yes, so we indeed incorporate in the paper so that it will enrich the paper as well. Yeah. So I think basically that was what. Thank you very much.
Well, we still have 2 minutes. I just made a mistake. I thought we were running out of time, but we still have 2 minutes. So if there's any question from the audience, that would be great. So if there's no question from the audience, I have a question. So you have a very large sample size, over 3,000, which is a very big strength of the paper. But from the PowerPoint, it can be seen that roughly 80 villagers are being interviewed within a village. This is quite a big number. So if I understand correctly, are the villages very big so that you can select almost 80 farmers in a village? Otherwise, if it was a small village, you don't need to interview 80 farmers.
Okay, thank you, Professor Tang. Yeah, so when it comes to Ghana, I mean, we have small villages and then large villages as well. So we can have a village with more than 100 farmers, even 200 farmers, especially at the northern part of Ghana, and then also in the southern part of Ghana. So in each of the communities, we had the number of farmers in each of the communities, and then the number of farmers in each district. So more like we have a frame for all the farmers. So based on the frame, we randomly selected the farmers with regards to the frame. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Is there a
I have a question. Can I ask? Yeah.
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Stefan, thank you so much. I think this is a very interesting paper, and I used to work for International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, so we had done some studies on CSA among maize farmers. My question is that why didn't you try to use mediation approach to see the adoptions of CSA? Because if you look at digital technology, it's a mediator, right? Because so what could be the reason?
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Yeah. So we dwell on using the recursive bivariate because it is we based on our literature search, several factors influencing DSA use, and then several factors also influence CSA use. And we have similar factors influencing DSA at the same time influencing the adoption of CSA. So that was the rationale behind the use of the recursive bivariate probit. Because in the recursive, indirectly, the DSA variable will move from the first stage to the second stage of our model, just to show the impact of DSA on the adoption of CSA technologies. So that was our rationale.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're running out of time. According to the schedule, now we are going to the ending session. And yeah, and I would like to conclude the session. So first of all, thank you very much. Thank you, Dale and ADBI for inviting me to chair this session. Well, these 5 papers are very comprehensive. These papers are always the very similar topic with respect to climate smart agriculture. And the first paper aims to construct a composite index for monitoring climate smart agriculture in India. And the second paper is about the impact of the participation in climate smart technology adoption on SWB of the farmers based on micro level data. And this question is also surveyed by the third paper using a different approach. So the fourth one assesses the trends, barriers, and opportunities of climate smart agriculture adoption in Kenya. And the fifth one is on the impact of digital advisory services adoption on the adoption of climate smart agriculture. Those topics are very similar and closely related, which are very good. And they also have a very wide geographical distribution, including India, Ghana, and also Kenya. So those 5 papers are very enjoyable to read, and I hope you have enjoyed this session. Well, that's all I have to say. I'm going to move on to Dale.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jiang Jung, for chairing this session. Now we have come to an end of today's conference. It was, I think, for most of you enjoyed the conference. Firstly, I'd like to thank our keynote speaker, Professor Edward Bavey, and I would also like to thank Dean Sonabe for giving his opening remarks. And thanks to Jiang Jung Tang for chairing the sessions, very much timed and also bringing out very interesting discussions. Thank you so much for being here. And I should not forget to thank all the presenters. It was an excellent presentations and also the discussions. All the discussions were very active, and most of the point raised by our discussion was very, very valuable. And also the participants who actively participated in the conference. I'd like to share with you that I have been working on climate smart agricultures in Africa and Asia, but I've never seen so many peoples from different parts of the world together. I think this is a very, very important achievement for all of us. We are able to sit together and discuss this very important issue when we are at the cross junctures of going for net zero carbon emissions, climate threat increasing. So this is a very, very important milestones, I think, when it comes to climate smart agriculture. There has been lots of I literally work with the farmers in Africa where we try to scale climate smart agriculture. We had faced lots of challenges in scaling the climate smart farming practices. It's not easy. But then, looking at the commitment from the researcher, young researchers from across Asia and Africa, I'm very pleased, and I congratulate you for this interesting conference, for this interesting presentations, and I look forward to tomorrow's sessions. I think it's going to be even more interesting. But before I end, I would like to thank and give a big hand to everybody. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate, and Professor Gan, you have raised your hand. Is there something that you'd like to?
Sorry, mistaken.
No worries, no worries. Thank you so much, and we end the sessions, and we'll catch up tomorrow. I hope all of you will join us tomorrow.